Since I was born, but now I am plenty youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna koga book.
I And there it is right there. So I don't know. My skin always looks dried up anytime I appear on these things. I don't quite know. I shouldn't really care about things like that, should I? Really? But there it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are right there. And here we are. Here we are. Here we go again. Another day, another session. It never stops. So you know, for quite a lot of people, this is actually a regular backdrop to their daily lives now, a regular backdrop to their daily lives. So just as quick, you know, a lot of people actually just listen to the session as they go about whatever activity of the day. Some people listen to it driving. Some people even listen to it flying. And I don't want to know what else you are doing whilst you are listening to it, because this is our PG. We are PG here. So PG, parental guidance, but the parents will have to guide you through the whole of the session because it can get a bit tasty sometimes. It can get a bit tasty sometimes. So the usual protocol first. Click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. So do that, and then you can complete that survey to say that you have done that. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And you know, when I'm always asking you to share the links, you know those WhatsApp spaces, those Instagram spaces, and all of those spaces that you mooch around on social media. So if you just click on the link up to the stream and pop it in there, so that some of your friends and frenemies can come and see the hijinks we get up to here. So hijinks. So you will notice I titled this a Speak Easy session. So I titled this a Speak Easy session because there is no standout punch-out news that we can wrap the session around. There's no standout punch-out, and that, by the way, is why I'm always encouraging you. Let me repost it again. That, by the way, let me grab this first. So that, by the way, is why I am always encouraging you to send news to me via Instagram. You know, a good 90% of what we discuss here are things people send to me via Instagram. So if there's any news that especially strikes you and you say, oh, I would like to see one man and the gang talk about this, just pop it to me via Instagram. And if it sparkles enough, then we'll just bring it on the screen and wrap a conversation around it. Everybody sends me stories, and that is what we discuss. But the news cycle has been a bit sparse, or not just today, but over the last few days. So we're scrambling around really to wrap the sessions around a marquee talking point. But nevertheless, we've been able to put something together, and hopefully it will be to the quality that you're used to. So it's a case of bring your own again. You know, we do the bring your own sessions where whoever turns up brings up something sparkly for us to discuss. So something sparkly for us to discuss. Yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the happy link that says StreamYard. The invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's pinned on the thing. So do that as well. But especially click on like and subscribe. So before we carry on, we've got the Chief Executive Officer coming to give direction. So Alexander Gomez.
Yeah, hey, one man. I'm actually pissed off right now.
Oh, Wagwan, what happened?
Wagwan. You're cool now. I don't know. A staff of mine messed up and they cut off my light in my house.
Wow. They do that in America?
Yeah, they do. They actually. I just found out after being in America for 25 years that they can do that remotely. They don't have to come out and cut it like they do in England. They could just use a remote control to turn the light off.
Please tell me you said up NEPA. You must say up NEPA as soon as that
happens.
happens.
I didn't say up. You know that up NEPA thing is not my generation. No, right?
Oh, right. Okay, you're right.
Yeah, because in the 70s we had constant supply of electricity. I think that up NEPA thing kicked in the early 80s, but I didn't say up NEPA, but I was so infuriated, and it just came on about 2 minutes ago. Anyway, cry my beloved.
I hope it didn't damage anything. I hope it didn't damage anything.
No, it didn't go on. It went up for 3 hours, so no, right. No, it didn't damage nothing. But this shouldn't be happening. You see, Americans are sloppy, man. This country is so overrated. You know, it's the sort of things that they do here that I find it hard to believe I'm living in the most in the richest country in the world. But the people are so sloppy. Anyway, that aside, how are you today?
I'm good. I was just saying the news cycle was a bit sparse. It's
still all about the fake. You didn't hear about the major news today is about the former Secretary of the Federation saying that he has evidence to suggest that Peter Obi won the elections.
Babachair?
Yeah.
Yes, I saw that. I just thought the guy's an idiot, you know.
Yeah, so that's where we are right now. But they should
I'm so desperate to get our conversations away from that space. Because that space is going nowhere other than just for Tinubu to continue. But it's not leaving the headlines. So what can I do?
Can I be very honest with you, between me and you and nobody else? And I know thousands and thousands of people are listening, but that's just an expression.
Yeah.
I'm really concerned for my big brother, and the president of Nigeria, Tinubu. You know, he's not at the right place health-wise. He's not in the right place health-wise.
Yes.
And what's compounding it is the pressure he's putting on himself to prove to himself and by extension Nigerians that he can take us out of where we are today. And obviously that's taking a toll on his health. So I'm really concerned about it. Every time I see him, he looks so frail and fragile. To be president of Nigeria is not an easy task. It's because Nigeria is
even for a young man, it's not an easy task. Never mind.
We're so divided, even more so now, that I'm really concerned. So I think he needs to get himself a much stronger, a more authoritative chief of staff. You know? Yes, that is required immediately because there's too much pressure on the president to perform, and he's putting a lot of pressure on himself too, and that's not helping his health. So
I think what we're about to see is a repeat of the Buhari administration, where a cabal will seize hold of the seat of power, you know, and then they will orchestrate him because he doesn't have the fullness of health, you know. So
but the difference, the difference is that the cabal, to use your expression, would be people with track record and people who are performers and who have the capacity, you know.
Yeah, that would be the hope, though. That would be the hope, because the hope really is that they have some sort of nationalistic conscience. Not that they won't loot. We are already surrendered to that. They will loot. But in the Buhari instance, they just stole everything and didn't care. Nothing.
Well, they turned the country into what it is today, because we are totally broke right now. But because people know we have the resources and we have the wherewithal to take ourselves out of where we are today. You could still see international lenders like the IMF and the World Bank willing to entertain and willing to say, okay, why don't you take this interest-free loan what they're doing is doing a good job. It's going to take a while to turn the country around, but I have hope in these guys because they, like Ajale Koko said yesterday, and rightly too, in Kudoso and Waledu, you have world-class administrators. So that's a good thing. The weakest link is that chief of staff. That's not working. It's not working. We need to do something about that because.
Well, it's a very difficult position to shift, though, because he has the president's ear directly. So the biggest influence on the president is him, and somebody has to be able to convince Tinubu that look, this guy is not really,
Yeah, but he also has capable people who he's very close to that he can use. I don't think Maja has the wherewithal, and I know he has the capacity, but he doesn't have the oomph to do what he's supposed to do as chief of staff. But that's my concern. I'm really concerned about that. I tell you the truth, if it continues like this, I don't think he's going to last the whole tenure. Tell you the truth.
You mean in terms of leaving this mortal coil? You mean in terms of
in terms of a step below that, in terms of totally breaking down and not being able to perform his role as president of Nigeria. Well,
I hope that doesn't happen. But I'm very confident in Kashim Shettima because he has a very, very capable. I would not object to a President Kashim Shettima. I would not.
Well, the only thing about that is Nigerians don't want another northerner, especially another northerner to take the reins of the country. So I don't think I have any problem with the capacity, but I think it's only right for the southern person, wherever they come from, south, southwest, or southeast, to have that 8-year tenure, so it could go back to this. And I think, in all fairness, I think that the Igbo people need to play a more prominent role in this. I don't see why he didn't give Magalu a role in his government, in his administration. I find that difficult to believe. But
what do you think the chances are of us seeing an Igbo president in our lifetime? And I'm putting that lifetime to say within the next 50, 60 years.
In my lifetime, and I don't think I want to be around for the next 30 years. But in my lifetime, I think that Soludo would be the most qualified person and the most acceptable person to be Nigerian president from the Southeast. He's got the capacity.
That's the conversation I was trying to invite that character on Rudolph to have, but it got rattled and it started to go.
Well, I think there's a personality clash there. That's what I think. I think there's a personality clash there. I think all you had to do was just touch a nerve, and then he flares up. I was expecting to happen. I wasn't surprised when it happened. Actually, he knew who you were when you came on, so he knew you were going to rattle him. I guess you got a number on him. And
yes. Yes, I was quite entertained when I saw him. I started to troll him, and he didn't even.
No, I was besides myself. I think he was out of order.
Telling him to shut up. He looked a fool actually. He buckled, and then he started to use him.
I thought.
I've watched it back about 3-4 times. I
was deeply offended that you could have the audacity to look at a fellow man and tell him, "You shut up." Oh no, that was
home advantage now because it was amongst his own stock. That was a home advantage sort of thing. Yeah. That's how I saw it. I thought it was.
I had a mental conversation. When that happened, I put Rudolph offline. I called him and I told him I wanted to speak to him. And he came off the platform. I said, no matter the case, what the guy did was totally unacceptable and out of order. Totally out of order. You don't talk to people like that. I mean, that's so condescending. I was deeply offended. I had a bad day after that.
I wasn't offended though because I invited him to apologize and he did not, and I thought so that passes it back to him.
Well, like I said, you dealt with it with such dignity. I didn't think that you were gonna To tell you the truth, let me be upfront with you. I didn't think you had the
You thought I would flare up. You thought I would flare up.
Yeah. I thought you were going to lose it. I thought you were going to lose it. Yes, but you pleasantly surprised me, and I was proud. I really was proud of the way you handled it, and people came to your defense. I mean, because the guy, I guess he has. I think he thinks more of himself than he really is. Do
you know what? Sorry, Alexander. Do you know what I think happened? I think he places himself in a certain sort of space.
Yes.
But because of my sort of my particular sort of use of language, which is that language space that he wants to be as well, it could not. I think it was covered in all of his bases, and he panicked. That's what I thought. You know.
I think he has a temper. I think he has a temper. I think he's short fused. I was offended, but anyway, that's why we're very unpopular amongst fellow Africans, because we're just so unnecessarily uncouth and uncultured. There was an article, not an article, a clip that I was watching about three Kenyan women talking about Nigerians, and the way they were coming across, it was like, oh, these people are so rough and so aggressive, you know. It's not a good feature we have. I mean, it works well in business sometimes, but it's not a sophisticated trait. I don't like it. I don't an Englishman would cuss you out and abuse you. You will leave where he's talking to you. You get home and you say, that man just
insulted me. Yes. Because they do it in inferred meanings, isn't it?
Yes.
You know when you can spot what you know the trick to spot when you're being insulted by an English person is when they start to overuse the word sir. When they start to God. I do that a lot. Yeah, I do that. Overuse the word sir. I
do that a lot. I do that a lot in America. I do it a lot when someone is getting on my skin and I'm trying to tell you, you need to F off. You start hearing me, yes sir. Okay, sir, I understand you, sir. But I don't think Americans get the message, because in America, Americans use sir and ma'am a lot. It's just
they don't understand double entendre in America. They don't know inferred meaning. But do you think we're uncouth though? Because I think people conflate our self-confidence with being uncouth.
No,
is it not a variation of self?
No. We are uncouth. You know, if you and I can meet in Nigeria one of these days, I would love to invite you to Ghana for a week, and then you know what I'm talking about. And then you will say, whoa, there is a world of difference, you know, between where I come from and the way these people interact. They just respect themselves. No matter how big or small you are, they respect themselves. Thank you, please. No, thank you. Yes, please. They're just cultured people, and we're trying to be too American. I think that's what it is. We try to be too American, and we take it overboard. But anyway, let me let you go with your show. It's not about Alexander.
All right, I could talk to you forever. Talking to you is a show in itself. But Thomas.
Yeah, bro.
Look at the shades, like Shino Peters. It looks like Shino Peters. Look at this guy.
But I want to ask a question, but you are rushing now. Look, let me leave you.
No, I got 5 minutes. I'm waiting outside for my delivery man. So go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, you mentioned something that caught me off guard. You said Soludo will be the best candidate for the Southeast.
Yes.
But right now, you know how they are throwing the rotten tomato on him because of his letter about Peter Obi. So don't you think they are already jeopardized his chances?
No. On the contrary. You see, that space, the Southeast, doesn't have enough numbers to win anybody the presidency. It can only solidify it, but single-handedly, it can't win the presidency. In as much as he's been marginalized because he said anti-Obi, he made an anti-Obi rhetorics. At the end of the day, when it comes to the final analysis, it would have the numbers in the South and the Southwest and the North, which is most important for him to scale through. I don't think it does matter. If he can win the nomination, he'll be the president of Nigeria. The nomination will be the problem. But if he wins the nomination, he'll be the president of Nigeria. And we need someone like that. All the scallywags in government, they need to go. And that includes Tinubu. They're all scallywags. They need to go. You know, they fit for they have nothing to offer. You know, thank you. As far as I'm concerned, out of the 3 people that participated, who has the capacity to take us out of where we are today? It is Tinubu. But if I have to choose, I won't choose him because he's not fit for purpose and he's not healthy. And he's not the same Tinubu of 1999. You know, the only thing about it is that he has the people around him who are very good and can help the country move forward. But him as a person, if he pushes himself too far, he just breaks down. He's not. That's my concern. I started with that when I started the conversation. I'm really worried about him. I'm worried about him. Anyway, Woman, let me let you go. Okay.
All right, brilliant. The real delight.
Aburo,
yes, okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Bye bye.
All right, that there he is, the majestic Mr. Gomez. So the majestic Mr. Gomez and once upon a time General Thomas, now Shina Peters with the shades. So Thomas, let me press on with it. So that was a little cameo appearance by the CEO of the One Man Went to Work platform. So yes, as I was saying, a sparse news cycle, but nevertheless we've been able to put something together that hopefully wraps together to form a session. So let me just present you what we have put together. Let me present to you what we have put together. So we'll be looking at this. So it's the narrative of this guy, a very popular Nigerian comedic artist, a comedic actor. It's not a comedian, no. You know, there's a distinction between a comedian and a comedic actor. So he's somewhat of a comedic actor, but this guy has been battling health issues for quite a while now, and is back in hospital again, and is canvassing for public support. Reno Omokri speaks to that space, but whenever Reno Omokri speaks, he usually speaks to try and taunt the Peter Obi space. So how has Reno Omokri managed to turn this into a Peter Obi narrative? You'll find out shortly. So yes, you'll find out shortly. But the headline: Reno Omokri turns Peter Obi as comic actor Mr. Ibu seeks financial assistance for his health. So maybe we should just start bagging and tagging them right now. So we'll bag and tag quite a few, and then we'll do the Kegite music just like we did yesterday. The panelists come in, and then we'll kick it off. So let me remove that. Let me remove that banner. But please be encouraged by what you're seeing on that banner and do as directed. Please like, share, and subscribe. So please like, share, and subscribe. Reno Omokri turns Peter Obi as comic actor Mr. Ibu seeks financial assistance for his health. So yes, how does that quite align? Reno Omokri has taken to social media to taunt politician Peter Obi as his supporter. Actor John Okafor currently battles with his health. Mr. Ibu had been taken. Let's do that again. Reno Omokri has taken to social media to taunt politician Peter Obi as his supporter. Actor John Okafor currently battles with his health. Mr. Ibu had taken to social media today, October the 18th, to seek public assistance as he battles with his health. Reacting to Mr. Ibu's outcry, Reno said the comic actor and his daughter endorsed and danced for Obi during the 2023 presidential election campaign, and that this is the time for the politician to come to Mr. Ibu's aid. So yes, let's read what he says. But I see where he's coming from, though, because often instances, Peter Obi runs commentaries on social matters. If they are bringing down unfit buildings in Alaba Market, is running opinions on that. If they catch Mesombe cheating in a jam result, he has opinions on that. He has opinions on everything, but now his supporter needs help. Does he have an opinion on that? This is what Reno thinks. I sympathize with Mr. Ikechukwu Okafor, aka Mr. Ibu, over his ailment, and I urge at Reno supporters to donate to the account number he put out. Please do not ignore his cry for help. I also urge members of the public to donate. However, this is a man who publicly endorsed Peter Obi. He and his daughter danced for Peter Obi and broke the internet. They went out on the street campaigning for Obi, the same Obi who boasted that he's richer than the President of the United States, who at the time of Peter's boast was worth $8.2 million. After all that John Okafor did for him, perhaps Mr. Obi can support him by paying Mr. Ibu's medical bills. I am even surprised that Peter Obi did not remember to post about Mr. Ibu on his birthday yesterday. Even at that, Peter Obi should help him in his time of need. So yes, so that's what Reno says, but I'm not sure that I fully agree. If Peter Obi was to be taking out his checkbook for any and every of his supporters, or any and everybody that did something towards his campaign in the course of this particular electoral cycle, it will be very broke very quickly. So yeah, but it could give the guy a mention. It could, let's say, like 100,000 naira or something, just some tokenism to encourage that public donation. But the radio silence, I don't agree with. So he sang and danced for Peter Obi. So it's now time for Peter Obi to sing and dance for him. Still talking about singing and dancing, just give me my kids and let me live my life in peace. OAP Do2dtun writes, following reports of the bench secured a court order against him. So I've been following this story sort of with a side eye. Essentially, this OAP, OAP means not old age pensioner, but on-air personality. So this OAP called Do2dtun, he seemed to be married to one of the bandit's relatives, maybe his sister, something along those lines. And the band, I don't know quite the backdrop of it anyway. One of the subscribers sent it in, and so we'll have to tackle it. So if you are particularly in that sort of storyline, you have to hop on board, come bring us up to speed with exactly what is going on with this. So there's that. You know, I don't follow enough show business. It just doesn't. I cannot just be bothered who slept with whom. And I'm not. If you are not doing the sleeping with, then why should you care who is sleeping with whom? So that's just my philosophy to all of that. Yeah. So we'll be making a pit stop with that. We'll be making. You can tell that I'm doing something else in the background. That's why I'm. So that's that. So yes. Actually, let me give you this as well to get it out of the way. On-air personality Do2dtun has similarly responded to the court order. His former in-law, singer, so yes, he married to the bandit's sister, clearly. On-air personality Do2dtun has similarly responded to the court order his former in-law, singer the band, secured against him. The bench had approached a district court in Abuja where he secured an order restraining Do2dtun from defaming him. He also got an order from the court mandating the police to investigate criminal complaints he leveled against Do2dtun. In an apparent response to the court order, Do2dtun, in a post shared on his social media handle, said if people had obeyed court orders, no one would be here. He went on to say that all that is happening now does not concern him, as the goal is to see his children. He went on to say over his dead body, will anybody make his life dark, even whilst there is yellow? So there it is, the back and forth in show business. It looks as though there's been a pattern of ways, and it looks as though then they are taking his children sort of hostage, the wife and her family. So that's the goings on there. So let's go on from that to this. Nigerian agency withdraws case against Senator Ifeanyi Ubah days after defecting to APC. So they did make that promise, and they often deliver. For join APC, I think it's actually 150-something billion naira that this guy is battling. He joins APC and all is forgiven. A federal high court in Lagos on Wednesday struck out a charge brought by the Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria (AMCOM) against Senator Ifeanyi Ubah and his company, Capital Oil and Gas Limited, over an alleged 135 billion naira debt. Although Ubah was not present in the court, the presiding judge, Justice Nicholas Owobi, according to Channels Television, struck out the charges. The decision of the court followed an oral application by the counsel for AMCOM, whatever his name is, who sought to withdraw the suit. So, I mean, this is just, they don't even make the effort to disguise it anymore. This guy joins APC in the course of this week, and the 135 billion naira corruption allegation that is leveled against him has been withdrawn by the government. And there it is right there. So they don't even make an effort to disguise these things anymore. The decision of the court, striking out the charges comes barely 6 days after Senator Ubah, who represents Anambra South, announced his defection to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC from the Young Progressive Party. So there's that. So we have a look at that. I'm only going to give you the headlines for the rest of it now. I might give you more than the headline with this one. Nigeria lost 2.9 trillion through contract fraud in 3 years. So let's see. Right. The new chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, says about 2.9 trillion naira meant for some government projects were diverted into personal use by contractors between 2018 and 2020. Mr. Olukoyede disclosed this on Wednesday when he appeared before the Senate for screening. The upper chamber confirmed him after the exercise. I did a survey between 2018 and 2020 on 50 entities in Nigeria, both human and corporate. I picked just one scheme, one species of fraud, which is called contract and procurement fraud. I discovered that within 3 years, Nigeria lost 2.9 trillion. So this is just from one strand of fraud is what this... Anyway, how much more can we say on this sort of things? We all know they are looting us blind, and we all know that they will continue to loot us blind. Mr. Koyede said the stolen funds during the period under review would have been used for useful government projects if the former authorities of the anti-corruption agency had prevented it from being diverted. When I put my figures together, I discovered that if the country had prevented the money from being stolen, it would have given us 1,000 kilometers of road. It would have built close to 200 standard tertiary institutions. It would also have educated about 6,000 children from primary to tertiary level at 16 million per child. It would have also delivered, so it goes on to tell us then the value cost of that stealing. So this again, the Andy Ubah headline, we've already dealt with that. So this now I will read out as well. Breaking: Tinubu dragged to ECOWAS over alleged certificate forgery. So Atiku not giving up yet. President Bola Tinubu's allegation of certificate forgery has gotten the attention of the Economic Community of West African States. A correspondence report that the regional body had been urged by a pro-democracy group, the National Democratic Coalition, to investigate the allegation leveled against the president who doubles as the chairman of ECOWAS. In the letter signed by its executive director, Lloyd Uku, and obtained by correspondence on Wednesday, the agency said the allegations, if proven true, would seriously undermine the credibility and trustworthiness of ECOWAS. The group also called for Tinubu's immediate resignation as ECOWAS chairman, pending the outcome of the investigation. We believe that it is crucial for ECOWAS to uphold the highest standard of integrity and credibility in its leadership, which is paramount for the success of the organization and the region as a whole, the letter reads. Recent reports and allegations regarding the conduct of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu of Nigeria, the current chairman of ECOWAS, has cast a shadow over the credibility and integrity of him, and by extrapolation, ECOWAS, the organization. NADECO USA, so that's the organization doing all this nonsense, said the allegations against Tinubu include certificate forgery at Chicago State University and other drug-related offenses in the United States. The group also noted that the allegations had become a matter of public record, and Tinubu had not denied them. It is morally questionable and globally embarrassing for a president facing such allegations to hold such prominent positions within a regional organization, the letter says. We respectfully call upon the member states of ECOWAS to initiate a serious and thorough investigation into the allegations surrounding President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who currently holds the position of chairman. These allegations are not only detrimental to the reputation of ECOWAS, but also raises significant questions about the moral and legal fitness of President Tinubu to continue leading this esteemed regional body. And this was written by somebody called Lloyd Uku. So that's Lloyd Uku acting as we know Lloyd Uku always acts. But to more serious matters, Naira hits record low of 980 to the dollar on official markets. So this is not the so that is then to tell you then what's the projection for December? Because by December, when Nigerians are traveling back home, there'll be a heavy influx of naira or of hard currency into the economy. So if you want to buy naira now, buy naira now and just flip it in December. That's what I'd suggest. All right. It says Nigeria's naira hit a record low of 980 per dollar on the official. So this is the official, not the parallel market. On the official market on Tuesday, correspondence. Let's just take that again. Nigeria's naira hit a record low of 980 per dollar at the official market on Tuesday, mirroring weakness on the parallel market as persistent dollar shortage plague the currency market. The currency slid past 1,000 naira on the parallel market last month and continues to weaken as excess dollar demand was funneled into the unofficial market from the official market, where restrictions on trading the currency were lifted in June. The central bank has said it will intervene in the foreign exchange market occasionally to boost liquidity after it last week ended an 8-year ban on some items that were restricted from accessing dollars on the official market. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. The naira continues to fall. So this next headline, Atiku begs Supreme Court on fresh evidence against Tinubu alleges forgery. So Atiku then, of course, pleading that whatever it is that is looking to insert in this appeal to the Supreme Court be accepted. So let's go to this one. This one I will read out because hopefully this is a good news story for everyone. This is a non-partisan storyline, and hopefully this is a good news story for everyone. Governor Sanwo Olu performs groundbreaking of $100 million Lagos Film City. So they are trying to now harness all of that. They are trying to now harness all of that goings on within that space. So let's see what this has to offer. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Wednesday performed the groundbreaking ceremony of $100 million Lagos Film City. The Film City, which is located on 100-hectare land, let's do that again. The Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on Wednesday performed the groundbreaking ceremony of the $100 million Lagos Film City. The Film City, which is located on a 100-hectare land area at Ikosi Ejinrin area of Epe local government area, is a public-private partnership model which will create numerous job opportunities, stimulate economic growth, and attract investment. The disclosure is contained in a post by the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor on New Media, Jibril Gawat, on his Twitter handle on Wednesday the 18th. This is coming less than 2 weeks after Governor Sanwo-Olu initially revealed that the groundbreaking ceremony of the Lagos Film City will be performed by the end of October. The Film City will be a hub for film production, visual art, not visual art, but visual effects. The Film City will be a hub for film production, visual effects, scripting, cinematography, editing, photography, and all ancillary services that support the filmmaking industry, essentially Hollywood. So they are harnessing. And by the way, this has Africa-wide impact, of course. This has Africa-wide impact. So this has Africa-wide impact. So let me give you this one as a final soupçon. Let me make sure this is this fills the screen. Oh, hold on, Hosta. Yes, let me make sure this fills the screen. So this is the multi-dimensional poverty index. So this now, this tells you then out of 100 people, this is an out of 100 people sort of a survey. So out of 100 people, how many people are suffering from multi-dimensional poverty state by state? So the poverty headquarters of Nigeria is Sokoto State. 91 out of 100 people in Sokoto State, they suffer from multi-dimensional poverty. So that is to tell you that the totality of Sokoto State, what's happening to the super charts, by the way? I can't see it there. Let's see. Let me see. Use the super chat things. Let me see some super chat going. Multi-dimensional poor. So this is 1 in 100. That's how the survey is done. So 91 out of every 100 in Sokoto State, they suffer from multi-dimensional poverty. So that is not to say all of the dimensions vested in one individual, but they suffer one or more of the multi-dimensional matrix of poverty. Bayelsa State second, Gombe State, Jigawa, Plateau, Yobe, and Kebbi. So those are the top 7. What is actually striking is that this does not really take us far from where our suspicion has always been, that the North is heavily weighed down by poverty and the South somewhat are trying to keep poverty at bay. So if you remove Bayelsa, and I'm not quite sure why Bayelsa suffers from that level of poverty, if you remove Bayelsa, the top 7 are 6 of the top 7 are northern states: Sokoto, Bayelsa, Gombe, Jigawa, Plateau, and Yobe State. So those are the most impoverished spaces within the Nigerian state. And the least impoverished spaces are these: Anambra 34, Abia 35, Lagos unsurprisingly 36. But the least impoverished space, shockingly and surprisingly, Well, are we even shocked or surprised? But certainly surprised, if not shocked, is on those states. You know, that's where poverty is is at its lowest within the Nigerian space. On those states has the least poverty metric. So there it is, all of that. So there it is, all of that. Let me resend the hyperlink for whoever wants to join us. The room needs populating, so come populate it. But populating the room at the moment, His Majesty King Emeka Baba joins us to add a word or two to the conversation. Nigerian as well, of course, Father of the Bride. So come join us if you want to be. Oh no, that's not what I intended to do. So come join us if you want to be a part of the conversation. So we'll play the Kegite music and then we kick it off. So we play the Kegite music and then we'll kick it off. So where is my Kegite music? So we play the Kegite music and then we kick it off.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ide shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chief Latif keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudode ojare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodame ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
So there it is right there. Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe àmì ẹ̀pọ̀. Amen to that on myself and you, my friend. So Iku kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. So a speak easy session, as I said. So we just mooch around and chat. Essentially, is what that means. So we just we'll settle into it and take it easy and just roll through the session. So to settle us in, I was going to kick it off with King Emeka, but Solomon joins us at the last minute. He's in Abuja, so let's have sympathy on his data. Solomon, you're up first.
Yeah, woman. Good evening, everybody.
How about it?
Yeah, everybody do all right. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Good evening, woman. Good evening to those in the comment section. And please like, share, and subscribe. Yeah.
So carry on. No, we can hear you perfectly. So carry on. Talk to us. Are you looking at the stories that we are presenting, or are you bringing anything to the party?
See if I'm bringing anything to the party. I'm just looking at this Tinubu, President Bola. In the headline, Bola Tinubu files motions to block FBI, CIA, other U.S. agencies from releasing confidential files in database. And then Lagos to seal bars, churches, mosques, causing environmental nuisance. And this guy that decamped from YPP to APC, this guy now, it shows that it's not just only for political reason. Can you hear me, woman? Can you hear me?
No, yeah, no, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's not just only for that is Ifeanyi Ubah. It's not only for political reason. It's still to cover up his shit. You know, anybody who
Is it not obvious though? I mean, how many days even did they cross over and the government drops all the charges against him? 135 billion, and they say that the country has no money.
That, you know, this is what APC do. APC is just like the home of thieves, the party of thieves. That, and look at this guy that they made. What is his name? This Matawali. You know, before weeks to the election, he was invited by EFCC, and all of a sudden they just dropped the whole case and all that. So even there was one time Yaya Bello too had that problem, and I think he even ran to meet Tinubu, and that news was in circulation then, and the whole thing was dropped. So this is just, it's becoming too much in Nigeria that people that will just have one or two things hidden, and with that would warrant EFCC to come and pick them up, they will just go and join APC and everything will just be covered up. It's really bad. It doesn't tell good about the country and about APC as a whole. So yeah, these these are the headlines that caught my attention.
Are you following the do'tun, the band sort of narrative and that fight around custody of children? The band using his celebrity status to weigh upon his in-law. Are you following all of that?
Yeah, I was in the live, one of the lives he had with Dr. Freeze. Yeah, Daddy Freeze, sorry, not Dr. Freeze. Daddy Freeze, and the guy is just
you know that Daddy Freeze has blocked me. I used to go there and yab him, you know.
No, once you go there to yab Daddy Freeze, we tell you, he will just speak. That guy is I think he's even the real Yoruba, not that gets cookie.
It's not even a Nigerian, you know. It's from Romania or something, isn't
it? Man, that guy used to.
Maybe I should get him deported. Do you think I should get him deported?
Oh man, that guy's Yoruba is fluent. Like, he's more fluent in Yoruba than you are. I can't tell you.
His father is a Badon man. His mother is a Romanian academician.
Yeah. One man is just jabbing. He's just trying to just yeah. So that guy is Yoruba. He's just like, I think he's like Baba's kind of Yoruba that he will even be speaking. As Baba is an old man, like, sorry to say, yeah. But as in the way Baba will be speaking, we know Yoruba very well. That is how Daddy Freeze used to eat. He speaks the thick Yoruba, to be honest with you, and you'll be like, who is this white guy?
And you're able to know that.
I'm telling you the truth. I go on his life and I listen to him. Anybody, Adiola will what is his name? Adiola in the comment section, he will know this thing because he's always on Daddy Freeze life, and because of the fact that
you mean you guys meet in other spaces as well? Actually, everywhere I go, I thought I had a unique crew, but everywhere I go, I see you guys in the comment section. Now, wow. Let me ask you a question before you tell us about the band storyline. When was the last time you watched television?
Oh man, okay, it was I think on Saturday when I was watching Dr. Damages. Yeah, that was because of Dr. Damages. I just wanted to use my phone and see you people and then watch through this thing. That was the last time. Yeah.
I beg, make I quickly take your time. I will lose my this thing very soon. Maybe I can speak within 5 minutes before I get out of network space. You don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enigmatic Hondi.
Yeah, I hail everybody. I go speak pidgin today, so they're not go talk about grammar. So one man, I see the verse for you. I'm mad at you, but at least you did it.
I saw you yapping me. I thought I held my own now, so I didn't. I thought I came out victorious, but there you are.
Yeah, you did something. I mean, you did something at the end of the day. You were able to pull the guy out of his cave from his hypocritical stance, because he was. I know you had issue with him the last time. The moment So it actually shows that he had you in mind already. He had some reservation against you. As soon as you started talking, he wasn't even giving you any room to even. If you notice the way you even, as soon as you were asking the question, he was like battle ready for you. You know, fire the weapon at you really quick. And then at the moment you mentioned Peter Obi, he was so defensive, and then. But
the one thing I thought I established in the course of my interaction with that guy is that he's an obedient. So he cannot deny that he's not an obedient ever again.
Apparently, his bias was quite apparent, and nobody can actually. He sings and he felicitates and he sings, to the narrative of that echo chamber, so to say, and then that's why you are able to see that everything he says.
You notice I smirked when he was saying that Tinubu cannot manage, is not equipped to manage diversity and complex. Somebody that ran Lagos State, wait against Peter Obi, who managed a mono-religion, monoculture state. Who is more equipped? Somebody that managed Lagos, he is not equipped to manage the diversity in Nigeria, but somebody that managed a monoculture, mono-religion state, he is equipped. The guy, I want to see his PhD. Everybody's credentials is under question now.
I think the mistake most people are making is, because when I see folks like that, what I do first, I do a lot of, digging and research on them. The first time I saw him with the other two folks, I saw the way he was really, coming at the one who came from, I think, the Southwest. And I went to actually check it. So I was it's just like, it's a replica of somebody like Chimamanda, right? That they try to pretend to be nationalistic, but at the end of the day, it takes a little provocation or probably something to trigger them that will actually bring them out of that rock. Just in America over here, you see a lot of people pretending to be, normal people, but it just a little provocation. They will crawl out of that their cave, and they will, basically exhibit that they are racist.
What happened to the pidgin English, enigmatic? You know Sabi speaker?
Yeah, Sabi speaker now.
Okay, now maybe we carry on with pidgin now.
So that's just what I say about that, and then about this what's his name now? And Chris, is it this Ifeanyi Ubah that moved to APC?
Yes.
He's not actually under EFCC watch. He is one of those billionaires in Nigeria who are one of those that actually they've been indebted to large sums of amount, to AMCON. I think his was almost 140 billion naira. Even there's a member of the Senate, Jima Ibrahim, is equally indebted to the tune of almost 200 billion naira, and a lot of them like that. So. And then there was a withdrawal today at the court that.
All right. Have we lost you? You did say we were going to lose you early. Are you there?
I think we've lost him.
It's gone. I thought he moved to APC because he was trying to prepare for the gubernatorial election, but of course, there's always a bargaining chip, and this is going to be one of those things that they will have against him. Like we always say, one man, they are all politicians, and they all know where their skeletons are buried. When Atiku was fervently and viciously going after Tinubu, and they will be actually latched onto it when even Obedient were denying the fact that he was.
Enigmatic, you are dipping heavily. Enigmatic.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Until it was very apparent that Obi was equally interested in it, and he came out to make his.
No, you are gone again. Enigmatic, join us when you have.
Tinubu at the time now Obi is being chased, Atiku is being chased, so they are all having their backs against the wall. So they are all politicians, and when a couple of us say, "Look, where nobody where you go, part in Yash, we no go see shit," this is what we are talking about. all these politicians, they are all the same. None of them is actually clean or probably angelic as we speak. So those are the things that I will speak about briefly, and then I would just say a big kudos to all the people that have been very consistent on the platform. A lot of us have quite been busy and stuff like that. So basically, that's it. Baba, I hail, and thanks for the time, and I appreciate the opportunity to man.
Oh, all right. Enigmatic, join us.
Enigmatic, bless you.
Yeah, join us later if you're in a better position and you have more time. Your audience wants to hear from you. So that's Enigmatic Hyundai. So thank you, Enigmatic, and thank you for yielding the space, Solomon. Back to you.
Yeah. But even at that, maybe he would have gotten the intel that they can still come after him. So that was why he still made, not just only because of this, but all join. You understand? Yeah. And I know that this guy was up to something joining APC. He's not just going there to just go and lie to, or in the name of trying to put in the Southeast in APC political this thing. Yeah, so woman, that is it. Then this guy, okay, I don't know if we've talked about this guy that they sacked. That the Adamawa guy.
Sex shop senator called Elisha Abo.
Yeah, that said that even said the other day that more people would be disqualified, like of Ojizo Kalu and others. But let's see how it will play out anyway.
No, but he's withdrawn that statement though, because he was on television today apologizing to Akpabio, saying he did not mean it and it was misled.
Wow! Oh, he did. Okay, I did not know. So
the guy is a certifiable idiot. That because they used that opportunity to dig out that clip when he was in that sex shop, slapping around that girl. I don't know, man. The guy should be in prison. Never mind. But then, of course, half the people in the Senate should really be in prison.
Yeah. And I wanted to say something about that yesterday headline. One of those headlines of yesterday about that in Dume but let's just go. Let's go to some other topic.
No. What did you want to say about that? Ndume versus Akpabio. Because I'm no great fan of Ndume, but the criticism that Akpabio, as soon as something comes in from Aso Rock, he quickly signs it off. He doesn't really understand the rules of the Senate, and I think is he not a first-term senator, even Akpabio? I'm not quite sure he will be able to hold on to that seat for too long at the way it's going on.
Yeah, like I think they need to just change that guy, and the way he's conducting this National Assembly, this thing is not really making sense. Like he's just doing it like the way people predicted it would be. That is how it's going. He should do better, and they should coordinate themselves. The way that guy behaved the other day, walking out on them, is just very bad, even though he was trying to make a reasonable point, but it was really, really bad. So they have to conduct themselves well, so that this country just start pressing. They need to really conduct themselves.
Why you know Japa now? I thought but you're not talking to Patrick about Japa.
No, woman. I you know what, we'll talk later about
okay. All right, talk to us about Mr. Ibu instead then. And Reno Omokri saying that Peter Obi should foot his medical bills. Do you agree with that?
Yeah. He's not somebody, a young guy in Anambra State has
footed his medical bill.
Yeah, I said they should put up the bill, like they should calculate the bill and give it to him. But Reno trying to put it, must it be P2B that would even though I'm a supporter of Reno, but it shouldn't be. It's not a must that it would be P2B that would do this thing, that would foot the guy's bill. Like I don't know why.
Are you surprised that Peter Obi has not run any commentary on this? He's very quick to comment on everything else. Now his supporter is in need. is not putting that on his Twitter handle.
Yeah.
Is Peter Obi a use them and dump them? Is he use and dump? Sort of one of those guys.
Yeah, because what they call P2B don't need to answer this guy. He don't need to reply this guy. This one he did not do well. Even though I'm a supporter, why will he be calling P2B into this kind of thing? He should not reply him at all. He messed up.
You know, Reno is really heavily baiting Peter Obi, and very soon Peter Obi will have to react to him.
If he's in other things concerning politics, this one is not concerning politics. He can do anything. I support him.
But it's concerning hypocrisy, though. The hypocrisy of you know.
And let me tell you something. B2B might even do something, and he will do it low key. He will not really want to allow it. Do you understand? He will not really.
Really? Okay. Low-key.
Yeah, he might do something concerning it, but he will not allow it. And
are you saying it's low-key?
No. I just said in this kind of thing, he might do it, and he will not want people to know how that kind of thing. I'm not a P2B supporter, but
P2B is a cloud chaser.
It's impossible for him to do anything low-key. Anyway.
If that is what you believe.
Anytime he fries dodo, he will tell the whole world that, look, I am fried dodo, I am with the common man, you know.
if that is what you believe, it's fine. It's fine, Woma, but I don't think Reno should have called him to just start talking about this whole thing, involving him in this.
Do you think Reno is using Peter Obi's name to chase clouds?
No. He's playing on the obedience. You know that obedience will always come, and he's cashing out on their head. Do you understand? So that's why when he used them, he's not really chasing clouds. I think he's making money with them. When they're engaging in his page and all that kind of thing. Those abusers to abuse him. You know, those things. He has monetized his account is monetized. So
on Twitter,
engagement on all you even have to subscribe in his. You can subscribe in his Twitter page and all that. So, you know, as this thing is monetized, when you engage him, he will still be cashing out. So he's playing on them. If obedience have sense, they should just stop engaging him and all that, because he's just poking them so that they will come, and they keep coming. It's really bad.
Talk to us about the headline on the screen. President Tinubu dragged to ECOWAS over alleged certificate forgery. So this is some random organization writing to the ECOWAS board to ask them to step Tinubu down as the chairman of ECOWAS and investigate his certificate and drugs allegation. So it serves no purpose other than what's that sound, Solomon?
Sorry, it was from me, but it's cool now.
All right, it serves no purpose other than to demarket the country. ECOWAS are not going to step Tinubu down. ECOWAS is not going to investigate Tinubu. It's just really another way to try and embarrass Tinubu. But ultimately, all these moves is just demarketing the country, isn't it?
One thing, let me tell you something. I don't know, kind of some people that are just making certain moves. How will they be taking this man, somebody that is the chairman of ECOWAS, and they are dragging him to ECOWAS? What will ECOWAS do? Okay, it's not like
maybe they will give him 100 lashes of Koboko at the next meeting.
What they would have done the right thing during the election. Assuming this, I just look at Nigerians who are just sometimes I don't know, especially the old people, the way they played this previous politics, this last election, the way they played the politics was very embarrassing. Like, to be honest with you, you know that how the country is. Even this APC, how they got into power. And you would have just simple thing would have done and just save ourselves this stress. Now, most people that were saying that it will be or nothing, they are even praying that if Atiku could just enter. Assuming they supported Waziri, the one that is achievable. All these things now of talking about carry to ECOWAS chairman to ECOWAS to go and drag him. All those things would have not played out. But you see them. Now they are just here now doing all these ones that doing. Like, let's stop doing things out of emotions.
Why are you laughing like that? Are you mocking
because them? I want them. I want them. Oh, especially those obedient.
Why you You're not good though. There's no way you feel about now. They'll come catch you.
No, they don't get level. They don't get level. especially obedient, they go what they do, what they do say this. So I just look there, they laugh. As if they heard, they just listened. And we now PDP will be our own. They will just have power. They are here talking. That is when most Yoruba people like Mike Olawale talks the way he talks. I just see it's not the bro's fault now. It's assuming these people played our politics right. They just remove their emotions and know that it is the result that is the cocoa. It's not even about this one. They are talking about somebody who is a saint, who is that one, who is this one. And because even if Obi, he might be a good person, but to me, he still follow people that scatter the country. Because I was watching a clip of one Audi Ogbe something from Benue State. How he was narrating how the economy started crumbling from 1986 or so, and that people came and that kind of thing convinced them they should be devaluing the naira, and that for that past 32 years or so, that is how the economy. And he even made analysis of how we use 18 billion to import toothpick, how we use 400 billion to import tomato paste and all that. And you see, these are the things, and he was involved in this thing. If that time that he started all this, that Obi really wanted this country to be to be good, he would have not involved in that trading. Can you hear me, woman? Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, Solomon, they hear you.
Yeah. If he truly wanted, he would have not indulged in such business. Do you understand? He would have led a protest and know that from that time, not when you've become, Obi is a billionaire. Now that he's a billionaire and he's coming out to just come and tell us consumption to production. You see, these are the things. So right now, if anybody wants to do anything, you have to just come out clean. Don't go through the process, finish and come and be happy, shouting for us, be telling us this one. So, woman, I just look at all these things and I was watching that video. It was really, really touching, to be honest with you. So, what am I trying to say? These people going to ECOWAS, they should just stop wasting their time.
No, it's just a meaningless. It's just for that day in the newspapers, and it's really just continue to demarket the country. But let me take you to this headline. You know that those vehicles that the senators bought for themselves, that seems to annoy you so much, and we were inviting the Labour Party to take a position. It looks as though they have a patriotic statement. Shehu Sani reacts as Labour Party tells reps to reject Tinubu's 160 million SUV. It says a former federal lawmaker, Shehu Sani, has reacted after the national chairman of the Labour Party, Julius Abure, condemned the 160 million naira official vehicle being awarded to each of the 360 members of the House of Representatives. Let's say. Whilst urging his party lawmakers to reject the gifts, Aburi described the action as the height of insensitivity. Reacting via Twitter on Wednesday, October the 18th, the former Kaduna State governor described Aburi's order as a patriotic statement. So there is that test right there. So we now we're now waiting in bated anticipation to see if the Labour Party members actually reject a brand new 160 million naira super Jeep. What do you think they'll do? Because they are now on the line now, the way they've positioned.
I'm still eager to see what they will do. But Aburi coming out, I will not really give him any credit, just for formality. Let it not be like we no talk. Do you understand? So that is why he's just making that statement. And this Shehu man, he behaves like
if one of them takes that SUV after a direct instruction from the party, that makes the whole of them fraud.
One man, I believe that these guys they will not object. They will partake in taking they might even be the first people that would tell them to go park their own in their garage.
You know that the average Labour Party representative is poverty stricken.
Don't talk like that.
We call them Elebi in Yoruba land. It's Elebi in the Africa.
Don't talk like
somebody went like Don Wire. You give them a super you must be a joker. Reject it. They have already rejected all the bribes he has been collecting. Go around the world using Obi's name to make endless.
This Shehu Sadi behaves like a novice, somebody that just joined politics. The way he talks, maybe these are the kind of people you say that they are chasing clouds. To be honest with you, they want to be in the good books of the socially obedient because they have the numbers online, so that they will not bash him and he will gain followership and that kind of thing. So that is why. But the Buri coming out to say this thing is just for formality. I don't see any of these guys that
there's not one single person that will reject that card.
That will reject this thing.
You know what usually happens when they buy them these vehicles. After 3 years, they will condemn the vehicles and then they will sell it to them at a pittance at maybe at 1.5% the value of the vehicle. They say the vehicle is old and certainly every senator, every rep is taking his vehicle whenever he leaves that space, and when their term renews in 4 years' time, they get another round of vehicle. They get to pay off that. They buy that one or virtually. It's a scam now. Who would not? Who doesn't want to live that life? Siren blaring, you in a super jeep, police orderly, all of that. You the joke.
It is mad, you know.
Labor.
Do you know where they would have even started rejecting?
They will ask for more.
From that 2 million naira saved that they disbursed that period that they say they should just use for the weekend. That is.
Every single one of them collected it.
They collect something, and in fact, now, do you know that you cannot differentiate who is a Labour Party senator? Do you know? You can't differentiate who is a Labour Party senator and who is a senator that is from APC. You can't, because they all blend. I knew that they will always blend. Somebody like Victor Ome, that they say he had issues with Peter Obi in Abga because of all of it. So that one is a wise man. Don't you see the long cap he wears? And you just know that this guy is a wise man. He knows that he needs to settle with Obi. No permanent friend, no permanent enemy, so that he will be relevant. And he's relevant now. So, and that one has been in the game. Is it that kind of person? You not tell me that? No.
I don't see Labour Party actually even holding on to those representatives for long. As soon as this Supreme Court thing comes and goes, all of them will start be doing Ifeanyi Ubah. They all turn to Ifeanyi Ubah.
Ifeanyi Ubah has a point. You know, the guy is a YPP guy. He left YPP. But I know that people from Labour Party who defect to APC. I'm telling you the truth. They will not even go to their to PDP because they are PDP light. Labour Party is PDP light. They will not go to PDP. They will go to what they call it to APC, but the ones in the north might go to NNPP. Some of them in the north will go to NNPP because if NNPP has ideology of.
Yes, you know, I actually see the re-emergence of a northern party. What was that party that Buhari was riding for so many years?
CPC?
Yes, there'll be a resurgence of either CPC or a CPC-like party. Because the Northerners, they often recall from being ruled by a Southerner.
You know, Wama, let me tell you something. This NNPP has the ideology is more solid than CPC. CPC is going to, even if possible, is going to spread down to the south by the grace of God, because this NNPP, because what they are doing is the kind of politics or the kind of party that we need in Nigeria, to be honest with you. Like, is for the common people.
Like social democrat sort of.
Yeah, and I know that party is a wonderful party, to be honest with you, man. Just yesterday, what their governor, especially that Kano State is just like a model that they want, like a template state that they will use in certain examples so that people will see and will spread
the one that did
mass wedding.
Mass wedding.
And give them a bed. I give them bed.
50,000.
It's based on their religious. Based on their religious.
That's to tell them that look, go and produce more children for us so that they can grow up and vote.
No. It is based on their.
You guys go and produce more children and let them grow up and be Quanquasia.
Why the bed though? Why the bed?
He said here now one man that you saw.
Woman, let me tell you something.
I believe in public as well. They put
Nigeria.
Nigeria
is a funny country.
Woman, wait. Babaja, let me say something to you.
Is that not soft?
Woman. See, that thing is based on. Babaja, let me say something.
They want to repopulate Kano.
No, woman, it's based on religious. It's based on religious belief. They are trying to curb those sexual immoralities of prostitution, adultery, and fornication. Those kind of things. Do you understand? So that is why those things are based on religious belief. It's not just to just like how would I say, to increase population, but to curb immoralities in the states. That is why they indulge in. Are we not seeing tomorrow now? They will be flagging off. There will be You
know that thing actually started under Kwakwanso, and it's been happening almost every year now.
If Nigeria was a good, like the economy of Nigeria, would say if Nigeria was a good country, was good at people can get married at and get good jobs and all that. There are people do that. Like you don't need to know anybody before you. Those kind of things is good, especially for people, and those people, most of them, for people like that. So it's based on religious belief that made them carry out that thing. And if we are talking like this, tomorrow they are going to be sending 1,001 student that they'll be sending to very different countries to go and study. Do you understand? So if we
hopefully something useful and not Arabic studies and all of these things
no, they go to different countries, not Arabic studies at all. The people that study other good courses or that. So it's not even based. This one is not based on. It's not for you to go and be studying Islamic study or Arabic studies. This one is anything you're capable of studying that you can do well.
Yeah, but every other state has a scholarship system now.
Which other state? One man, let me tell you, I even laugh at.
Even your state has a scholarship system now.
One man, let me tell you something, and we don't. Do you know what Kano people did? Kano state government did in this increment of school fees and all that. They've paid about 7,000 students school fees. See,
what did Soludo do?
This one is just
free education in Anambra State.
It's not for primary school. Did he give it to higher institution?
Up to secondary school now. Up to secondary school.
Well, that one has always been there, and they will not even just give them after this year. Now you see, or next year, you see the way they will be running all those things that they're doing. I don't think.
Why do you always run down your own? So Ludo does this.
I don't run down my own. One man.
It guarantees education from birth to at least CSS 3, which is to tell you that whoever that child is has a good grounding of education. They can read, write, do mathematics to survival and semi-advanced level. So that's an education right there, right across the board, the entirety of the state. And you are knocking that down, but some mala that is just using state money to throw at 1,000 people.
Mass marriage. Mass marriage program. Mass marriage program.
Are you not a Muslim, Babaja? Are you not a Muslim?
Free marriage.
One man, I believe Babaja is a Muslim.
You actually has not declared the religion, so I'm not quite sure.
Okay. I thought maybe I used to think maybe he's a Muslim, but to be honest with you, if you are one, you should know what even we Christians too say is not even good to indulge in such acts.
Okay, who has used state funds more judiciously? So Ludo giving the totality of Anambra State free education, or this guy marrying them off and giving them a bed to get pregnant on?
One man, this guy is because he's old. He's doing it for his it is his religious belief. His
no. Which one is the better use of state funds? Educating people or giving them opportunities for sex?
Well, man, this guy is also educating people. I don't want to answer that question.
1,000 people.
Not just, let's not say you're giving them bed for sex. He's doing to me, I feel he's doing the right thing. Do you understand? But for Soludo owner, let's just watch. I'm not. You said something that I always talk down. I don't talk down on my own. God forbid. I will always just point out why I feel is not right. But I can't, because if I talk down on my own, who will be my own, or who will I be his or her own? So, because if everything we say here tomorrow, if I want to do anything, it's my own people I will still go and meet, and I will still have to be, as in, solidify my relationship with them. So I don't talk down on my own. Anybody that feels that way, the person just don't. Yeah, they say the truth is bitter.
All right. Maybe I misspoke, but still, you praise the northern.
No, I not praise. No, I don't praise. I don't praise human being. I just only applaud, as in like just say the good thing that they do. I don't. Why would I praise any human being? I don't praise human being. Woman. It's just that they are doing well. Kano State is going to, with what is going on there. I think the state is going to, just like my Abia State, my governor too is still trying. He's really, really trying. Like today now, he was in Hungary, and he's just going to carry out some. They visited some in companies there, like the one agricultural company that they do this what they call it for agriculture. Yeah, one of the agricultural companies there. Which other one again? I think for shoemaking too. And lastly, how to use to generate electricity and all that with agricultural materials and all that. Yeah. So my state governor is doing well. You see, he just flagged off the seaport. So I can't talk down my own, and I appreciate the government.
How do you mean a dry port or a river port? How will Abia State flag off a seaport? What are we talking about? Where is the sea in Abia State?
Excuse me, it was not okay. Is it a dry port? Sorry,
maybe a river port or what do you call it? No,
it's not a river port. I think that I saw the headline.
It cannot be a seaport. Go and check it.
Owaza.
I know Owaza very well now, more than you imagine. How would there be a seaport?
I've not been to Owaza before, but that was the headline.
Anyhow, that's by the way, sir. Just to
you say you're from Abia State. You should do well in following people of Abia this blog on Instagram.
I said I'm from Abia State.
Yeah, I'm just like informing you so that maybe you will see all these things.
No. You just said I said I'm from Abia State.
Anybody man Abia Ke.
No, okay, sorry. I thought he's
from Abia Ibadan.
I thought he's a maker. Sorry. I thought he's just a maker.
Man, Ibadan man, no, a very proud one.
Sorry. I thought it was a
okay, but I know Owaza very well. I know Owaza extremely very well, more than some indigenous. Way more.
I've not been to Owaza.
I know Owaza. I know practically everywhere in Abia. So I'm saying that there is no sea, and if there is no sea, you cannot have a seaport.
So why did you now call it a seaport?
Well, maybe there are excitement. Maybe God will create sea that will reach there someday. But for now, there is no sea in Owaza.
Well, but he is carrying out measure.
Have you been to Abia State before, Solomon?
Me, I'm really asking if I've been to my home. It's really funny. I know.
Where are you from in Abia State?
I'm from ECOWAS local government.
Oh, ECOWAS don't they go? What's the name of this site? ECOWAS don't they go? Akwa Ibom.
Yeah.
That's on our road. That's on our road with the follow. That time we road spoil go Akwa Ibom. They don't repair them. You know that we don't call that road now. That's
is it the one at Umudike?
No, not Umudike.
No, it's the one at Umudike.
There's a road if you are coming from Aba, when you enter, when you are coming from Port Harcourt, as you just enter that place where they do this native cloth. There's one back road there. We'll follow to back of Kongwa. Oh, they are working on it now. That road leads to very short to Akwa Ibom, but man, it was terrible. Yeah. I on that road one day I was there. Guys were see guinea fowl. That's bush guinea fowl. I actually bought some. Guys were hunting it. Since that day with this stranded now because I couldn't go forward. I was carrying some things to a site in there.
in Calabar, so I followed them. I was actually going to Obubra, so I wanted to go through this place in Ebonyi, follow the back road because the major road was terrible. That was many years ago, yeah. So I know Abia a little bit, at least. Don't let me say very well.
Yeah. So one man, you don't ask me that question. Don't ask me if I've been to Abia. There is my place. I did my famous
okay, but I'm from Akimori, but I've never set foot there ever.
You see, we will call you diet cook, Yoruba man. You have to.
But I've been to Ibadan also, but I've not been to my hometown. So it doesn't mean that.
Oh man, just more that calling Ejirin or something.
Can you imagine? Are calling Daddy Freeze a white guy?
Is it not a white guy?
Daddy Freeze, they chop Yoruba like Yoruba man where they chop Amala. To be honest with you, he speaks Yoruba.
You know Amala? Do you know Amala? You know how to eat Amala?
I've never eaten Amala, but I know Amala.
No wonder you never said that. If you eat,
I no go feature Amala. No.
Deceiving yourself. I bet
that the phrase now fake pastor anyway.
Never try.
By
your side.
He's online pastor.
Free the sheep. What's the name of his church? Free the sheep.
Free the sheep. Free Nation. Yeah,
Free Nation.
Yeah, Free Nation. Yeah, I think. Yeah. So no, Daddy Freeze is doing a good work. Let me tell you, he's just making people.
I would like an opportunity to battle him. If I see him on some neutral platform, I'll go there. I've been looking for a chance to battle that guy for a long time.
Daddy Freeze, he's just like the way he is. The guy is an Yoruba guy with Igbo sense. Anyway, he's marrying an Igbo woman. I don't think he really goes to.
His woman is not Igbo. She's South, isn't she?
No, she's Igbo. She's Igbo.
Tasty body or something.
Tasty body. She's not South. I think
she doesn't look Igbo though. She looks Calabar sort of.
No, which other tribe will produce that kind of beautiful lady? It's only Igbo now.
You know, I was reading a statistic just yesterday. Do you know the best people are at schooling? The people who do the best, according to the data from JAMB, WAEC, everything. Do you know the best people who do best in schooling?
No. Who?
They are Igbo women.
Wow. Yeah, they want it now. They deserve it because if you go to, it's true.
They are the top of all of the, at least at the JAMB, WAEC level, they are at the top of all of the data there. But if you add Igbo, if you add the men, if you add both men and women, then the Yorubas do better than everybody else. But if
I don't understand, why will you go this way?
No, that's what the data said. So the Igbo women do better in WAEC and JAMB than anybody else in Nigeria. But if you add the whole tribe, then as a tribe, the Yorubas do better.
So what other topic headline?
She's from River State. I did think so.
But she speaks Igbo.
She speaks she's from Anambra.
Are you sure?
From Anambra, yes.
Which one? Maybe he's talking about his first wife. Are you sure it's not his first wife?
No, his first wife is a Yoruba woman.
You can tell where people come from just from their text.
No, that one is an Igbo woman.
She's from Anambra, Anambra woman. But I think she grew up in Lagos.
She doesn't look. She doesn't look Igbo though, because you can tell what an Igbo person looks like. This is a good picture. This is not an Igbo look.
Because she grew up. Hold on, she grew up in Lagos. So
she looks like Etinosa. You know that girl Etinosa that is always stripping on Instagram. Yeah. She doesn't look. That's her now. She doesn't look anything Igbo.
She doesn't look like this. So she's darker than this.
This is touched up.
It's touched up. She's darker than this. But she's tall. She's darker than this.
Igbo.
She's Igbo. She's from Anambra.
Is she not his fifth wife or something? That guy is just going to be there.
This guy is not that old. She's his second wife, and I don't think he left that marriage like it was not his fault actually with the way he has talked about that is
you think he will talk about it to say it's his fault?
No, this guy Daddy Freeze is one person that he tries to be honest, even though things. So you can't know everything.
Is he not the one that went to Dubai to tell us that the people criticizing Hush Puppy, they should be praying that their father should be his driver? Do you remember that? It's a Sakama J guy now. It's a guy man. That guy.
I like the guy. He's somebody that is like, he's this kind of on a normal ground day, on a normal day. He's this kind of person that, because of his complexion and his how his mom is from Romania and his dad is a Yoruba man, so you feel like the way he blend. If there's some people that will be running towards their mother's side, but him, he blend, and that is Yoruba alone. No, this guy is very.
Yeah, he grew up in Ibadan now, so it couldn't be anything other than as he is.
Very, very real guy. I like that Freeze, like, because he's real. The form, they come and he gives his
orientation. They always form. No being they always show off. Say, look at my wristwatch, look at my car, look at my this. Look
no,
at
one man, that one I just normal. He didn't go tell you how he take get those kind of wristwatch. He didn't go tell you see. He will always advise people that you should not go and be living above your means and all that kind of thing.
And he's a very sensitive guy as well, and very rude. He's always cursing people on his. I would love an opportunity to meet him on some platform and then step him down.
One man. One man.
Yes.
How contradictory can a sentence be? You just said he's a very what did you say now? Very decent, or what do you call it? You use one word now.
I didn't call him decent.
No, you use one word before you say, boy, what was the word? Snap. That is a very, like a clean, like a neat,
No, I wouldn't use anything complimentary.
What did you just say a minute ago?
I can't remember.
And you just followed it up by saying, boy, he's very rude too. So contradictory. Those two things.
No. I think it's very rude. I said it's very.
Yeah, I heard that.
I said it's very sensitive and very.
Okay,
rude.
Sensitive. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you be sensitive and be that rude at the same time?
Yes. Now, why
really?
not?
I thought if you are sensitive, you don't want to hurt other people.
No. That means that you have a thin skin and you cannot take criticism or personal comments. The way he reacts.
So he's sensitive to himself, but he's sensitive to other people's feelings. That's why he's rude and abusive. Okay.
No, it's not sensitive to other people's feelings. It's sensitive to people having opinions about him.
That's what I'm saying. You said it's okay. I got you.
Okay, if it's based on that woman, I think I agree with you because most times when people, the only people he allows on his life are those people that don't comment anything negative or that are not opposing what he say. That are not opposing what. But if you oppose what he said or what he's saying, he will just speak. They curse people with Yoruba way. He will just drop one tick Yoruba like that. I swear for the person generation. This guy is a comedian, to be honest with you. Most times I just go there to go and laugh.
Did they not sack him from his radio job? I think they sacked him. And he's now hustling on Instagram like everybody else.
I don't know about that, but I don't know about that, woman. But he used to talk about
quit because of pressure from the Pentecostal pastors. When he was really at loggerheads with the Pentecostal Pastors Association.
But he was best friends with Johnson Suleiman, though. Remember when Johnson Suleiman had that thing with Stephanie Otobo? When the girls claimed that he wanted to poison her, he was championing him.
Yeah, but he's best friend to him. But they're still friends till now. But I don't know. Baba, I want to say something.
No, carry on, Solomon, please.
No, I don't have opinion on about him, and I just know that they are in good terms. And anytime there's anything that anything comes up, he calls him, he invites him to his life, and they just.
You know what? I see I see him in the same bracket as I see people like Dele Momodu. It's like anywhere the dollar is.
No. Dele Momodu, one man. I'm not an Yoruba guy, but Dele Momodu is somebody that the way I see Reno, that is how I see him. These people are In fact, I see him as the advanced Reno. That man is a very
advanced Reno. You see him as the advanced Reno
in terms of knowledge, in terms of
no, that guy cannot shine Reno's boot. So Reno is a super brain now.
One man. Okay, one man. No, that's Dele Momodu. The man is somebody that
Reno is more knowledgeable. Is more knowledgeable than Dele Momodu and Daddy Freeze combined.
If you say
you are correct, woman.
But for Reno, if you say for Dele, I don't think that Uncle Bob, as they call him, is no. That guy is good.
Good in what?
In terms of knowledge, that guy is good.
What kind of knowledge? What kind of knowledge? What did you see? What are you saying to come to that conclusion?
See, these two persons are my people I follow, and I know what I'm saying about
them. Sorry, Oga. Don't compare Dele Momodu with Reno. At all.
The pedigree is different.
Don't compare them. Don't.
Golf.
Abba, what are you talking about?
Wide golf.
Dele Momodu is my brother, but man, you want to compare person with faint with person with die.
I think Reno has PhD in law.
Both of them are smart guys.
Well, everybody is smart in his own class.
They call Dele Momodu Alatenuje in Yoruba.
Alagbafo.
Yes. What does he mean, please?
Who says so? Who call him Alatenuje?
The Yoruba people.
What does he mean?
We call him Alagbafo.
The drawback he has mostly that he didn't come to Lagos until he was 28 years. He grew up in Ife.
He's a very smart guy. If he's not smart, he won't be able to have that ovation that is, is accepted all over the world, even by
Yeah. What is the concept of ovation in the first place?
It's Owambe.
Yeah, no, it's glamour.
Yeah, it's more of a PR job. It's not really as journalistic in its form. It's just a PR. Let me launder the image, right?
Okoya turns 50. Look at the size of the cake. Look at his agbada.
So it's more of a PR. It's more of a patronizing people.
Yeah, but for him to be successful and take it around Africa, I mean, that's to tell you that he's very smart and he has that business acumen that.
But he's not as smart as Reno Mokri.
No, he's smarter than Reno Mokri.
You think so?
Oh yeah. I mean, Reno Mokri is a talker. Remo can talk all the time.
Remo has authored many books. He's an author, he's a preacher, he's a lawyer.
He's an educator.
The father was a Appeal Court judge. I think the mother a teacher.
Look,
he has pedigree.
Where have you seen somebody that studied Yoruba?
First degree. Dele Momodu.
And became journalist and chief editor of the best newspaper in Nigeria.
Did he make that grade in Concord, chief editor?
Oh, yes.
I can't remember.
Yeah, Sunday.
I can't remember.
Sunday Concord was the chief editor. He's a very smart guy.
But that was job for the boys, though.
It's not a job for the boys.
It was Abiola's party man. It was Abiola's.
No, Abiola, detected something in him that, look, this guy, and he did it.
Can I draw your attention to something?
Yes.
If you study the style of Dele Momodu's writing, most of the time it's more or less like laundering the image of someone. I want to believe that it was brought to Concord, number one, to sweet talk and to polish the the personality of MKO and his friends. Because the reason why I said this is if you look at the back page, most of the time when he writes his column, it's not really delving into the major issue itself, but more or less like let's just scratch the surface, say sweet stuff about somebody.
It's soft sell.
Yeah, it's more like a soft sell, like all those glamour newspaper, not like a in-depth analysis of the issue. I mean, I haven't seen him talking about finances.
And it's more photojournalism. If you look at Ovation, it's more about the pictures than anything else. And they will say, oh, the dress was made by something, and the multi.
I think the best trait he has.
It will spend 2 paragraphs glossing and polishing someone's image rather than speaking to the issue itself. So I'm not saying it's not a good journalist, but if you look at his trajectory, his pattern, it's almost the same line. So it's more like a PR personality. I know someone who actually worked with him when they were both in Concord. This person was a sketch, what do you call those people that draw the sketches and all that before migrating to cartoonists, before migrating to United States.
He did well anyway. If you compare him to the boys he affiliated himself with when he arrived Lagos at 28, people like Wale Olomu, Mayo Akepelu, and all the rest. Those are the people. Even in Concord, he started as an agent to Concord Bakery. I really don't know when it transited into journalism, but he came into Concord as a Bakery agent.
So it comes from the Akigbe Oba tradition of
there you go. Now you are talking.
Akigbe Oba.
Is a very smart Tomio. I mean,
he's smart, no doubt. Very amiable guy. If you meet him one-on-one,
yeah.
In the wrong party, isn't it? The losing one, the losing party.
No, he's biting him. He's flogging himself today anyway.
Look, the game he was playing then, it was Atiku that destroyed his projection. He knew that APC, what do you call it? Buhari tenure being a disaster for Nigeria. He believed that people will not vote for APC, and it would have happened. But it did not emphasize the crisis in PDP that we saw. So Obi left PDP. And then the problem with the 5 governors started as well. Yeah, and instead of the Atiku to manage that crisis well, he believed that, he can win it. Maybe some people have assured him that, look, you will win. Don't worry about that Yoruba man. So he actually did his calculation well, but Atiku messed everything up. Atiku have been the president if Obi have not left PDP, and the crisis will yeah.
Let me ask you this question.
Yes.
Before the general election, do you yourself believe Atiku will win that election? Do you?
No,
you're not even a political actor.
No, hold on. Not before the election. A year before they even
a year before. Do you believe that Atiku would have won that election?
Before Obi left, everybody thought
before Obi left.
Yeah.
Before Obi left, Atiku would have won. If Obi had all these Igbo will have voted, will have won in all Igbo land, and it will have even won in many of the what do you call this South state.
It's okay, we can speculate.
And
unfortunately,
the crisis in PDP, it really destroyed the image of PDP across the.
There were 2 things that cost Atiku that election: Obi leaving and the way he mismanaged Wike.
Exactly.
That is
Araja. If you are saying PDP, APC won because this whatever, who are the people that contributed to it? I'm not saying solely it was Dele Momodu, but he was part of them. A lot of the aides of Atiku, look at, they will have a meeting. They will be throwing jibes at Peter, what do you call him? Wike on TV interview. Instead of looking for a way to reconcile, beg Atiku, look, what these people are asking for, it's not too much. Let the chairman step down. If you want to do something, apologies to those that will not understand me. Why don't you just stoop to conquer and get what you want? But I had on 2 occasions, Dele Momodu throwing brick brats to on Wike. How do you resolve issue in such a manner? And this idea of if Wike, Peter, there have been no crisis in PDP. Now let's get 2 scenarios straight. Number 1, if Wike, Peter, what's his name? Atiku had not run, and they have given the ticket to Wike, it should be a walkover. That's number 1.
For who? It'll be a walkover for who?
No, for Tinubu, if that will be between Wike and Tinubu, if that will be between Peter Obi and Tinubu, it will still be a walkover in favor of Tinubu. The thing that would have given a semblance of reason and a fair chance.
So sorry, Bishop. What people are suggesting is, if Peter Obi had not left the PDP, and it was an Atiku Obi ticket, Atiku Obi vice, then Atiku will be the president today.
That's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. That if it had, now the narrative then does not support Obi running as a running mate to Atiku, because the Southeast believe, and rightly so, that look, this thing must come to the South and it is our turn. So Obi would not have gathered the kind of followership he gathered even in the Southeast if he had allowed himself to be a running mate to
Bishop.
Why would you finish your narrative? Let me finish my hold on. Let me
Yoruba and Igbo.
Let me finish my narrative. Ajaleko could stop taking what I was trying to interject you for long. You did not allow me. So let me land.
Oh, okay, land.
Now, like I said when I started, we can keep postulating now. Imagine it, because it did not happen. So anybody can be right by their own. If we bring flesh, we flesh up the argument. The sentiment, and underline that word, the sentiment and emotion then does not support a Peter Obi running with Atiku. It was not a popular thing to say then. People were really, really angry, and so many people that are supporting, because the idea is that, look, why after 8 years you want to go and support another for 8 years? It's completely is as a dead. It was not a popular. I'm looking for the right word to use now. It was something that is unthinkable. And remember when Waziri Adamawa went to somewhere, I think it was in Ogun State, and they asked him a question. Remember how he answered? In fact, his own answer was more arrogant than Tinubu. That is he going to run? He said he will run. That is this sure of getting? Say, have I ever failed to get the ticket before? Who are the ones that will stop me? Where are they? Do you understand the way he answered the question there? So for me, the sentiment then does not support another northern president. The sentiment, even in the Southeast.
Let me paint you this scenario, Bishop. If Peter Obi had stayed with the PDP. And it goes on to run as a vice, which he has done for Atiku for the second time, and then that ticket, Atiku Obi versus Tinubu and one other. I suspect that it might not be Kashim Shettima if that was the ticket he was running against. Because Kashim Shettima, if that was the ticket, where do you think the Southeasterners will vote in an Atiku Obi ticket versus a Tinubu Shettima ticket? Where would the Southeasterners vote?
Okay, now you just said southeast. How about south?
No, hold on. Go to the
I want to answer you now.
No, but answer the question that I'm asking first, then go. Yeah, how would the southeast vote? Yeah.
Whichever way, the southeast would have still voted for PDP, but it will not be in this magnitude that we saw, 97%, 90-something%. It should not be that, because there are some people that are really very angry at the ordinary thought of, after 8 years, that is an insult on the rest of us. After 8 years of this cry of Fulanization and the rest, another Fulani man wants to come. All of them would not have gone the way they did in this, what do you call it? All of them. Maybe it will get 50%. Other parties will share 50%. Maybe it will get 60%. Other parties will share 40%. But it wouldn't have been a landslide of the southeast, because some people who are really very angry with the thought of another Hausa man, for another Fulani man for 8 years. That is a factor we are not paying attention to. That factor is real. So how are they going to share it ultimately? Where it's left to be seen. But I'm sure the South, they will share it. Maybe, in fact, they might not even win South. That's the truth. But the thought of, so the factor of, or the thought of, oh, we are going to have another Fulani man for 8 years is repulsive to some people. Where it's okay, like I said, to speculate that, oh, maybe we would have. I know the fact that Kwakwanso, Peter Obi, and Wike pulled out of PDP was what made them to lose. If they had been together, and with all the crisis, self-inflicted crisis that APC caused, chances are that PDP would have won.
Bishop,
yes.
Look, I heard you said the percentage of support, or vote rather, that they gave Obi, they wouldn't have given same to Atiku. I tell you, they will have given the same to Atiku, because that is their traditional party. PDP is the traditional party of the East, and all the political leaders in the East are all in PDP. Even Soludo, that is not a member of party, was of the Soludo was of the opinion back then in his article that voting for Atiku is the road map for Igbo to be PDP. I mean for Igbo to be president. That is what Soludo wrote in his article. So they would have voted, because they would have looked at, okay, if we are within the corridor of power, is it not better than to be outside? Because if Tinubu wins, that means they'll be outside the power for many years. They don't even know. But voting for Atiku with an Igbo man, that take them to the corridor of power. That put them in a situation where they can participate in sharing power. They be on the table to share that power, share all the strategic position. And remember, Atiku has always been choosing Igbo as his vice since day one. He's been competing. He's been an Igbo man all through, that been his vice. So there are more. It is of his Buhari tenor that make them to be saying all those, oh, how many years for Igbo? No, I mean, how long the power go to the South? They will have voted for Atiku en masse. So
I would say, let's.
Atiku if Wike have been well managed by Atiku, and TK is not throwing all those, attacks.
Ajanekoko, you see, there are two factors that will come into play in that Atiku Obi ticket. The Southeast, so they have a choice between Atiku Obi and Tinubu Kashim Shettima. One, they will resent power not coming to the southeast, so we will take that and pack that to one side. But they will resent more power going to the southwest because they will feel that that is double cheating. That the last time power
yes,
they will resent that more, and they will also make the calculation that if power is not coming, the first seat is not coming to the southeast. If Peter Obi occupies the second seat, he will certainly champion their interest at the topmost of the table. So those two factors will make them vote still in the same numbers. One, to stop power going to the southwest, and two, to have Peter Obi at the top of that table. If it was an Atiku Obi ticket, Atiku will win, especially if they manage to cool Wiki down as well.
All this or anything, all of them, the leaders, they will jump out and say, well, let's go and vote for it. That is what they will have done. Because they will look at Tinubu, just like one man said, that, oh, this is a cheating now. We have voted for Yoruba man before. They will use Obasanjo as a reference. We voted for Yoruba man before. Why can't they let us go this time? It's better. Let us vote for Fulani man so that we'll be vice, and that won't give us guarantee that at least in the next 8 years at most, if we get to our own turn. So,
like I said, it's just an exercise. It's very speculative now because we are speaking after the fact. It has taken place. A lot of things could have gone the other way, but how it played out. And when I was listening to what is this? This man in Lagos, this PDP man, this old man now, about Bode George.
Bode George.
When I was listening to Bode George earlier today, I was talking. He admitted somewhere that it was actually the conflict that made the PDP to lose that election, that last general election. He admitted in one breath, and another breath he said because they did not transmit, because he just wanted to do damage control. We know that PDP had a better chance, as they used to do football pundits, that if they had managed their home well. If you remember earlier, before Peter Obi ran for that election, when we were hearing the news, Reno Omokri was the one that came out and say that it was Tinubu that was sponsoring Peter Obi to be a spoiler. I don't know if anybody remember when he said so. He made a lot of posts.
Oh yes, I remember that.
It was the strategy that Tinubu was using some people underground. That Tinubu is a political master strategist. That he's using some people even without Peter. In fact, he was almost openly pointing fingers at Pat Utomi and this Abeokuta man. Agbomagbe Kiloruko won.
Donyo Okukwe. Oh, then Purama one you rather long time.
You may have information that we don't have.
No, it was the politics of it now.
But in retrospect, wasn't he using them too?
Hello. It's Agbomagbe now.
Yeah,
National Bank.
How do you know Agbomagbe?
Agbomagbe. I forgot Agbomagbe Bank.
That's why I'm asking one man. How did it?
I know their house now.
Ebudemeta is
exactly when you are coming down Adekule on that bridge. That I know
opposite the burial ground.
In fact, if I mention my Papa Street for you for Lagos Island, you go know, but I don't go mention now.
Okay, reserve them later.
Oh, Bishop, you are Lagosian.
My Papa get house for Lagos Island for Sangros.
Bishop.
I won't tell you my name. Just wait until then. I want one man.
I thought you are from Ibadan. Bishop.
Yes.
I thought you are from your state. I thought you are from Ibadan.
Well, yeah. I mean, yes. Technically, I'm from Oyo State. That's our origin, from Ibadan. But a place where our grandfathers have lived for over 100 years, and they not only we call it Tibet, one street, one neighborhood, so I can swear.
You are the shun of the shore.
My any standard exactly. So at least the street is still dirty tomorrow. Anyhow, so people were. I mean, the guy that started it was Reno. that it was Tinubu that is using underhand tactics to sponsor, that he was even the one that prompted Peter Obi to leave PDP, that it was Tinubu's handiwork that scattered PDP. There is no way to confirm that. It was what this guy alleged, and there is nobody that disputed him or say yes or no. But the way things played out and how everything now favored the said candidate, the then candidate Tinubu, then sometimes you want to think, are there show thought there one, because by the time you begin to weigh them, things actually played out. And I will be damned if with some of them that claim political sagacity were not able to read the handwriting, that if not for the religion and the rest and purely ethnic something that Peter Obi used, that religious aspect, especially because of the Muslim ticket. Because if the Muslim ticket had not been there, that religion aspect would not have come in. Maybe, what we're saying, then it will have still gone, but it will not be this, bitterly fought. So everything, the man that carried the day can now say, well, I got it because I schemed this way, I schemed this way, and that's why I got this result. The ones that did not get it will say, oh, where did I go wrong? Maybe if I had gone the other way, maybe that gone the other way. So the likes of Dele Momodu did not give the necessary advice to Atiku to help him to navigate and come out victorious. It is either because they don't know what they were doing, or they were just wet blankets. They were just green snake that they were just, they were walking to a known end. That's my view.
Bishop, if you notice the Atiku campaign, he surrounded himself with young, and we can call them political naive or novice media team.
Very naive. It's only on social
some
media.
of them, look at Frank Schreiber. Who was Frank Schreiber 4 years ago? And if you look at
Voila,
the way and the violence of this world, and if you look at the way things were, so look at Dele Alake. Dele Alake was more or less spearheading the media team of Tinubu before he was resigned to solid minerals. So you could tell that if it's someone that is serious, you alienate people that do have been in this game for a very long time. You push them away. Now you are now trying to see if you can use the younger one to appeal to the likes of the obedient so that they'll be able to secure vote. It doesn't work that way. Yes, the likes of Ajurin Galele wouldn't have succeeded if he had been appointed prior to the election, right? But Tinubu utilize people that are being on the ground, that knows this game in and out. Exactly. Now that the job itself is already in his hand, he can use Ajurin Galele. All he needs is just to go out there in front of television and talk to people, right? Atiku shot himself in the foot. He actually was a self-inflicted wound, because if you look at the way things are, even coupled with the vote that he got, he will have hands down wins that election.
But the thing is, Dewale, Atiku is as experienced, if not more experienced, than Tinubu in politics, especially at the presidential level. Certainly at the presidential level, is more experienced. He has been a vice president. He has run presidential campaigns endlessly. So he has a backdrop of experience to pull. And not so spectacular.
If you notice before the APC primary, at a point, Tinubu was more or less seen as, was always counted out. There was a meeting that they had immediately shortly after their chairman made that pronouncement of a consensus candidate. There was a meeting. At that meeting, I was just reading to their body language as they were falling into that meeting. It was a meeting held in the evening or night, something like that. And I was looking at the way everybody was coming in, even the devil mice and all the likes of them. And I was watching them coming into that meeting. They were all sitting down there. And it seems Tinubu was more or less ostracized, in that meeting. But the thing is this. Sometimes you will need to lay low, to pipe down, to act like a sheep. all right, for you to be able to get what you wanted. But when you're not beginning to impose yourself, that party went south simply because of self-imposition. I mean, if you consider the statement made by the chairman of PDP when he was congratulating Tambo, a grand scheme game, he played that he succeeded momentarily. Long game. And if he had picked Wiki, it won't cost.
We're losing you, Dewale. We're losing you.
Yeah, I think it's network.
All right, let's bring it. Let's see if Emeka is there. Emeka is there.
One man can also get me. Go back to the main topic.
All right. Yes, we can go back to the main topic, but that conversation was quite engaging. Solomon has dropped. So, yeah, go on. Can you just?
Yeah, so I was saying that, if he had, humbled himself and tried to make himself, the sheep, maybe the likes of the Wiki would have considered and perhaps give him the vice presidential slot. What would it cost him? But, things has been on the fast gear for a very long time. So to now shift gear, they all knew who was going to be picked. Even when they were having the Southern Governors Forums meeting, they all knew who Atiku was going to pick. But at the end of it all, it didn't work out, and he now appears like someone who is just learning the ABC of.
Your connection is dipping.
Okay. So that others can contribute.
Stay with us. Let's go on to Emeka. So Emeka, NADECO suggested we go back to the talking points, and some of the talking points. The one that really pops out. In fact, they all pop out really, but this narrative. Let me bring you in with this one. President Tinubu dragged to ECOWAS over alleged certificate forgery. So it's some organization that has written this long and winding petition to the ECOWAS body.
I think it's NADECO, and I'm really surprised.
NADECO, yes.
Yeah, because the president himself was a founding member of NADECO. I don't know which NADECO is this. Here is the US
branch.
US branch of NADECO. I saw it and I was very surprised that, the founding fathers of NADECO, the president was part of it, except it's a counterfeit NADECO, which I suspect, probably an obedient arm of NADECO that is pursuing this shadow issue to ECOWAS. What are they trying? You are reporting the chairman of ECOWAS to ECOWAS. You see how some people.
So who is going to constitute the body to investigate? Is it not the chairman?
Exactly. Except they are chasing clout, that they want people to know, to be reminded that there is a US branch of NADECO. Maybe they are looking for appointment. Or they just want to chase some clout, because it sounds so funny. When I saw it, I was like, what's all this? How can you report the chairman of, the chairman is like reporting your landlord to
his wife.
Exactly. You're reporting your landlord to his wife. Exactly. Right. That's a better analogy for that. So it's very funny, and I didn't pay any special interest to that story. Because of course we all know this is not going to head anywhere, but it sounds so silly. This is very ridiculous than the other ones, the obedient militarized factions were going about.
All right, let me take you to this space. A patriotic statement. Shehu Sani reacts as Labour Party tells reps to reject Tinubu's 160 million SUV. So is that narrative? And I think you were telling us when we first encountered this story that they were actually buying it from their budget, not from the national coffers. But Julius Ajuri, or whatever his name is, he's now invited Labour Party members to reject these SUVs. So now this is now that test then. to see then
No,
if they are as they put themselves forward to be.
You see, I think someone on this platform was saying obedience are the one who controls Obi and Labour Party, and not the other way around. I think it is true. You know, when this information leaked to the public was, you know, the noise. Oh, the country is poor, things are bad. Why are they buying these expensive vehicles for the lawmakers? You know, but again, if you understand the Nigerian political space very well, you will know that this is part of their benefit, the allowance, their remuneration. Every 4 years, each lawmaker is entitled to a vehicle loan, and they get the vehicle for him. It depreciates over a period of 4 years because that's the number of years for depreciation.
Emeka, it's not a loan.
It's a loan. It's a car loan. So it depreciates. Then
I'm hearing it from you first time.
It's not a car loan. It's not a loan. It's not a loan.
It's not a loan.
It's operational vehicles.
Official car they call it.
It's a loan. I showed it. I saw it. It's part of it's car loan. 8-point-something million. It's car loan. So at the end of the 4 years, the book value, they will not tell them to pay the book value. The lawmakers will not pay the book value or return the vehicle back. So
how can something be a loan to you and you are buying it up at the end of the day too?
No, at the end of the fourth year, they will not buy what's the book value, the balance, and say, okay, pay this amount to take the car. They pay it and they take the car.
No, make me understand this, Emeka, please. Just be patient with me. It's if it's a loan, I'll be paying aggregately every month, +1 to 4 years spread. Not so. So at the end of our term, I will have finished paying the loan. So why are they going now to subject it to some appraisal again, and I'll pay all balance? Let me understand that, please.
When you appreciate the value of the car,
system doesn't work like that, Emeka. There's no way that you'll be paying loan, and at the end of when you have not finished paying, they just say, okay, stop paying your loan, and they take it away at a cheap price. It's never done. It is not.
I don't understand that arithmetic. Because everywhere I've had, everybody that's spoken from the National Assembly has always been, it's an official car. That's what I've been hearing.
Is given to them free. It's not, they're not going to pay a dime on it.
What is there on there? Which I probably, maybe tomorrow, I'm not on my system at the moment. I would have
they might have.
I'll send it to one man.
Hold on. They might have within their benefit a loan program that, you know, if they want to buy a personal loan, they can get loan for that. That's on a separate.
No, personal loan is different. They can go to any financial institution and get a personal loan.
Official vehicle is given to them free.
I'll send it to one man tomorrow. Or tomorrow I'll send it to one man. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So it's part of their allowance anyway, or the benefit accrued to them. Let's look at it from that angle. But I'll send it to one man so that we can see it from.
It could still be a car loan, and then before its maturity, as part of a package, they just ask them to make a final payment of his book value.
No, loan agreement is never designed like that. One man.
No, it's not like a commercial loan, isn't it? It's a sweetheart loan.
One man. Loan is loan now. We know loan arrangement is not done like that.
Pay it
off. No matter what you have
at the end of when the car, if you get a car loan, right? If you get a car loan, it will be spread across 4 years, and you are making the payment. At the end of the loan, there will still be a final book balance that you need to still pay. So it's that book balance that you will not say, okay, pay this and take it. It's like you are getting a vehicle lease. Say, okay, pay this final book balance and take the vehicle, or whichever one do you want. Do you want to return it back and take the book and you'll be paid the book balance? So the way they structure it, I've gotten vehicle loans before, even where I worked, And many of us, we've all applied for vehicle loans. We know how it operates. So that's what happens. And at the end of it, they will take the vehicle and they move on. And the next 4 years, the next time they get another new one again. So why I'm saying this is that Abure should know that this is what is entitled to these lawmakers. That he's coming out to be talking about it now because he's in the public space. Shows that
is it just posturing? Is this just posturing?
That's what they do. That's what they do. They put their ears. That's why Mubi came out after Aisha Yusufu advised him to go and be chasing clouds with Atiku's fishing expedition. He came out and started talking from the script of Aisha Yusufu, and now they are making a mess and a mockery out of him. You understand? So they just go, they listen to what is on this public space and on social media. They say, okay, let's hop on this, let's be the sidekick on this, let's roll with this. This is what is going on. You understand? You know, you're chasing trend, you're chasing clouds. So that's what the Labour Party is deemed to be doing at this point in time. You should know these things, and since you, as a party chairman, you should know these things, and you should have advised your members on what not to do. That is part. It will be part of your constitution in your handbook that you give to your party members. And when they are being elected, they know what to do because they've signed up for it. You just don't tell somebody now, who are you ordering? People who have voted for these people, and you're telling them not to collect their entitlement. They will collect it and collect more.
Emeka, the side issue, of course, is that does Abure even have the authority to make that?
No, he still has his issues going on, and we will know at the end. We will know at the end. You know, he's this one. You know, hypocrites. I'll call them hypocrites. You know why?
One man, check your words up, please.
Okay.
You know why I call them hypocrites? Is the court and the police has deemed Abure a confirmed forger. He forged a court order. He forged certain people's signature and changed them during primaries. So they've confirmed him to be a certified forger. So that is confirmed. So now they've tested it at the Court of Appeal. They are going to the Supreme Court to confirm to see if the Supreme Court will do something about it. So he still has his own personal battles. And not only that, Obi too is tied to that battle. Now you can see that the Apapa faction are coming out to say they are going to suspend Obi. And once they suspend Obi, what that means is that if the Supreme Court upholds the Court of Appeal verdict that they currently have, Obi is no longer a Labour Party member. Automatically he's done. Because whatever decision that the Arabambi and the Lamide Apapa faction of the Labour Party has carried out, that would be the main decision of the Labour Party. So they will take over that structure if the Supreme Court gives them, confirms them as the winner of the case or gives the verdict for them. So they need to understand how to play the game. They still have some in-house issues going on. The factions, they are fighting each other for the survival of Labour Party. And with the way I'm seeing things, I think the Arambian and the Apapa Lamidi would see the day. They will carry the day. So which means Obi and Abure will look for another political party to go put their head and hide their shame. So from the look of things, maybe they may float a new political party, or let's see how it goes. We will get to hear very soon, and as quick as possible, probably in a couple of few weeks, we'll get to know if that party will continue to exist in the hands of Abure, or in the leadership of Abure, beg your pardon, or in the leadership of Apapa.
All right. Before I take you on to another talking point, let's just fact check ourselves as our Baba fact check source. It says reps to distribute official vehicles to members soon, spokesman. So it looks as though it is actually as Baba and Ajale Koko were describing it. It says the House of Representatives will soon begin the distribution of official vehicles to its members in the coming weeks. According to the House spokesperson, Akin Rotimi, the vehicles will be distributed to members are official vehicles and not for personal use. He further explained that these vehicles are assigned to members during their tenure and must be returned after their term ends. So that will suggest that is actually bought by the state for use of them to be returned. But like you said, it'll probably just be sold to them for cheap.
Yeah, okay. Let's say I will still try. I don't want us to keep beating this one further, but I will just try to check and also confirm from personally. But yeah, it's the likelihood of it being an official car. Yes, it's very possible. Well, I would also want to agree with that, because if a palm sector have an official car, why not a senator or a house of rep? They should probably also have an official car, and that will be sold to them at the end of their tenure. And then if they are going to be there for another
That is
4
their
years,
argument, Emeka, but it is very wrong. Very wrong. Honestly,
there's nothing wrong with it if it's part of their allowance.
Like you said, look, why not put that money in a facility in a bank? Let them go there and borrow this money and buy their own stuff and continue to pay back to the bank. Because the fraud here, the annoyance here is that after 4 years, Bishop,
let's try and take a step back and look at. There are more than 1,000 federal government agencies. More than 1,000 federal government agencies, whether small or big, different categories. All the chief executives of these agencies are entitled to official vehicles, and they use these big official vehicles. We know them, we see them around. If
some
those
of them
agencies,
bulletproof even, yeah.
Some of them bulletproof. If those agencies, some research institute, some educational support, and they are giving themselves and they are using this, and we're saying federal legislators. The problem with federal legislator is this, like politician, and that's the way politics go in our place. Every community see a politician as a Father Christmas, as the go-to for every problem. My wife born, we never discharge her for hospital. You will go honorable. My pikin, they pursue her from school. Honorable. Ara mama mi oya, lati jeta kini kan, honorable. So there is a lot. I'm not saying it is right, but that is our reality. So if we have agencies that these people supervise, that they have budgets, that they buy exotic and executive rights for themselves, and we're saying that if it is a policy that this is the minimum we want to use, but let it go around. You will not allow agencies of government, small agencies that will go and collect their budget from the National Assembly, to be buying exotic car for themselves. You now want to limit federal legislators like senators and House of members to driving Inosu or to go and be driving Pojo.
Let's also look at it from. I think it has been our culture from a very long time, right? If you even go to private sectors, from managers and above, they give them official cars. If you go to, like what Bishop has already said, if you go to parastatals, commissions, ministries, and the rest, so from director and above, you're being given an official car. So why should
can I say something, Emeka?
A senator or a house of rep not get his own official car? Why are we are just going to the optics?
Can I interject you? Emeka.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. You see, based on what Bishop just said, I think their responsibility is to carry out oversight and ensure that the resources of the state, of the country rather, is prudently managed. So if, as Bishop said, that some parastatals chairman and stuff like that, head of parastatals uses such a big vehicle, it's their responsibility to put their foot on the ground that you cannot use so amount of vehicle, because it's a public money that they are using to buy this most expensive vehicle. It is their responsibility. So can you just imagine that at this time that we are going through crisis, for God's sake, economic crisis, financial crisis, and these people are allocating funds for themselves to buy vehicle of 160 million naira.
Very bad optics.
I mean, this is how on earth this should happen? Why are they so insensitive to the plight of Nigerian people? These people have no mercy for their country. 160 million just for one vehicle, for official vehicle. That is, it's unbelievable that it can happen. Unbelievable. That runs into billions or trillions of naira just for only vehicle.
How
did you arrive at trillion?
Yes, I think that's just embarrassment. A better system would be if the Senate, if the parliamentarians, if the parliament had like a carpool. So they have a carpool, and whoever wants to go on official duty will just send a request note to the carpool to make an official vehicle ready. And if they're not on official duty, then they can use their own personal cars.
My question will be, the DGs for the commissions and the parastatals, what happens to them? And the permanent secretaries or the executive secretaries, what also happens to them?
That's executive branch. Even though I don't support
so those
that.
Ones, Sorry, Baba. Sorry to interject.
No. Carry on, Emeka. I'm just upset.
The lower officers can change their cars every 4 years. But the senators and the House of Representatives, for optics sake, should not change their own cars. If they should not, because there's a commission for this that sets remuneration, benefit, and allowances for these individuals and for all ministries and parastatals in the country, including that of the president and the presidency. There's a commission that is involved in this. It's part of the Ministry of Finance. Then that commission should do a review and take those off the table. Those allowances and benefits accrued to them off the table. Nobody should be enjoying it again. The country is broke. If that's the case, so we should, let's call a spade a spade. If something is entitled to some specific set of people,
okay, you know the implication here, Emeka. You know the implication. If it's an official vehicle, then they will be entitled to official PMS, and you can take that arithmetic very far.
Well, I don't know about if they're entitled to official PMS, then give them what they're entitled to. Until we look at it and say, if then the commission, I forgot the revenue remuneration, whatever it is, I'll try to get their name. It's a commission under the Federal Ministry of Finance. If they would look at it, they would look at it and say, okay, based on what we have, what is going on in the country, we need to review this and review it downward. It was not quite long ago, I think it was last month or last 2 months, the executive secretary of that commission was saying it's been a long time that they reviewed the salary of lawmakers and senators in the country, that it needs an upward review. And not only that, even civil servants, they need an upward review. So that's the job they do. But if they feel things are not going well in the country, they review these things and kick them out. It's just like you having a company and you see that your revenue is not growing as quick as possible. You either look at things, okay, we need to cut costs. How do we do it? Do we need to lay staff or do we need to reduce salaries? Or we don't want to give people vehicle this period again. Use your own vehicle. You review.
Or go take a loan. Go guaranteed by the federal might. Go take a loan and the federal might will guarantee it.
No, nobody should guarantee the loan. Go and take the loan yourself and guarantee it yourself.
Yeah, possibly.
But if the government is saying yes, it's entitled to them, it's their allowance. Can we because let's be very realistic, let's be honest for once, because I try to be as practical as possible, right? Because if you go to a company and they say this car is entitled to you, and then some other people are shouting, oh, why are you giving this man this car? And they say it's entitled to you. Would you tell them to shut your mouth up? It's entitled to me. Let me take my vehicle. But when you say that, people say it's private. No. But it's necessary for you to do your job. it's necessary for you to do your job, to commute from point A to
companies
point
have
B.
been known to even reduce the scale of the kind of cars the executive drive. In time of plenty, yes, they will spread. They will splash, I mean.
I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with that. So it is now up to the commission. Why am I forgetting the name of this commission? To now look at things and say, okay, we will
I think you nearly got the name.
Revenue
something
mobilization,
something like that.
Yeah, revenue mobilization. Yes, commission. It's under the Ministry of Finance. Exactly. That's the name. So they will look at it and say, let's review salary downwards and take out some things, or let's reduce the kind of vehicle we'll be allocating to senators, lawmakers, as well as DGs, ES, executive secretaries, and permanent secretaries in the ministries. Then you review it downwards, and everybody will understand. I don't think the senators would make a noise if you say, "Oh, senators, we don't have enough money for you to take this kind of car. Okay, can you go and take a Prado rather than a Lexus?" The senators would make that noise. Or a Corolla. They would, because there is no money. But if you tell them that, okay, you are entitled to a Lexus, here is your Lexus, are they going to say no? Nobody's going to say no. But if you say, oh, okay, you were entitled to a Lexus, but the country is broke, but now you are not entitled to a Prado, can you take the Prado? Of course they are going to take it. That will even make them now say, put an oversight on it, like, okay, we need to ensure that we make more money this period so that we can all enjoy it. Everybody in the country will enjoy. But
okay, what's stopping them doing that?
They are already doing it. They're already doing it, passing the bills. So the government is already setting up its own policy and saying how to increase revenue. We need to be practical. They had FEC meeting. The outcome of the FEC meeting, we discussed it yesterday. Even today, the Minister of Policy Coordination just came out and said they are going to hold ministers and permanent and executive secretary to performance bond. So you are going to come and sign, and that will be monitored on a quarterly basis to see if everything is going according to plan. So, not Minister of Policy Coordination, the Special Assistant to the President of Policy Coordination.
Special Advisor.
Special Advisor.
What's
her name? Adiza, exactly. So holding them to task and ensuring that everybody get to do your job. So it's because the country needs to move forward. It's not a child's play anymore. Things needs to go according to plan and ensure ministers are delivering on the mandates being promised to the Nigerian people. Just today now, they've kicked off the 15 million cash transfer by Betty Edu to support 15 million household. So we understand these things, and definitely, you know, is about the view of moving the country to the next phase. But what is due to certain people should be due to them. I think the senators, you know, there's this apathy for we don't like politicians. The Nigerian public do not like politicians. We only like politicians when we become politicians ourselves. And let's be very honest, being a senator of any country in the world is a prestigious office. It means you are not just you are 1% of the 1% of the 1%. You are the top of your game, the creme de la creme of an entire nation. So why should you be subjected to you know? Let me not say things that maybe
there's nothing wrong about that, Emeka. Yes. But we can't afford it right now. They have free house, they have free furniture, dress allowance, newspaper allowance, and they're entitled to some number of staff.
We have a Ministry of Finance that coordinates the budget of every commission, every parastatal, every ministry in the country. They coordinate everything. All these things that we are saying goes under budget lines. Let's not confuse ourselves. They go into a budget head and budget line.
No, it's the National Assembly budget, no doubt about that. They are spending from, but when they will start bringing supplementary budget, we will not be there. They will not even let us know.
If it has gone into a budget, even if it's a supplementary budget, it has been budgeted for and it has been signed for. So if it has been signed for and it has been budgeted for, and there's a revenue,
we have other needs.
All right, let's move on.
Sorry, sir. Let me just calm down. Let me come. There's a revenue line for that expense. That budget expense has a revenue line coming for it. Of course, it's been budgeted for. The only thing there is that those who are now monitoring the budget should look at it within the Federal Ministry of Finance and say, no, we need to slash the budget down. We need to do budgetary control over this and slash this so that we can reduce costs and ensure that we grow our revenue as we are supposed to. But if it has been budgeted for, if it has been accounted for,
all right. Let's move on from this topic, Emeka. But before we move on, I think did you want to come in on this battle before I move?
Emeka? Yeah, please. I just want to ship something in. Sorry, in Australia here, these people only international students give them 40 billion every year, and these people, the way they do their own car, they don't give senators car. What they did is they allow people to buy car and register. This car only used for the parliament. So whenever you want to go, you touch the car, go there, pay for it, get the receipt, give it to them. The end of the day, they will pay for it. I don't know why you are giving these people car. These people, they made 40 billion, 50 billion every year from just international students. Can you imagine? Nigeria, how much will we make from crude oil? I'm sorry, you can continue. Thanks.
All right, but you know, a lot of the problems we have is vested in that constitution, which does it weighs everything just to the disadvantage of the people. But let me take you to this space, Emeka. I'm not sure if you are following this storyline or not. Reno Omokri turns Peter Obi as comic actor Mr. Ibu seeks financial assistance for his health. So are you following that back and forth between Reno and his favorite whipping boys, the Obedience?
I even support what Reno is doing, right? You know why? Reno, I think it's personal for Reno. Why they insulted him, insulted his daughter, his family during the campaign period. Obedience were all over him, attacking him.
And threatening him too.
And threatening him, you understand, abused his daughter. So it's personal for him now. And whatever he's doing, if he's taunting them, if he's chasing, insulting them, if he's going after the leader of the camp, it's all good, right? And what he's also doing is, I think he's pointing out the hypocrisy of Peter Obi. Because Peter Obi, I remember when Benway, he went to IDP camp and he was spraying funds left, right, and center. And he even entered into a canoe. And his cameraman or his personal photographer was taking pictures of him almost entering into the water or swimming into the water to get to the IDP camp in Benue State. Then he was going to other places, That was when he turned into a philanthropist. After the election, nobody is saying what he's doing.
Peter Obi is doing that during his time of in government. So, sorry, continue.
So where is it now? This guy, where Reno is coming at it from is that this guy, he sang and danced and even rolled out his family to support the Obi narrative. And now this guy is in need, not even a tweet to acknowledge that this guy is in trouble from Peter Obi, who normally tweets about any and everything.
Hopefully, I think there are times, Reno will try to, taunt Peter Obi, and he will get Peter Obi's attention, and Peter Obi will do the needful. So maybe it's a way to get Peter Obi's attention to support one of his own supporters, right? If an Obedient is in trouble, Peter Obi should step up. After all, he's a social media president who has been going around telling everybody to do activities and how he ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and places he visited, and the books he's reading, and telling us what he's doing with his life on social media. So if things that are affecting his members are brought to his attention, of course he should look into it. That's what you should do. Take care of your people. Also, especially if you are a social media president, you should be getting yourself engagement in such affairs.
Remember that when that used to be the mocking words for Peter Obi, that he was the social media president, Twitter president.
But that's what he is. It's not it's a statement of fact. It's not like
I think the election results disprove that somewhat. It did quite well, actually. We have to say that it did quite well. Because nobody saw it coming, the numbers that he got.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the election, but he is still a social media president. He is active on social media. He's very active on Twitter, very active on Twitter, telling us his day-to-day activities, where he visited people who are dying that he went to pay costly visit to, people who are mourning, people who are displaced, people who are angry, people who have not eaten, and people who are, he tells us what is. If you want to know about Peter Obi, just follow him on Twitter, and you will know basically much about everything that he does or he's about to do. So go that you will see it. He's a social media president. So I'm not saying it's that he doesn't have any electoral value or he didn't get 6 million votes. He's communicating to his 6 million supporters. So that's where his space is. He's not the president of Nigeria, and I don't think he will ever be one. So he's occupying that space in the social media and informing his people on what he's doing, which is good. It's fine. It's okay. So if Reno Omokri is bringing it to his attention that one of your members is sick, have you taking this into consideration, and what are you doing about it? He should get into business. That's what he's doing. He doesn't know how to play opposition party, so let him be getting himself busy with such affairs. He's good at doing it. So and then get so much engagement.
I feel sorry for Peter Obi sometimes. Because the narrative of that space is very much the tail wagging the dog. I think Peter Obi cannot wait for the Supreme Court to be over so he can just go home and rest,
And have his life back.
Yes, I don't think he can have, it's the tail wagging the dog, isn't it?
Even myself, the reason why is that I want to see his trajectory. I want to see where he's going. I want to know if he's a very serious individual, right? He's from the Southeast, I'm from the Southeast. I want to see if he understands the nature of the huge responsibility that he has taken upon himself. And let me see what are his future plans, definitely. And I can't wait for the Supreme Court verdict to come. Him himself can't wait. And they already know the outcome. So after the outcome, let's see what he's going to do. Then if he continues in this...
What do you anticipate? My anticipation for Peter Obi after the Supreme Court judgment is that he will take a period of hibernation, and then every so often they will say, the obedience thing. So they'll be playing some sort of occasional opposition for about 12 months. And then when we hit the 2-year mark of the Tinubu administration, they'll start to ratchet it up towards 2027. But he needs a period of hibernation. They can't sustain this energy for 4 years. Certainly not.
You're right. In that is the obedience group. They are very energetic. You have to give it to them, and many of them are still undergoing therapy, and that the regular therapy session of wailing, abusing the country, crying every day consistently. So you have to give it to them. I pay a lot of respect to that group, because if you can be crying consistently every day, then I don't know what's going on. I don't know how you can sustain that kind of level of energy to keep crying. You've been crying for almost 7 or 8 months now since the end of the election.
It's funny actually. Because I'm not going to give them a shout out by mentioning their name, but the platform where I first met your acquaintance, them. They gather every single day in sizable numbers and go through this whole routine, and then I like to have them in the background. Just
Emeka call it therapy session. That's
but their numbers never drop, and then I start to wonder.
That's what it looks like.
They themselves, the people said it. That it's therapeutic for them to come out to wail and cry and complain.
All right,
Emeka. Let me come in, please. This is the dynamic or the matrix as I see it. There are 3 sets of obedience: the diaspora obedience, the Southeast obedience, and the non-Southeast obedience. So this is what I think will happen. It depends. The denominating factor here would be IPOB / Nnamdi Kanu / Biafra. If Nnamdi Kanu is released, they will flow through Nnamdi Kanu. Obi ascension will be diminished. The non-southeast obedient will just fade away. That's the way I see the whole thing.
Pansat will go back to his base.
The non-South obedient are already fading away. Gradually, they are getting tired, right? You know, they're getting tired because when I say the non-Southeast obedience, basically the ones in Nigeria, they are facing their regular daily routine activities. So they are now, you know, reality is staring before them in their face. So they can't just keep wailing and crying and shouting when they've got things to do.
Emeka, I like that breakdown that Ababa just gave us. So let's use it as a working hypothesis. So he's broken the obedience space into 3 strands: the diasporic obedience, the southeastern obedience, and the non-southeastern obedience. So
can I make an adjustment to that breakdown, if you don't mind? Sorry. So I think it's more of sorry to make an adjustment. But I think the 3 parts is actually the anti-establishment group that don't really like Obi necessarily, but just hate the APC and the PDP structure. Then you have the religious sect. Then you have the tribal sect. The majority of his fan base, like I've said to you before on your platform, are not necessarily Obi fans. They are more of anti-establishment. So it's the anti-establishment sect, the religious sect, and the tribal sect. I think that is more accurate when you're looking at the OB support group.
Yes, BT, I hope you are using hands-free, by the way. We don't encourage driving, and as Rudolph will say. But I think you are breaking it down now into their individual cells because
subsections.
Yes, because the non-Southeast obedient sect that already covers that space. But if we just want to put them into large hubs, just to wrap it around that, the southeastern obedient domiciled in Nigeria, I think they are already starting to move on because we have a chap here, Emmanuel, that comes. He's getting married soon. He's already moved on. He got a new job and his tone of voice was already, and Ekene is already busy with his business. The only time he talks about Obi is when he comes to join us here.
Those are exceptions too.
Or when Naira falls down.
Or when Naira falls down. But the energy for that obedience space is the diasporic obedience.
Correct.
Because they see it's a hobby thing, it's a therapeutic thing, it's a social gathering, it's an Owambe thing. It's catching cruise and having fun, you know.
One man not on so
it's not catching cruise, though. It's these are people in
they're very serious.
I don't think they are serious.
They are. You know why? Within that sect, you have people in the diaspora who are really frustrated being in the diaspora, and then you also have those who are just they are okay with life, but they just don't like what's going on in the country. That's the anti-establishment group. But the guys who are really frustrated about who are frustrated in the diaspora, staying in the diaspora, are really, really, really angry. Those are the ones leading the chant. They are the drum beaters, right? Then the guys who just like, let's move along. I don't like the establishment. Let me just keep criticizing the government. Not dance to the tune. So they lead that group, and the ones who are anti-establishment dances to the tune. But they're very serious. They're very serious set of people because you don't keep crying. You don't keep
more
crying.
So when every $1,000 is $1 million naira.
Exactly. You don't keep crying for 8 months, and you look at such person and you say you are not a serious individual for crying. So crying for 8 months is not it's not a small thing. I can't sustain it for 1 week. Talk less of talk more of 8 months.
I admire that your friend Elvis is really earning his coin every single day. Oh goodness me! Goodness me! It's unbelievable.
with Elvis, right? It's he's the one beating the drum for other. He's sustaining them. You
Do
understand?
you think it's there for the cause or for the coins?
For the coins, if you ask me.
Yes, of course. I think it's there for the coins.
Yeah, he's as hypocritical as they come. He's there for the coins, say, oh no. He wants to see the country get better, right? And but he allows individuals who lack logic control him. When people are all in the mix of their emotions, begin to dictate the terms, and then a large number of them are involved, and they are hyping you up, always blessing you. So, Elvis, you're doing
you know the surprise thing. If I really know who we are talking about, how come he has so much patience for that kind of BS?
Or if you are making money,
I can stomach 10% of what he listens to.
If you are making money
and allows to flourish,
you overstomach it. At the end of the day, you are looking at your bank account. It's telling you some good news, and then you come again. So people who want to cry, let them come cry. You have a center for therapy, crying therapy session. For people to cry, and when they are crying, you are making money from their tears. Why won't you be happy?
Maybe it's made of a psychotherapist fiber. Maybe.
Yeah. So one thing I don't like about him or one thing I don't like about that therapy center is they do not allow they do not allow real doctors to come in and administer proper doses to them. They are okay with the pretentious doctors that are giving them doses of what makes them cry every time, right? So they don't allow real doctors who will apply logic and say, come guys, there's a different way you can get your therapy. Look at it from this angle. Look at what the government is trying to do. No, they don't want to hear that. They just want to be in their echo chamber and bubbles and keep crying every time consistently. You see, if I've actually, the last time I was there to laugh at them. And they blocked me because I was really laughing at them. I was laughing at them. I said, "You guys are really serious about this, what you are doing?" Because it's so funny. Why I was laughing is they say the same thing every day.
Every day. They will call him Atonda. What's that name? Atonda Oyedele or something that they.
You understand? Abadorians, evil people, demonic, satanic people.
Satanic, demonic.
So when you keep saying the same thing,
Amoda.
Yeah, Amoda, yes. When you keep saying the same thing every day for 8 months, right? Something is seriously wrong with you. So you don't allow the real doctors to apply logic to you or apply good therapy for you, so that if you want to cry, you can cry less, or it depends on how you are crying with the session. Yeah?
Don't you think that Tinubu is the only one that can kill that structure by excellent performance? If Tinubu starts performing very well today, they will have nothing to talk about except rubbish. If maybe the economy start picking up, things start falling in shape, they will have nothing to talk about other than
Patrick, I think the strategy will be, no matter how well Tinubu does, they will insist that Peter Obi would have done it better.
Yes, that's their talking point. And
that's their problem.
And it will shock you that many of these people in that therapy center are praying for the president to do badly. They are praying for the worst for Nigeria, so that they can say, we told you people that this guy is a failure. So not knowing that if this president fails,
we are also praying for him. They should not worry.
If this president fails, we've actually failed as a country. We are in a bad shape. We cannot go worse than this. We have to just get out of the murky waters and
if Tinubu fails, that Nigeria will be bankrupt. Because we are on the precipice of bankruptcy now.
So we just have to. There's no way. We're already on the brink, so we just have to get out of it. And hopefully, I'm being optimistic. I know a lot of them are being pessimistic. They want the country to fail. They are saying it. It's not like I'm speculating. Listen to them. You hear it and you wonder. You just say, Jesus Christ. Are these people from Nigerians or are they from a different country entirely? You'll be very shocked.
All right, let me move it to a different space as I continue to try to move the conversation around. Let me move it. Who is advantaged in this play? Nigeria's naira hit record low of 980 per dollar on official market. So even at the central bank, the naira now on the cusp of 1,000 to 1. So where does it balance out? Because all the big international financial houses told us that the naira's value is actually about 700-800 to the dollar. But the way it's just hemorrhaging in value now, where do we see it settling, and who ultimately wins out? How is this place played? How is this place played? Because there's money to be made. There's a lot of money to be made from what is going on now. If any, my own strategy is just to stockpile naira and wait for it to come back. But what are you making of this headline?
It rebounded. It has rebounded to 790.89, I think so.
When was this?
5 hours. 5 hours ago. Check Nairametrics. So it has rebounded. Yeah, this report was for Tuesday. So it has rebounded in 5 hours. 5 hours ago. So it appreciated, and within this period, let's call it a spade, we are going to be having this fluctuation.
Can I appreciate it to how much?
790. 790.8. Yeah, it appreciated on the I&A, but on the parallel market it's going to 1,100.
What are they attributing that to?
So if it appreciates, it shows is that somebody has come in with a huge supply of dollars and wants to sell quickly. So there's high influx of dollars with less naira to buy it. So definitely naira will appreciate. So the person just wants to dispose the naira as quick as possible. I don't think it's coming from the CBN, because the CBN is broke. They not broke in the sense of not having naira, but broke in the sense of not having enough foreign reserve. They cannot throw in the foreign reserve they have into the I&E market. So, but for the main aim is to see how to close that gap between the I&E market and the parallel market. That's the black market rate, which is going down and which will continue to go down, because now, according to the report, it shows a lot of people are going for tourism, health, and people. In short, I think I'm attributing this to, like I said yesterday, to the Japa syndrome. A lot of young Nigerians are leaving the country. So as they continue to leave the country, they are subjecting the naira to under serious pressure because they need dollars. You need to pay your school fees, or you need to have some funds within your pocket to travel. You are selling your properties and you're converting it to foreign exchange. That's dollars. So the pressure is already there. I think yesterday night,
that's very risky. If, for example, the Japa movement has that very deep implication on naira, people have always left Nigeria now. Some of us we Japa at a point, but never had that. But if at this rate it has this kind of implication in Nigeria, then Nigeria is in a serious trouble.
Yeah, somehow, because the Japa syndrome is like a surge. The way I have always observed it to be is a surge. Some bad economic activity happens. A lot of Nigerians who have the financial muscle or more funds would leave, and that will ease out a bit. Then another situation happens, then it will ease out. But this one is consistent. That is the fear now. It is consistent. It's not like, during the recession or at a certain period, like 200,000 or 300,000 or 1 million Nigerians left the country. But this is a consistent trend now. It's being sustained. It's not coming at any point in time. It's being sustained. It's like many Nigerians who have the money, who have the ability to leave the country, are living and they are living in
are you anticipating a sharp appreciation of the naira over the next 2 months with the influx of the Christmas crew internationally?
No, I don't think so. How many people are coming back home?
Nigerians usually come heavy for Christmas.
Yeah, even with the dirty December period, right? How many would be coming back home to create that, and we consume a lot during December, right? So the number of items being consumed would outweigh the people coming in with influx of foreigners. Yes. So now we're in the ember mode where the consumerism is high. People are going to buy rice, people are going to buy tomatoes, people are going to buy vegetable oils, people are going to buy toothpicks, people are going to buy meat. And so this influx, you'll see a huge influx of consumer good products coming into the country and being imported from different countries, right? Especially from Europe. And then they need dollars to go get those products because people want to party. You know, we party hard in Nigeria. We enjoy ourselves. So that's dry. That demand will be there. It has always been there. So, you know, even as during the recession, it was there. So I don't think it's going to end. So it will be there. So dollars is going to, like I predicted, it's already 1,100. I said by December, there's a possibility it's going to get to 1,500. And I think it might. If it doesn't get to 1,500, it may land at 1,300 or 1,250.
I don't anticipate that. I see it conversely. I think by December, it will be around 700-800, and then because my anticipation is that a lot of people going back to Nigeria, especially with people are already stockpiling towards Christmas. By the way,
I know that.
If you take example among us here, Mika, what percentage of people among us going for Christmas?
But we're not young and funky now. It's the young and funky people that go home for Christmas.
No, people are going to go back. People are going.
Sorry,
guys.
Going to go. What is what am I talking about? 700 by December. What are you?
Well, it's 700 now, according to Emeka now.
It's 790 at the I&E market. Yeah. So, but I don't see it. I don't see the black market rates coming down to 800. No. How many people are going to leave, let's say, Canada, United States, or Europe, or Australia? I mean, is it going to be 1 million Nigerians coming in? You know, when Nigerians come, we concentrate mostly at a specific location, right? And that's the South. So not many of us are going. If it's the North, it's mainly in Abuja. So that's are we saying 1 million diasporans will be coming into the country? That would create that change, right? I doubt it. I doubt it. So sorry, let me just land this point. So what we'll be seeing is, even if it's 1 million Nigerians or 1 million diasporans coming into Nigeria in December, we also have 230 million Nigerians that will be consuming a lot within that period. So the consumption will be higher than those coming in with influx. So, which means, even let's just take 50% of that, right? That's 115 million Nigerians that will be consuming at the highest order. We consume a lot within December, right? A lot of parties going on, a lot of eatings, a lot of drinking, a lot of marrying about, a lot of consumption that will be happening. So I don't see that outweighing 1 million diasporans that will be coming into the country to spend. And even when they are coming, they might even have spent the money that they have, and they might start consuming more too. So the consumption will be very high. And likewise, that is true. If they come with their dollars, they change it to naira to spend, and that naira would go into the BDC. The BDC will take it and give it to the importers who are going to import more commodities that will be consumed. So the consumption is still going to go up, and the naira will deplete. Where I see it, the naira gaining value is from end of January 2024 to first quarter of January 2024, because consumption then would reduce. Basically, people have spent their salaries and they are not buying so much. The government is already trying to, budget. They are sending stuff, so government is not going to be spending literally at that point. So then there will be a few things to purchase, and then with the possibility, I think Dangote would have kicked in by then. So there will be influx of dollars coming in to chase few naira, and the naira will appreciate at that point. Going into the
to the speaker, what is your timeline?
Emeka.
Emeka, what is your timeline for this? what you're speaking of, right? What is the timeline? Is it a year, 6 months, or just to clarify?
Within 6 months, the Dangote refinery will kick in full operation in 6 months' time, but they should start operations at the end of this month. I don't see that happening, but by December, they should
before
start
the close of this year.
Before the close of this year, they will start. They will start.
Can we put a wager on this time with one man? Can I? One man, are you up for a bet on that?
No, one man is don't get cheap for one man. No, it's
one man. Don't start, man. I don't back up now. You're the one.
We've got our bookmaker here, Ajale Koko, as you know. So Ajale Koko decides on what bet goes on here,
so put something on it for December so I can get Christmas money.
Look at that. The way Kulata's tongue. Who did this?
Baba T, you have to define it, because it may end up being only AGO and A1, no PMS. So when you say this, they may think it's all encompassing. It's not.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for even clarifying that before you give them we have to escape. Yeah.
All right, back to Emeka. Emeka, wrap up that space. Did he drop?
No, I'm
you
here.
You didn't drop. Yes, wrap up that space, and then I'll take you to one more talking point, and then because I'm conscious that Ajan Lekoko and Baba are still waiting to take the floor.
So
where I want you to speak to, because you have some financial backdrop. Where is the money being made in this whole setup? This heavy fluctuation. Where's the money being made?
Is the BDCs and private individuals, those who are holding dollars, right? Now you can increase your naira value, of course. If you're holding naira at this point in time, waiting for the dollars to come up, well, fair enough. It will appreciate next year, but if I want to be selfish, is to store your money in dollars at this point in time, and when it goes down, it's going to go down than this. It's going to get to it's going to break. There's always a special event that will break that if you've been trading in currency, you would know there's always a special event that comes that break that threshold. Before, we noticed that it was staggering within the 1,000 range, $1 to 1,000 naira. But after that pilgrimage that happened, the Haji, it broke it because there was a huge search for dollars. It broke it. Now again, people are rushing for tourism. People are trying to get they're going for medical checkups. People are trying to pay for school fees. And this is about the time a lot of people are writing exams, right? People are also trying to travel out of the country to just run away from the country. So it has broke that 1,100 mark. Now, what's going to happen again now? Huge consumerism that is going to come up within the December period, the festive period, is going to break that 1,050 threshold. And but with the unification, hopefully, I know it's going to get better by next year. With the unification, and future plans coming up by both the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Federal Ministry of Finance, with the plans they are coming up through fiscal policies and monetary policy rate, and as well as the kickoff of the mineral exploration sector led by Dela Alake, we'll begin to see some influx of foreign exports, foreign currency coming in through exports, right? So we will be getting some huge inflows, and then the Taiwo Oyedele team, who will now be trying to streamline that tax reform period. So a lot of breakthroughs are going to come up, which I'm very hopeful for. But have we seen the worst of it yet? No, we've not. So we will get to the worst, and then we will get out of it. So once things are beginning to stream, and again, let's not forget this budget now they are trying to prepare at this fourth quarter is the first Asiwaju budget. So we now need to see that budget. What are they going to do? And now the president is very, very ambitious. I like his plan. A $1 trillion economy within 8 years. You see, no other president has ever said it before. It is an audacious plan. So for you to set that kind of plan shows that you are highly ambitious, highly focused to achieve it. So even if we achieve 80% of that, that's $800 million economic expansion. So it shows that setting that plan shows that the president and his team intends to expand our economy, and it will only mean well for Nigerians. It will only mean well for us. So if you don't have that plan in place, you definitely do not know where you are going to, right? You need a plan so that you can tailor your journey towards achieving your plan and implementing your plan and achieving your goal. Like the Buhari administration, it was an administration of no plan. They were just doing things left, right, and center. They didn't know where they were going. So now I'm looking forward to Asiwaju's first budget, right? The first appropriation bill that will be set. Let me see what type of revenue, how much revenue they intend to grow, and where they intend to spend it on. What is the deficit? Definitely is going to be a deficit, but what's the deficit balance?
But that budget is on its way to National Assembly, and they want to pass it latest December. It's 26 trillion naira, and out of which 8 trillion will be for debt servicing.
8 trillion will be for debt. I've not seen it to study it, so I'll go look for it, because let me see what they are trying to do. Maybe it's the snippet that we are saying. So I need to see the budget head, where are they spending specific sectors that would grow the economy. That's what I want to look at. You know, it will show me the seriousness of the administration, and definitely the budget should speak volumes. You know, that because investors will be looking at that budget. Not only investors will be looking at the budget, companies will be looking at the budget. Private sectors like the banks, telecommunication, agriculture, all of them will be looking at the budget because they want to know where the government is.
Are they Bretton
that's the investment. They'll be looking at the budget and say, okay, let's see where this guy, IMF will be looking at the budget, World Bank will be looking at the budget. They want to see where the government is going to. They want to understand where the roadmap of the president, and that will be, and I hope the president does not mess up with this budget, because if you are saying you want to grow the economy by 1 trillion in 8 years, your first budget should be a road sign that should show the people where you are going to. That's a sign that, okay, this is the way we want to take. This is the path we should follow. So looking at that budget should speak volumes and, you know, bring hope into our hearts.
So how much?
All right.
Just one question for him, please. How much, like, for you to take them serious, how much do you think it should be for you to say, okay, like you're speaking to, how much do you have to see to take them serious? Like, okay, they know what they're talking about, for you to buy into it, because you want to see it first. So how much give me like a number, like a dollar number. Like you think.
I want to see revenue figures growing, right? Year to year, I want to see a revenue figure of 23% growth. Right, projected revenue figure.
No,
right?
no, I think Babate is asking you the size of the budget. What size budget are you looking to see?
I think was it Ajelen Koko or Babate said they say it's a 23 trillion budget, right? When I cannot.
No, sorry, can you dollarize that? So we, you sometimes the value of the. Nobody, what does that mean?
26 trillion? 26 trillion should be around, let's say $10 billion, $10 billion, $9 or $10 billion.
Then I'm sorry, we're not ready then.
Let's see. It's just a snippet. Let's see how it comes out.
If you really want to just think about it, you said 8 years, right? So you cannot be doing 10 billion a year, and you want to do
no. We are not so sure. Let's not cast. If the budget is out, definitely we are going to discuss about the budget, right? Let's not cast aspersion when the budget is not even out. It's not yet out. But I think they are still collating, because they just did FEC meeting. This period they are still collating. I don't think all ministries.
That is about $34 billion.
34 billion.
That's not a lot for a country like Nigeria.
That's about our oil revenue if we are doing 1.8 in a year.
I'm thinking, to be serious, about between 50 and 75. Now we're talking, in my opinion.
I think so too. 50, 50, I think.
Where I would be impressed is, I'm looking, because yes, we can spend, we can have deficit, right? Which means we now still need to go and borrow more. We're already doing 183%. That's we are spending for every one naira we get. We are spending or for every 100 naira we are spending 183 naira on it. So we are even borrowing 83 naira to spend. So what I'll be looking at to know that, okay, this government is serious, is how have they grown revenue, to what percentage, from the past administration to this present one, how much percentage are they trying to grow the revenue, and what's the tax portion of it? Because we are looking at trying to improve our tax to GDP ratio. What's the tax portion of that revenue that we say we are going to grow? We need to improve on that. If we do that and we are sustaining it year on year, then we are achieving something. We are going somewhere.
You say, Emeka, where I see their big plan, the Tinubu administration, is to open up new industry spaces, and we are already seeing the signs of that. We played a clip a couple of sessions ago when they were building lithium factories somewhere in the north.
Yeah, correct.
So if that kicks off, that is a whole bunch of just untapped new space that can bring
that would be massive.
Yeah, to the value
that's new money, right?
That's
the
new money.
The lithium market, the gold, the silver, the copper, the cobalt, that's new money coming into the country. Then we now also have manufacturing sector. Now I think it was it Jide 2 days ago or 3 days ago that was talking about. So I had to go confirm that news, and yes, the president is saying within 4 to 6 months to provide uninterrupted power supply to the Agbara industrial estate, where 90% of our manufacturing sector is. So when you are giving them uninterrupted power, it means they now need to keep producing. So that will improve our manufacturing sector. If we have 90% of it, that will improve that. And again, what that would now translate is that those who want to also come into the manufacturing space will now go and site their factory in Agbara, right? Unfortunately, Ogun State will not be a very densely populated community. But then, if you are being reassured of uninterrupted power supply and you are paying for it cheap, it means that we are now being more serious in terms of our manufacturing sector. We want to now start to manufacture properly. If 90% of our manufacturing sector now have uninterrupted power supply, they cannot produce more.
Sorry, I apologize. I apologize because he mentioned Ogun State right now. I'm from Ogun State, by the way. So what can Ogun do to key into what you're talking about? Because they need that, if you're a serious state governor, and you see what the government is planning, then you can key into that. And we are known to be, we are a manufacturing state, right? So what can, at the state level, what can they do to tap into what you're talking about? Where might it benefit? Because right now,
the only thing they can do is to try to attract as much as possible private property developers to come and start developing real estate in Ogun State.
Not real estate.
The roads. You don't want to forget that one. I'm discussing manufacturing.
Let me come into that space that Babati is speaking to. What they should do if they are going to, if the government is saying they want to ensure uninterrupted power supply to Agbara space, because that's where industry is, what that state should then be doing is to be expanding that Agbara to, and then building roads and building infrastructures around it so that it can expand as an industrial hub.
Yeah, they can do that, but why I say get private property developers to come in, right? The road to create that estate, you create the estate, the road to link to that Agbara industrial place, then the government can try to sort that out. But inwards, within the estate, the private developer should be responsible for building the road and the road network and tying that place. So the government do not need to spend, and you build a house, then they now have to go and build the road for you. No, that's not what they need to do. You attract that people. Then again, what it's going to do is that when more people are coming into that within that area, because that area is going to get highly populated quite soon, because of they are going to be attracting manpower. So it increased the personal income tax for Ogun State. They're going to start making money from personal income tax, which will now go into their coffers. They can use that to support residents in Ogun State. What they try to do.
No, I think the plan is this, Emeka. Already the Lagos State government.
Guys, wait, hold on, please. You are missing my question. I am not discussing. This is not New Jersey to New York. I'm discussing where we will live. No. Those Agbara things itself, because Ogun is supposed to be a manufacturing state by itself.
It's not to go. It's a manufacturing state.
It is
Thank
already.
you very much.
It is already.
So I am discussing that manufacturing, not housing for those industries. How do you bring them into bring more of them?
No, they're going to see what's going to technically, once they're being granted regular power supply, right? Is the state government, unfortunately, they might not need to do so much work, but that's a selling point for them. They can, if the governor is very, ambitious.
That's the problem.
Let me help you, Emeka. Let me help you and answer Babati.
He's not ambitious. That's the problem. Then I'm telling you.
No, Babati, this is what is going on. It's not by accident that these industries are in Agbara, Besa, migrating towards Ijoko Ota. You understand? It is because their affinity to the Nigerian border to other West African countries. And to tap into that, Lagos state government is developing the Badagry ports, a hub which they can use in now taking their finished goods in containers and taking them to Apapa for export, if they're export inclined. And if the roads are good, the Lagos state government has extended the red line rail 2 kilometers into Ogun State already. And they are going to develop the Agbara road, because the road is in a mess actually. So Lagos state government is going to do it, and they may probably toll the road. Carry on, Emeka, please. Sorry for the interruption.
It's a shame. It's a shame that another state is going into a different state to go and be developing. But I understand what Lagos state is. It's a different state on its own. It's a very ambitious, progressive state, and they do not want. I think Lagos state will not want to see residents living the for Ogun State to go and reside, because if Ogun State is doing well and due to close proximity to
the border is asymmetrical now. You can't even know which is Ogun, which is this. So the tax boys are just rampaging around that area now, collecting for Ogun State, collecting for Lagos.
What we can do, like what I don't know if it was Babati or other industries, especially the ones in Lagos, that it is too expensive. We had at some point some manufacturing companies that left Nigeria to go to Ghana because of this power issue. They left Nigeria to go to Ghana because to reduce the cost of production, and then they were now exporting from Ghana to Nigeria, just transported. The only good thing we had is that due to the ECOWAS treaty, we don't need to pay import duties and the rest. So it's free flow of goods and services. Other than that, Ghana would have been ripping us off. So what would have happened is that those people, due to proximity to the market, they can probably come back to Nigeria, come back to Ogun State and site their factory there. And those who are in Lagos and are looking at things and say, okay, I think it's cheaper for us to site our factory in, and it's definitely cheaper if in terms of rent or lease, if whichever you're doing. Then if you add the cheap, because they are going to be selling the power to them at cheaper than the commercial rates. So if you factor that in, and you factor in the cost of diesel that you are currently paying for, what is for you it's a no-brainer for you to go and site your factory at the Agbara Industrial Estate.
Emeka, Ogun, Oyo, and Lagos, they signed a deal about, with that with rail and power. So they want to together invest in that. So Ogun has to do more in terms of like tax incentives. Because
they can do, but what kind of tax incentive? What kind of tax incentive do you want to give? The only people who can do that tax incentive in terms of corporate tax is the federal government. So that is the federal government, except you want to give the guys land for free, right? So it's only the federal.
We have land. We have give them.
You can give them for free
now,
right? Or that's the only thing they can do to attract them in. But if you say you want to give them concessionary tax, it's only the federal government that can do that. Then what you can now look, you can say, okay, you want them to come in, give them land for free. So, and I think with what Wike did, Wike was the one who went to court over this VAT. So the VAT be generated, the goods being generated that is subjected to VAT in Ogun State will now be part of their own income. Like when they take a share out of it, they give the federal government their own cut. They now get a higher percentage because they're now attracting more.
Do you know the actual figure? Do you know what they agreed to? Because I never really followed up on that VAT case. So
I'll find out. I'll find out because what Wike did was, it was a game changer. Initially, the federal government was just taking the entire VAT, and it was part of our revenue line in the budget, right? It was part of our revenue line, so they were taking everything, and they were. I think this lady was also trying to increase the VAT from
because that gives your state more incentive because if they can
so it gives you more. No, if you are sharing within the federal government, and now if you are attracting more people into your states to manufacture, and they are manufacturing product, goods and services, and your people are consuming, you get more VAT from it. You get more percentage of the VAT. If you are generating it yourself, you get more of it.
Thank you, Meka. Thank you so much. Thank you, bro.
I think Prince Daddy wants to come in. Prince Daddy.
Yeah, can you hear me, woman?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
All right, great. I was going to ask a question earlier regarding the naira dollar exchange. So, are we, as the government thought about reducing the pressure of the dollar exchange in Nigeria to a different place? And what I mean is that, how come we don't have a partnership, for example, with a bank, a financial institution in America, like Chase Bank, whereby the exchange for those that need a certain amount of dollar, let's say over $10,000, they can do the transaction exchange over there, and the central bank sets the rates, they get a commission, and they do the exchange over there, so we can transfer the pressure internally outside of the country where the demand for the currency is based. Is that an option?
No, that's not going to work. If I get your question very well, that's not going to work, because if you, in what way, I'm trying to see if I understand your question very well. Like if someone wants to pay for goods and services, or wants to take a letter of credit, right, and is trying to import goods or machinery. So you need a letter of credit, you give it to the correspondent bank, which is technically in the United States, because Chase Bank and JP Morgan, they are one of the biggest correspondent bank in the world. And there's what's this other bank again? So that's basically how their correspondent banking division make a lot of money, because when they now serve as a line where they provide, they put that guarantee and they make the payment. So it's not going to work, and that's not going to work, because you have to have that funds to pay initially. You must pay for that that goods or service. You can't instruct a bank to, which you are actually doing, because you have to put the money into you have to open a correspondent banking account. So let me explain.
No. See, that's sorry, Mega. That's the point here. See, when we have problems, we think about creative ways of addressing the problem. What you're talking about is correct in a traditional sense, but we have a problem here. And what I'm saying, based on what you just said, of course, we can divide depending on the category of the expenditure or the need for the hard currency or the dollar. Now, for import, sure. But what about those going for, you guys mentioned some earlier, people that want to pay for medical tourism, people that want to pay for tuition, and people that want to jackpot whatever. It can be broken down into two categories, whereby those that want to spend that dollar over there can go get the dollar, over there in a special vehicle or partnership that the Central Bank of Nigeria has with a bank or two over there to do the exchange for them. And they will guarantee the rate for the exchange, and they get a commission. And those that need the dollars in Nigeria, they too can do the transaction. What I'm saying is not well thought out yet, but I think it's possible, because as a country, as a people, we always talk and doing things in one linear way. There's an opportunity here, and I think it can be done. There are ways to reduce the pressure of the dollar on the Nigerian economy. It's doable. It's not been thought out yet. It's something that I believe can be done.
Well, to go with your line of thought, right, that would mean that JP Morgan would have a commercial activity going on here, right? So they would have a naira denominated activity in Nigeria, right? That can be substituted for a dollar. If they are doing that, they must have an activity in Nigeria.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily.
No, they have to. They have to, because now in this way, if you cannot put an activity where you say, okay, there's a term for it in accounting where you have a subsidiary back in the country and you're in your own parent company, so you are creating a commercial activity here, and then at some point you now need to netting. Thank you. You now do the net off. So you are transferring the value. You say, okay, we've generated 20 million naira here. Let's convert it and transfer it over to our parent company or exchange. They do an exchange swap. It can't happen. It doesn't work that way. So you must be able to generate enough money for your own reserve that you take care of activities for people who want to be importing things into the country. So what we are doing is we are over importing. There's a demand for too much. I saw on someone, I don't know if this lady, some people are importing French bread, you know, and she said our taste is.
Who is importing? Who is importing baguettes and croissants? What does that mean?
You understand? So we have an exquisite taste, right? A lot of people, we have this classism going on. You are importing French bread from France, and to show that you are living a good life, you're already putting so much pressure on the naira with that. So we need to consume what we produce in the first place. But the beautiful thing about this is that it's not like this government does not understand their problem. They know their problem. They know they are working up some solutions. Now, it's going to take our shape with time. It's just time. And that's why, when people are busy with this certificate noise and the president's team are just quiet, it buys them time for people not to talk about the economy, for people not to talk about the hardship, for people not to talk about the pains they are going through. It buys them that time. So if a lot of people are saying, oh, no, things are getting so bad, they can't sleep. They can't really sleep. They need to stand up to go and start working. But when you're talking about certificate saga, you're talking about P2B's certificate issue and Atiku's affidavit being sworn on a Saturday, it buys them that time to begin to implement some of the things they need to test the waters on things, the policies they are supposed to roll out. And it gives them the ability to, organize themselves, collect their thoughts, and roll out something more effective.
All right, brilliant, Emeka. So, Emeka, let me bring Ajale Koko up because he's been waiting for quite a while. But still a few topics that I want to run by you as well. So stay steady. Ajale Koko.
So let me just highlight on this Ifeanyi Ubah stuff. So this Ifeanyi Ubah's case, right, is a debt that he collected from Access Bank, trying to swindle them through when he was trying to import fuel into the country. So what happened? They did a guarantee. You understand? Access Bank then did a guarantee with him on the imports. So through that, this stuff cost Costaris a loss in as one of the directors. I think Costaris was board of directors, credit risks, the head of credit risks. Bought credit risks, for Access Bank. So he brought in Ubah because they were from Inewi. So introduced them to the bank so that he could get a loan because Ifeanyi Ubah was like, that he needs money so that he can expand his oil business. Then Nigeria was still doing well. So what he now did, they gave him the loan, APG loan and everything, did the whole covenant, had the security documents with them, the shipping documents with them, and everything was in possession of the bank. When the products will come, once the product comes and as you are selling, it is going into the bank's account to clear off the loan. So when the loan is cleared off, then whatever comes in will now start going into your own account as your credit. What this guy now did was, I don't know how he did it. Even the executive, that's the CEO, that's the MD and the DMD, they were all like, how did this guy pull these stunts? Right there in the middle of the sea, that petrol moved from that ship to another ship, right in the middle of the sea. So they didn't know how it happened. The ship that they had the shipping, they had the security document for the bill of lading and everything, came and docked in Nigeria, and there was no product. So this guy had gone to offload it somewhere else in his docket. So when they went there, they were like, it was a disaster. So what now happened was Costaris now, that's Cosmas Maduka, went to meet him and they created the problem. They talk. I think he went because out of it. They now wanted to shame him because Cosmas Maduka went to Channels TV and blew up the lead, and that was when Sanusi now like, oh, what the hell is going on with this stuff? How can this man who is a member of the board, the head of board credit risk, is talking about how he's trying to bring people in, and he's the one. They didn't do enough due diligence, and they are signing off a credit facility to somebody who swindled them. So he lost that decision, even despite the fact, though he's still a shareholder in Access Bank, but he lost his directorship. And so as a result, that money started accruing interest, and it turned out to be a bad debt. They now had to sell it off to APCON, right, for 80% and collected their own money. So APCON now went after this Ifeanyi Ubah, and chasing him for a very long time. And, it turned out that, Ifeanyi Ubah became the senator, pulled a lot of weight, used a chef political party, ran on it, won twice on it, and then negotiated a deal for him to be moved to APC. And the rest is history. So it's not like the courts, before people begin to cast aspersion to the court, it's not the court. It is AMCON that withdrew the case from court. So it's not the judge that is passing judgment here. No. AMCON said, no, we are not prosecuting this guy anymore. Let's take the case out of court. So it's not like they say we are not doing again. They just suspended it.
So who is the burden then of that money?
So they suspended it. They suspended the case. So I think what they are trying to do, maybe the part of the deal will be, towards 2027, if the guy is going to, play ball, because, for him to use YPP to win election twice, right? A party that, is off the shelf. He just got it off the shelf and decided to. So he's a very strong politician. I thought he would have lost the election for 2023, but he won his senatorial district. So which means he can pull numbers, and if he can pull numbers, he can pull numbers for the president. So let's see how it goes with 2027. And like your question, who is going to carry the burden? Well, AMCON is a commission within the government. That debt will still be there. Let's see how it goes. Hopefully, maybe he can structure a deal on how to start paying off gradually, or they can restructure the loan and maybe extend the period of.
So the state is not going to. The state is not going to absorb the debt.
No, I don't think they are going to. It's a huge amount of money, right? I don't think it's going to be written off AMCON. Though AMCON has even actually overstayed its lifespan. AMCON should have been dissolved by now. It was supposed to take off bad debt from banks and then go after the debtors to collect the loans. And once that has been done, shut down, and everybody goes home.
Sanusi initiative, this AMCON.
Yeah. It was Sanusi's initiative, but now AMCON is now breathing like AMCON is now a commission on its own, which is now it's not a commission on its own. It's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be a short-term thing because of they don't want bad loans. There were so much bad loans, and Sanusi was like, oh, that was when Sanusi came in to do his risk management policy to like, okay, all the bad loans that you have to do something about it. You have to clear it off your books. You can't keep carrying bad loans. So what banks were doing, instead of them attributing this as bad loans, they attributed those loans as loans that were performing loans instead of not performing loans. So like, no, these loans are not performing. You have to attribute it. You have to make provisions for this loan. And if you cannot make provisions for this loan, now what are we going to do since it will wipe off your capital? Okay, let's set up a commission, sell it to that commission, take money from it and go your way. Let the commission now go after the debtors and collect their money.
All right, brilliant. Brilliant. I was going to bring Ajanle Koko in with that storyline, but it looks as though you've covered it excellently. So let me bring Ajanle Koko in with this. Nigeria's naira hits record low.
One man is Baba there.
Baba is here. Do you want me to go to Baba first?
Let me yield my time to him. Let him.
All right.
Grateful, Ajanle Koko. Thank you very much.
All right, Baba, you're up next. So do you want to start it off with the naira, and then we'll just casually stroll to the storylines. 980. They say in the 4 months of Tinubu's administration, the naira has lost over 50, going on 60% its value. It's unbelievable, but where does this stop?
Well, when it comes to this naira value, I think we have not seen the end because we don't have any. It's according to the government, it's free flowing. So it's like that means the naira is finding its value. But a responsible government also has to, one way or the other, find the mechanism or the financial instrument to mitigate against its volatile nature, which I think is what they are trying to do. And if you have to mitigate, you have to use also hard currency, which is not something we have in abundance at the moment. So we've not seen the end of this, and we are going towards the year. So there's going to be a lot of pressure and a lot of pressure for demand for foreign exchange. People, particularly the importers, they need the money, hard currency, to import everything we need for Christmas. So Christmas doesn't look very bleak. So I still seeing it going up. They are trying so hard not to let it inch above 1,000. That is on the I&E window, but I think we may get there towards this time, November. They can't escape it, actually. No, they can't escape it because we are not earning enough, and we are not getting the loan in fast for that at the moment. So I don't see an end to it so soon.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this one. President Tinubu dragged to ECOWAS over alleged certificate forgery. So is that never-ending saga that I don't quite know where it will end, but what these people are doing, it serves no other purpose other than to demarket Nigeria. And as they continue to demarket Nigeria, ultimately we all pay the price. But what are you making of this headline? And should Tinubu be quaking in his boots?
I think those that are doing this, or the group of people that are doing, I'm not a psychiatrist anyway, so I can't psychoanalyze them. I just don't know what is wrong with them because exactly. I'm a realist. If you are beaten, you are beaten. Go gather strength again and come back. The presidency this time is done, dusted. Why are they not getting that? Or is it just that if it doesn't go our way, then we will destroy everything? Nigeria is indestructible. It has survived our forebears. It will survive us. Don't they understand that simple fact? I don't know.
All right.
I would like to speak to the Ubah space, actually.
All right, Braden. Let me bring it
up. Yeah, because that's exactly the reason why I came. I'm a little bit upset because I'm a Tinubu supporter and I'm a believer in him. But the trajectory the whole thing is going, I don't like it. Too much politics is being played. And in the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria right now, I mean, politics should be relatively flagged down to the back burner. We have to be practical right now. We have to be in the financial kitchen, cooking up some palatable meal that can serve Nigeria. But we are not, I don't see us doing that intelligently. For instance, this last week, I think I sent you a post. The outgoing minister for communications and digital economy, you know, when Bosun was there, he was handing over, and Tijani Bosun discovered that Glo has not paid for the renewal of their license because they were doing some certain deal with the old minister. And that young man discovered it. They almost deceived him into signing it off on a paper. But I don't know, maybe it got alerted by maybe some of the secretaries there. And Baba, Dr. what's his name now, was forced to pay that amount, a whopping 154 billion naira. That's a lot of money. He paid. That's what coming. So I was excited that, okay, maybe other people will follow and we'll be seeing. But what did we find today? Ifeanyi Ubah. What happened in court today is shameless. Shameless in the sense that the same AMCON, Asset Management Corporation of Nigeria, came to court and withdrew their case. And it's beyond what Emeka is saying. The case Emeka referred to happened so many long time ago. And Costaris was at who bore the brunt of that money. That vessel actually discharged the oil in Cotonou after the surveyors, the marine surveyors, are certified that oil inside at midstream. Then when they called that vessel in, it was empty. They think it's no, it's not a Houdini act. But they don't know. If you don't know shipping, you don't know. That's why you don't invest in a terrain you don't know anything about. Kusharis bore the brunt of that financially because he lost his shareholding in the bank and lost a lot of money. So that is part of what happened then. But it went further because it's Capital Oil Facilities. He has a tank farm in Tinkan. So NMPC, when they bring in product, PMS and AGU in those days, it's tank farm they use and other tank farms. When they fill up these tank farms, they pay rent to Capital Oil. So when they come with their own trailers, tankers to load, Ifeanyi Ubah was loading this same product left in his care. He will be selling. Can you believe that? He will be selling an NPC oil too. So it got to a stage where the whole thing, they can't find oil anymore. And they have to say, well, this is how much you owe me. You have to pay for the product. And he dug in and said, look, you rent my farm. So it was a back and forth thing. And later they collated everything. It was so much money. So much money. And he used some of his collateral in Banana Island and stuff like that. He will pay. This same properties he used all over Lagos, he has collateralized it for other transactions. So to save the banks that are holding this debt, AMCOM have to come in and acquire the debts. That is where Ifeanyi Ubah to now think that a whole government came to court. They didn't even do it cleverly. To say, okay, this is his payment plan. This is what we've discovered. So that the court can approve it and we'll be recovering our money just with a fiat come to court and say we are withdrawing. Why? In a country where we need so much money right now. And Ifeanyi Ubah is not the only culprit here. Silverboard is there. Silverboard is there. That ex-senator, what's his name now?
Ben Bruce.
Ben Bruce is there. Even Glow is still there also.
Yeah, that's true. Silverbird. Jimo Ibrahim too is there.
Jimo Ibrahim is what I'm coming into because that Jimo Ibrahim, anytime I see him in the Senate, I develop bile. Bile in the sense that how he came to deceive us. Virgin Atlantic, that's Richard Branson, had an understanding with the Jonathan government. So they were using the international facilities for the West African routes. They created a hub right there. Beautiful. Like you see the Virgin Atlantic red and things like that. I don't know how Jimo manipulated the country and tell them that he can do it better. They convinced the government. This thing I'm saying involves Wale Babalakin also. They convinced and frustrated. Do you know how they frustrated Richard Branson? They now said, how can a West African hub flights go through the international route? That he has to relocate back to the local part of the
local wing of the airport. Richard Branson refused and said, if you don't want to do business with me, then let me go. Then Jimo Ibrahim acquired, because a lot of things goes on in our country where which ordinary people on the street don't know, or they are not savvy enough to know. There is an aviation fund, billions of money in the aviation funds. That is what Jimo Ibrahim assessed, and then bought, I think, 2 or 3 aircraft on lease, wet lease, with that government money, and then they label it Nigerian Air with beautiful logo. This Nigerian Air did not last 9 months. It did not last 9 months. It went under, belly ache, belly up. He chopped all the money. The case is in court. Nothing happened to him. These are the things when I was expecting this government to start to rake in. Nigeria is a rich country. It is these people, these so-called billionaires, that are our problem. They are, I'm sorry to use the word, they are irresponsible citizens. Because the access, even we have financial fund for banks. For banks, only those who know knows. The Bank of Industry has been giving out money too in different sectors, not only Nigerian money, even African Development Bank, World Bank, they have a kind of funds that is free, or you can access through your own government with very minimal loan. They take all this money, even our top bankers. So we have to be, the government has to be responsible. You don't do this all the time. You don't be a Father Christmas at the expense of the generality of the public. We are 200 million plus people, according to our census. We are not poor. Because as bad as our economy is today, if you make a phone call to our neighbors today and ask them that what $1 can buy in their country, we use something like sardine Titus, we use something like, we use pig milk, and we use a bottle of Coke. Amongst all of them, Nigerian Coke is still cheap. Is the cheapest. Nigeria Titus sardine is the cheapest. Nigeria pig milk is the cheapest. In spite of all this, then imagine if we are half there, or we are being half administered. I'm not saying 100% as it should be. Imagine the kind of place we will be economically. So this is what I expect this government to be doing, not to be politicking with our finances. If they have to go this way, then nothing can be solved. It will all be all motion and no movement. Because I became illusioned today that how could you just go to court? We're talking about 150 billion, 130 billion naira. When they gave palliative of 5555 billion to the state, which was even 2 billion actually upfront. How much is all that for the 36 states? Less than 100 billion. Imagine if this kind of money has come in and they give it to the states. Wouldn't that complete the promise? 5 billion for each state? Why are we doing this? All in the name of government, of politics? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't get it. Because Tinubu is aligning, I don't know, because the kind of people he's surrounding himself with people like Akpabio and the lazy Gbajabiamila, who is the chief of staff.
I don't like that. It's like omonile flowing through the living quarters and things like that. If he, I mean, he is supposed to be telling truth to power. To tell it like it is. Because how many things actually a president can see? He should not, he has to wake up. He has to wake up. Because AMCOM is owned by Federal Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank. Are we saying the Central Bank did not know? I know they just came in. Both the Minister for Finance and Minister for, and the Central Bank Governor. But they should be alerted to these kind of things. These are low-hanging fruits. These people are not poor. These multi-billionaires are not poor. If they can pay the debt at once, at least they use that money to leverage themselves and be where they are today. So let them make a payment plan so we can project these things. Possibly even publish it. Let us know how much we are earning. Let us know how much the internal debt people are owing us. These are the people that are owing us. But we are not doing that. Then how can the country grow? That's it, Mayor. That's it, woman.
Yes, you are quite right. And your frustration is, you know, there was a time we used to get very angry about all of these things on this platform. There was a time that this was during the Abubakar Malami's phase, that they had some dubious judgment around the Paris Club money, and this guy was trying to invoice $500 million to the Nigerian state, and the Nigerian government was fighting that, and he was
himself
fighting.
And Nedunwoko.
Yeah, himself and Nedunwoko, and he was fighting against the Nigerian government in order to sign off this money. And that was one of the reasons, by the way, that he did not resign his post to go for a gubernatorial position. You know, so when you just think of the value cost of all of this money, because there's no such thing as dead money or free money. So one money going in one direction is at a cost of it not going in another direction. So when he and Nedunwoko corners $500 million, we're not talking about naira, dollars.
Exactly.
Then we should be counting that in hospitals, schools, children, and whatnot. You know,
transport.
Just that space that you are speaking to. Let me show you this. Let me show you this. Let me show you this headline from the new EFCC guy. So this is the new EFCC guy. I'm going to read it to you because it's very important that I do. It says Nigeria lost 2.9 trillion through contract fraud in 3 years. This was under the Buhari space. It says the new chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ola Olukoyede, says about 2.9 trillion naira meant for some government projects was diverted into personal use by contractors between 2018 and 2020. Mr. Olukoyede disclosed this on Wednesday when he appeared before the Senate screening. The upper chamber confirmed him after the exercise. I did a survey between 2018 and 2020 on 50 entities in Nigeria, both human and corporate entities. I picked one scheme, just one species of fraud. So just one species of fraud, which is called contract and procurement fraud. I discovered that within 3 years, Nigeria lost 2.9 trillion, the EFCC chairman said. So just one strand of fraud, just from contract and procurement alone, the country lost 2.9 trillion naira. What is the budget of Nigeria even? The annual budget.
Exactly.
It's just...
this year's budget is just 26 trillion.
Adelekoko will tell you.
I don't believe the guy. I don't believe him.
We used to rage about this sort of things.
But I don't believe him.
Why not?
Yeah, he's.
Do you have data to the contrary?
Yeah, I do. Then what he did, why I say I don't believe it, he didn't even say what he was going to do. You are just quoting numbers, right? Like you just said something. What's the budget like? How many trillion naira? And you say within 3 years, people took. So the questions the senator should have asked him: which sectors which sector or which ministries or which area did you look at? You understand?
He
You just
already
don't
said
quote.
now contract and procurement.
No, and contract and procurement is it cuts across so many ministries, ministries of work, ministries of.
It looked at 50 entities, both individual and corporate.
Both individual and corporate, which means is it from a government point of view or is it from a private point of view or both? So those are questions they are supposed to be asking him. What he's just saying, and he's part of the EFCC. So what did you do when you were there?
Okay, let's say exaggerate.
Let's look at it from this angle. How much was our budget in? You said 3 years, right? What was the average of our budget for those past 3 years?
I don't have it off my head. I don't have.
Okay,
I will do the math because of you.
Let's assume that it's about 50 trillion.
Yeah, okay.
It's far more than that because last year was 24 trillion. The other year was I think 21 trillion.
Bishop, let's use 50.
So let's use 50. So what percentage of?
Sorry, gentlemen, hold on. Prince Daddy, are you there? Prince Daddy.
Yeah, hello, woman. Yeah, sorry, I was driving.
Sorry. Can you hold the fort for me for about 5 minutes? Just let the conversation flow, but just hold it steady. Carry on now, Bishop.
Okay,
right,
so
thanks, yeah.
so if we say our budget for those 3 years is 50 trillion, just a rough estimate, and the man is saying we lost about 2.9 trillion. Let's say 3 trillion. What percentage of 3 trillion? I mean, of 50 trillion is 3 trillion. What percentage is that? If it is 10% of 2.5, that is of 50 trillion. That's 5 trillion.
Less than 10%.
It's less than 10%.
It's about 5%.
So are we saying that we have gone so far, so we have done so well that we don't lose up to 5% or 10% of our budget to corruption in Nigeria? A few years ago.
He might be exaggerating. He needs to do questions,
a few years ago.
But even if he's exaggerating, just look at 1.5 trillion.
Hold on, just look at my direction, please. Let me finish, please. Let me look at my direction. A few years ago, some people did a study. They said the money value index is in Nigeria is less than 30%. And what they mean is that for every 1 naira that is budgeted for a purpose, for a project, that the amount that gets to it is just about 30 kobo. That means we lose 70 kobo to corruption, administrative bottleneck, whatever. What do they call this now? So
it's about 2/3.
Which is about 2/3 exactly. So if he is saying in the same vein that means there has been a great improvement from where we were. And it might not be exaggerating after all. If you are looking at 2.9 trillion naira, not dollar, and we are saying 2.9 trillion in 3 years is about less than 5% of our budget for these 3 years. And we are complaining, if we are saying it's too much, and we are complaining Nigeria is a corrupt, we are not really as corrupt as we are painting ourselves to be. If we really interrogate those figures, I don't know. I'm just hearing what he said now, but I don't think he really exaggerated. That's my submission.
Yeah, because when Sanusi Lamido was crying that time that this is what is happening in Jonathan's government, we didn't believe. He was even sacked. He was ridiculed. But at the end of the day, he exaggerated. But then we were almost at that number when the whole thing unraveled, didn't we?
But my challenge is that why can't we tackle this corruption issue?
This is my challenge, Patrick. I don't understand. What is it? Are these people bigger than us? Are they bigger than Nigeria?
Baba.
Yeah. Sorry. Baba, you see, the real corruption is not just those individuals. if you see the corruption going on in the system, in terms of civil service, in terms of maybe other people in the corporate world and everything, it is so enormous. But if we put the right policy in place, it will address it. Let me give you a good example that I know. There's what I have termed it privilege access. Privilege access is like this. Maybe I want to do CFO, and I say, okay, I put a bureaucracy on the CFO. Before you get CFO, the director of something must sign, and the clerk in the office of something must sign. You have created privilege access for those people. They are the only one who can sign those things. So what you have done is you have corrupted them. But if you make it open, you want to get CFO, log on to this website, there's no privilege, everybody. Or you say, okay, if you want to do CFO, get a justice of peace to sign. And anybody who has credible record, maybe just the same way you get justice of peace in the US, can sign it. That privilege access is erased. You understand what I'm saying? So if you give somebody that power, say you are the one that can sign, he will go and celebrate with his friends. Say, or want for any big day. You will now say, okay, I'm busy, I can't sign. And we have several of that in the system. So I don't know what is wrong.
See, the truth of the matter is this: if you banking and the tendency to be corrupt or corrupt tendencies is very high, especially when we have a society that worship what do you call it now?
Materiality.
You will be idolized. You'll be celebrated. People don't really care how you got that money, and everybody wants to be comfortable to some extent. Look, let's be very sincere with ourselves. Every one of us, I'm not saying that we are corrupt because of we want to be corrupt or something, but sometimes you see an advantage. Yoruba people used to say one adage: let's assume that I have an experience I will share. Yeah, it was funny. But let's assume that anyone among us here, you are in a position to distribute 50 items, and there are 200 items. 200 people that are entitled, equally qualified for those items, for those 50 items, and you have been sharing for the people just on basis of anybody that. But you have your family member, and you have just 10 items left, and there are, out of 200, you have 40 has gone, you have 10, so that means 150 people or 160 people are still remaining, and your family member is still in the crowd. In your head, you will think, oh, how do I reserve at least one for that my brother that is in the crowd? You know, if you have to put it line by line, as people that are coming to you, it will never get to him. Now, immediately you are thinking, how can I reserve one so that my brother can at least get one? That is corruption. That's the truth.
I would deceive myself and call it small scale.
Now, some people will now say the same thing we accuse other people for. If I enter a place now, I've not seen one man face to face. I've not seen Baba. I enter maybe a filling station or a bank. There is pandemonium. There is chaos. There is confusion. And I'm able to get, if I can get to Baba, I'm the one that we used to it's you. And you carry me from number 200 to come to number 2. Say, come, sit down, take a cup of coffee, and you attend to me. I will go and give testimony in church. I found favor. But in the real sense, it is corruption.
Sure.
So sometimes it is easy to point fingers. There are people, we have relatives that are civil servants, level 6, level 7, level 8, that are buying houses and building houses, and we are congratulating them, and they are coming to church, come and do testimony.
Even in Canada, they are buying houses.
They are buying houses. It is corruption. If your civil servant is less than a director and is building a house or buying a land in Abuja, he's a thief. But they are there.
But Bishop, what I'm saying is that it's a scale. You understand?
There
are two corruptions. There is corruption of need.
Okay.
There is corruption of greed.
Greed, okay, of what?
Is the corruption of greed that is the real problem, that is the killer.
Exactly. So one of the major problems we have had in our own case is that we have kind of institutionalized this. Somebody many years ago is a friend. He used to lecture in Delta State University, Abraka, and he went abroad, and he was able to get a kind of funding for a project. In like a sponsorship for a research project in the university, and people went there, to try to execute it. They eventually withdrew that project. Do you know why? Everybody along the line, every table, want to have a share of that thing. Everybody, from the highest level to the lowest level, everybody is looking at whether it is 1% here, whether it is 2% here. Hey, I can bring my brother. Oh, let my brother join the team. Oh, I have this, I have that. And the people withdrew because at the end of the day, what will get to the project itself will be less than 10%.
And nothing works.
And it's not going to work. Are there corruptions in advanced countries, especially the America that we are? Oh, seriously.
Seriously.
It is far. People think Nigerians are more corrupt than America. It is a blatant, bloody lie. The other time we were discussing here, I don't know whether Rational Man, and he was defending what is. I was laughing. Somebody was where I was listening, and the guy was laughing like, "Is this serious? Is it for real?" The form of corruption, it's just that their system I'm talking of institutionalized. If you want corruption in the health sector, the corruption in the insurance, some people are there. There is nothing you can do. Every minute in it. So how do we? But because of the situation we are being distracted by we don't have enough money, and the little we have, the point. Exactly. So if we can begin to reduce the corruption elimination. I have told people this many years ago. Let's say you want to eliminate, you cannot. It's a human thing. If people are satisfied,
just like you want to eliminate prostitution or poverty,
exactly.
It's not happening.
Exactly, or poverty.
God created poverty.
Why would you want to eliminate prostitution? What's
say? Don't take us that lane, Mr. Woman. Please, we take my man listen here. We don't want that one. But what I'm saying is that one of the things that is going to help us, that I applauded this government, if you can institutionalize the credit scheme, so you don't have to have all the money in the house to have all a decent house. You don't have to have. Look, if somebody was singing on song. If you want to buy a brand new car in America today, and you have a steady job that you have held for 1 year, and you want to drive into a place and drive the 2023, you can just go there. You have a good credit that is not good, that is going to minimize your. That is it.
That's it.
Many Americans don't have $1,000 after they have paid their bills, and they have been working for 10, 20, 30 years.
Paycheck to paycheck.
They don't have paycheck. Exactly. So if we can have a credit scheme so that you don't have to have all the money, you don't have to pay 1 year rent in advance, be paying gradually, we're going to move away. So people will not have the fear, and people should be able to learn also to raise the family they can cater for. Because it is completely irresponsible, and it will push you to do things you don't want to do. If you know that your income can only take care of one child, but you are, because of the pressure, because you are giving back to 6, 7, 8, 9, and when you are doing it, the thing will switch you. It is when the reality now done, you now realize so yes, there is corruption. Yes, it is a problem. But we cannot get it. Is not something we can just remove overnight. Say, somebody will just come and just say corruption, stop, and it is over. No, everybody have corrupt tendencies. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Excellently delivered by Bishop. And thank you. I was going to say thank you, Prince Daddy, but it's dropped. It's driving, so I think whenever it goes through whatever. Let me take you to one final talking point, Baba. I'm not quite sure if this is your space, but let me present it to you anyway. It's is Renault mockery versus obedience. Is if you are ever bored, Baba, I would recommend that you go on Renault mockery's Twitter handle. I'm
not on Twitter.
Just go to even go to his YouTube channel. It's
the YouTube. I do.
Yes, it's just too much fun. But let me bring you this just as an example of what he does on social media. Reno Mokri turns Peter Obi as comic actor Mr. Ibu seeks financial assistance for his help. So this is what Reno is saying. It says, and there's a clip that I'm going to play to you after this one. It's only 1 minute. It says, Deji Adeyanju speaking to this space as well. It says, Reno Omokri has taken to social media to taunt politician Peter Obi as his supporter actor John Okafor currently battles with his health. Mr. Ibu had taken to social media today, October the 18th, to seek public assistance as he battles with his health. Reacting to Mr. Ibu's outcry, Reno said the comic actor and his daughter endorsed and danced for Obi during the 2023 presidential election campaign, and that this is the time for the politician to come to Mr. Ibu's aid. So this is what Reno wrote. I sympathize with Mr. John Ikechukwu Okafor, aka Mr. Ibu, over his ailment, and I urge all Reno followers to donate to the account number he has put out. Please do not ignore his cries for help. I also urge members of the public to donate. However, this is a man who publicly endorsed Peter Obi. He and his daughter danced for Peter Obi and broke the internet. They went on the streets campaigning for Obi. The same Peter Obi who boasted that he's richer than the president of America, Joe Biden, who at the time of Peter Obi's boast was worth $8.2 million. After all that, let me just give you the last paragraph. After all that John Okafor did for him, perhaps Peter Obi can support him by paying Mr. Ibu's medical bills. I am even surprised that Peter Obi did not remember to post about Mr. Ibu on his birthday yesterday. Even at that, Peter Obi should help him in his time of need. So that is Reno Omokri forever raging and wailing at the Peter Obi space. But as I said, Deji Adeyanju comes into that space as well. Baba, watch this.
Hello everyone. This is an appeal to every Nigerian to kindly help Mr. Ibu, who is... Hello everyone. This is an appeal to every Nigerian to kindly help Mr. Ibu, who is currently... Hello everyone. This is an appeal to every Nigerian to kindly help Mr. Ibu, who is currently sick. Does not matter how much you can contribute, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000 or above, please. Let us help him. I also want to appeal to President Tinubu to kindly reach out to him and his family and help them, and also to Peter Obi, who he's aggressively supported during the last election, to kindly help and support him. It's not when something bad happens that people start showing that, oh, Mr. Ibu was a good man, oh, this and that. This is the time to really help Mr. Ibu. And also, I hear that there's about 6.5 billion in the Labour Party presidential coffers from the contribution from the last election. This is the time to use such money. Also, we can use from the NSAS money, which is still about $500,000 for good causes like this. God bless everyone. Amen.
So there it is right there. So all those trips that Peter Obi was making to America and whatnot, $6-point-something billion was what he was able to harvest. And Deji Adeyanju invites him that, look, what's going on? Sort this. What are you making of this Mr. Ibu narrative and Peter Obi's radio silence response?
Well, firstly, I would think when Mr. Ibu, this is not the first time he's collecting money.
On the same thing, this is about the fourth time now that he's in some hospital bed appealing for public.
Yeah, even the last time, I think his adopted daughter and the wife and children had a public fracas concerning funds received from donors. Yes. Here we go again. But I think we should not subject things like this to political patronage, if I may put it that way. He's a Nigerian citizen, is ill for whatever his fault is. Let us do something, whether we are in APC, NNPP, whether PDP, whoever has a power to do it should do it right now for him. Because if he dies now, everybody will now be forced to chip in money, giving his children scholarship. They're saying, okay, we give him scholarship, we do this, we do that, or I will buy the coffin. No, he is gone, he's gone. Right now, he needs our help. Let us show some love to him, no matter his political color. That is my own take on this.
Oh, all right. And the Peter Obi angle, do you think Peter Obi should come forward and do the necessary, at least tweet something?
I don't think it's not the first time, though. Somewhere a few months ago, there was a retired female colonel in Abuja who said she was an ardent supporter of Obi, and I think she sustained that injury during the campaigning period, during the election. And she spent all her resources on that illness or something, or accident. Nobody came forward to help. Though I've not been hearing some noise from that quarters. Maybe LP has eventually showed up or not. I don't know. So it won't be the first time. But there's so much a man can carry, though. I don't know. Maybe he has his fingers in many sick pies, if I may put it that way. So he's sponsoring. So maybe he's leaving it for some other people to do this one for this comedian. I won't outrightly blame him or anything. Reno himself, I think he's just using this Obi thing. If it's not Obi today, it will be Rufai tomorrow. It will be Ezekiel Lazy in 3 days' time.
Do you think the tide is starting to turn against the Obi narrative somewhat? Do you think the tide is starting to turn against Peter Obi?
No, I want to see the master stroke of what will happen, because I believe with this pressure of releasing Nnamdi Kanu, the IPOB factor, Biafra agitation, I'm not in support that Tinubu has to release Kanu, because Kanu nobody can handle him in the East. Nobody is big enough to handle him. He has a crowd behind him. The youth anger is driving the support he has garnered. So if they release him, he will be a lord unto himself. Will it disturb the Nigerian space? I don't know. Will it be more radicalized? I can't answer that. But I think it might beat the Obi ascension down, and Obi may fade away, because all of them will line up behind Nnamdi Kanu. That is my own thinking in that light. I think Nnamdi Kanu, his factor will either diminish Obi's followership and reduce it to the barest minimum. We may not even hear his voice again if Nnamdi Kanu is released. And I think the Eastern, how do I put it? Those I will call adults, they know this as a factor, and they are against Nnamdi Kanu's being released. Even Obi himself, I doubt if he's in support of Nnamdi Kanu being released. And I suspect he may end up being released into exile, it becomes a persona non grata, not to enter Nigeria again, just like Igboho. But still, that will solve the problem, because he will still be throwing stones through the cyberspace. But then he will have the autopilot guy to contend with. So I don't know how that also will work out. I've not looked into it. But if we have two stones being thrown in the cyberspace from a broad-based agitator or leadership of the agitators, what will that bring? So it's an interesting thing that we may look into as a topic someday on this platform. So let's analyze it. Let's put our head to work and see which factor will bring Obi down. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. That's certainly a conversation well worth having. So we'll bookmark that conversation just as directed by Baba. So thank you, Baba. Fatai, did you want to make the Ikemba one of Nicosia or Nicosia or how the Ikemba one of Nicosia?
Obedient not going to agree with that title.
That's exactly why you should have it now.
Agree. We go begin protest. Hello, Omar. I actually didn't really have a plan to come in, but I certainly didn't want to disturb Baba's talk. But I talk about everybody. I have to talk about my own former boss, because I heard Baba was talking about Babalaki, Jim O'Brien, and Branson and the Virgin Nigeria. Okay, I don't care about Jim O'Brien. I don't know him. I mean, I know him as in the public domain, but I don't know anything. I don't have personal anything with him. But I worked at Babalaki and Co before, so I don't know. Babalaki didn't play any game to push Virgin Nigeria away. It's the
Go ahead.
Actually, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Virgin Nigeria was trying to play smart, right? So you're running both local and international flights, right? So Babalaki spent a lot of money to build the local. He had the PPP, right? So you have to. The agreement is the domestic flights are going to have flying through Lagos into Lagos are going to have their offices at the MMA2. And he said he had some exception to fly, to be operating both his international and domestic flight from the old Muritala, where he's having a lot of waivers and whatever because national carrier. Yeah, you don't want to pay to the private guy because it's more profit for him to be operating only from Muritala, right? But if you're going to be operating domestic flights, okay, this is it. He said he had
regional, not domestic.
No, the domestic flights. No, you're operating whatever you're operating. The issue is not about his flight or whatever. The only issue with Baikotni, Babalaki's the company is for the Babalaki's company managing the MMA2 was Baikotni. The issue is Nigeria, Virgin Nigeria, if it's going to be operating local flights, right, it must have an office. That operation has to pass from through the MMA2, and that is the national. That's the agreement in the PPP. Before Babalaki started building the domestic flight, so that is the only issue between Babalaki and Virgin Nigeria. And what is the issue? And they are doing all the propaganda, right? They are trying to frustrate the business. Frustrate what business? If nobody touches your international flight or African flight or whatever flight you're flying, but if you're flying domestic, this is the agreement with the federal government before that was built. And not only that, but that's just common sense. Nobody touches your other thing. But the domestic flight with the proper from the proper airport, it even makes streamlining. Why both from that particular place? And that is the issue. Even
that's the word you use now, streamlining. Fatai, just hold on a moment, please. Don't let me interject. He has, I can't readily remember if the domestic flight was involved, but I know the regional flight to Ghana, to Ivory Coast, to Senegambia and something. He has to, everybody, his aircrafts can be in one place. His departure area can be in one place as if the coming in of his aircraft. So it's like streamlined into one. Why did they frustrate that? Because he according to Brunson, he asked before he started furnishing the place and creating that space for himself. It's like
the streamline that Brunson was talking about is passengers coming when they land in the international and they want to go to Port Harcourt, they should just streamline straight. It's not about the regional. No, you have to fly from here, domestic, not the going to Ghana. Babalaki doesn't do.
But they were bossing them.
No, he doesn't have an office in the local
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. I remember now.
So it's not the same flight. It's not the same aircraft that brought them from London that will also take them to Port Harcourt. So the one that will take them to Port Harcourt should be at the MMA2, and you can bus them to MMA2, and they continue on there. Everywhere is done like that. No, you want them. The problem is not really the flight or the streamlining. It's because it doesn't want to pay by Courtney. He doesn't want to pay in two offices, and he has a lot of waivers from the government on the government's own property. But the private guy is going to collect every penny.
Yeah, so okay. You are correct. You are correct for that. But I will ask you two questions. Was he efficient? Yes, he was efficient. But when they succeeded in harassing him, haranguing him away, when what's his name now took over with Nigerian Air, did they last 1 year?
Well, Baba, okay, I don't want to speak to that. I don't know. Like I said, I don't have any relationship with Jim O'Brien, so I don't really know exactly what Jim O'Brien was doing. But at the same time, also, Jim O'Brien came into the picture maybe like 3 years later. No, but I'm not sure how much Jim O'Brien played there. Jim O'Brien brought into this project and turned it to Air Nigeria. Not Nigeria Airway. Nigeria Air is what Adesirika is playing with. The official,
Air Nigeria.
That is Air Nigeria. Jim O'Brien was in 2010. This whole thing had collapsed maybe 2007 or 2008 thereabout. And it was changed from Virgin Nigeria to Nigeria Eagle Airline. Right, that is the one that was collapsing.
Air Nigeria or Nigeria Air, I don't know. Either the air is in front or the
Air
air
Nigeria. Finally, Air is the official name is Air. That's why Nigeria Air that Adesirika was trying to do does not exist. That guy, I don't know what's going on there. That's a massive fraud. That Nigeria Air does not exist. The only existing company is Air Nigeria, and they have not bought it over from Jim O'Brien. So Jim O'Brien came in 2010. So Virgin Nigeria had already changed name, had already been sold out 3 years earlier before Jim O'Brien came into the picture, or 2 years, or what? Just to, I mean, I don't know exactly.
But he acquired their assets. That is what if?
Yeah, but even that, Richard Branson still had his stock stock in the new company called Nigerian Eagle, or whether Nigerian Eagle Airline or Nigerian Eagle Air or whatever it was.
With the green logo.
Yeah, it was later in 2010 that he finally sold it to Jim O'Brien. But I don't care about all of that. I don't know. I don't really know.
But the fact is, Jim acquired it by accessing that facility for airlines.
I don't want to speak too much about Jim O'Brien. Only Babalaki side I want to
let Fatai give us the clarification that he wants to clarify. And then we go on to Ajan Lekoko.
Yeah. I don't want to. I don't know a lot of shenanigans going in Nigeria. So Jim O'Brien angle, I don't know, Baba, you might be right whether they was playing or not. But the only thing that is publicly known is that Jim O'Brien came in a couple of years later after Virgin Nigeria had collapsed, or let me in quote, had whatever had been sold out or had been withdrawn, or whatever the terminology should be, proper terminology should be used. So maybe Jim O'Brien played the game and stayed back, and then came out and just came in to make himself look clean. I don't know about that. I don't know 100% about that. But with regard to Babalaki himself, right? Babalaki was Obasanjo's guy, right? When Jonathan also came in, Jonathan went after Babalaki. He went after him. It's a lot of many things that happened with Jonathan. He went after a lot of Obasanjo boys, right? Because he and him of Obasanjo fell out, right? And so they took a lot of contract away from Babalaki, because it was even the federal secretariat in Lagos, right? Okay, that one was the fight between about Lagos, Tinubu, and Babalaki. So Babalaki bought that it was going to convert into a hotel, and they said no, and they took it because that was when they were selling all the assets. So Babalaki bought that asset. Okay, whatever, they said he bought it for cheap or whatever, and it's Lagos, whatever, the government cannot sell
we
it.
give them the land for federal secretariat, so somebody cannot come and acquire it.
Yeah, they had that fight, and they finally, it was that actually was a very big problem.
I think it's still in court.
Yeah, I think they should still be in court. But the federal secretariat is lying down there. Babalaki was already become
that's one of the problem of Nigeria, because the whole thing is getting rotten there, and you have armed robbers living there.
The guy wanted to turn to a world-class hotel, and they said all too many bad belly going on there. But I think the problem with that is the Obasanjo angle, because the Lagos state was fighting Obasanjo. So they are telling Obasanjo, hey, this is this Lagos where you see, so it's our own. You can't just say
rightfully so, rightfully so. Kiwa.
Fine, you know. Babalaki had nothing to do with pushing Branson away. That's the point I wanted to make. It was
you just said that now, because he said he has to move his domestic operation to this because he doesn't want to pay him.
He has to move.
So he was doing Jimo Ibrahim's bidding underground.
No. Babalaki had his own entity. His own entity was built, and local flights must operate from there.
We have to move the conversation on, but thank you for that clarification, Fatai. Ajalekoko, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Thanks to our listeners around the world. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. So,
Ajalekoko, give your special shout out who consistently always keeps the light on the platform. So that's Ayo doing as he always does.
Ayo is the
official sponsor.
Well, let me thank Ayo and let me thank others as well. Brother Alexander Gomez, Ike Igbe.
Ogiome. Where did I come into it? I could hear me.
Yeah, man.
Yes.
Ogiome and others for their, for their generosity. I think we just have to thank them all the time, because they are very consistent in this super chat, and
yes. And we want other names joining in that space as well. As much as Ayo does his bit, everybody should do this as well. So
I'm listening.
So let me take you to this headline. We've not really touched on this one. Governor Sanwo Olu performs groundbreaking on $100 million Lagos Film City. So I'm not sure if it was actually Kulata that first brought this story weeks ago, that this was in the offing. But that Nollywood thing now, they are now wanting to harness it into one central hub, which they are spending the vast fortune of $100 million on. So what are you making of this the continuous innovation of Lagos? If you look at what is happening in Lagos State, go in 5 years' time, Lagos will be a world-class city. The way it's going.
Look, woman, you see, when you have the right
I never used to like this Sanwo Olu, and you used to like him, but now I'm starting to like him.
Okay. So
remember when I used to run him down?
I said, no, leave this guy alone. This guy is just doing his own thing, one step before the other, and not gara. So when you have people that are competent, holding leadership position, they be coming out with one initiative after another and policy after another that can really position the state in the right direction, put them on the right direction in the area of economic growth and commerce, trade, and things like that. So this one will surely, you see, This is what we have been calling on the federal government to do. And federal government is not showing interest in investing in entertainment industry, because this is an investment in entertainment industry. So by the time they complete that place, and people in the entertainment world, both in Nigeria and outside Nigeria, you know, engage in their how do I describe it? Is it actor, or how do I describe entertainment and film acting activities? Nigerian name in the areas of entertainment and acting, how do I describe it? Acting industry. You see, Nigerian name will continue to spread around the world. This kind of infrastructure is going to attract actors, not only locally, but around the world, to come and join their fellow actor in Nigeria in their acting work. And what that is going to give us, it will surely stimulate the economic growth of Lagos and economic activity, because when you have people coming to Lagos for tourism, for actors activities and stuff like that, film making, you know, it's going to contribute enormous to the revenue generation of Lagos, and you know, other activities in the state will do better. Continue, including this infrastructure that they are putting in place in terms of metro line and other, you know, bus services, ferry services. Lagos State is driving towards a better future, a state that can compare with New York and other advanced city around the world. So this Sanwo Olu of a guy, I think he have people around him that are very smart like him, and are you know, they know what they are doing. They are pursuing it, you know, objectively, and they are getting the results. So look at the rice mill that he built in Ekwe. It's you know, in the areas of production of food security, particularly for rice making. He have rice mill in Ekwe. I think that is the biggest in the whole of Africa. That one is there now. Film making. What is that? Film making. What? Filmmaking city.
Industry, I was going to say. It's called Lagos Film City. Is what?
Yeah, Film City. So that, man, we just pray that we are all alive and they pursue what they are pursuing and they are able to complete that city. This is going to be a project that will attract tourists to
you know, when I saw this, the thought I had was that if they build it, if they are pumping $100 million into it, then it's going to be a bespoke, you know, sort of entertainment hub. And if they build a bespoke entertainment hub, anybody that is doing any film in Africa, they are coming there to use that facility. Anybody that is doing music, anybody that is doing any, they have to come there to come and use that facility to perfect their work.
It's not a joke, woman. This is $100 million. This is $100 million. This is $100 million. When they finally, done with this, what they are trying to build, it might be because they are going to surely put some infrastructure there that are very, very modern. So it's going to be very, very attractive to actors and film makers around the world, and to come there, participate in doing their movie, film, and whatever they want to do, acting and whatsoever. And that will sell Nigeria more, particularly Lagos State. Because Lagos is an international city, whether we like it or not. Lagos is known all over the world. If you meet anybody, a non-Nigerian, and before they mention any other place in Nigeria, they mention Lagos. It's either Lagos or Abuja. So Abuja is another place that competes with Lagos because it's the capital city of Nigeria. But Lagos is a place that everybody, most people, they know about Lagos and they want to come to Lagos. I don't know if you have engaged in discussion with some people that are showing interest to come to Nigeria. So I want to go to
my direct neighbor, before he moved into Middle England because he wanted to live in a bungalow. He's from the Caribbean. Every single time he says, take me to Lagos, take me to Lagos.
Yeah.
And my mom comes every year. So anytime my mom comes, she always buys him some Nigerian outfit, and then he'll he'll wear that for the summer.
That's good.
They will they love it.
So they know Lagos. So Lagos, once this is completed, man, this will put Lagos more positively to international community, particularly those in those in the entertainment and film making industry. This is what we want. And you know how many other businesses that are going to benefit from this? Hotel are going to benefit, airline are going to benefit, restaurant going to benefit, cab driver, or what do you call it, Uber, they're going to benefit. It's really going to stimulate economic activities and economic growth in Lagos State. Lagos is these guys are doing this. Sanwo Olu guy, I think by the time he finishes his time of office, one man, I want to tell you, is going to be the most successful governor that the history will record. That did during his time, he completed the rail service. During his time, he completed the film city. During his time, he completed the fourth mainland. I don't know how many years that one going to take them though. But there are so many things now. Even in the health sector, like Mercy Children Hospital that we used to know, in that they are building a very big, that they said it's going to be maybe the biggest in Africa. They expand it. And some other health services.
The only other thing they have to do at NADECO is to expand Lagos as well, because Lagos is too condensed into just and thankfully they are building this film city in Ekpe, so that should then open up that space.
Best space. Yeah, they get the best place. Yes. So they strategically, putting all those industries in strategic location of Lagos State, where there are plenty of land, plenty of spaces where large people can come, and people can come in large crowd, and they have there be a space for them, to enjoy themselves. Ekpe is a very big, space. The one for the rice, I think you see Jede, they took that one too. Yeah, they have a very big land. I mean, the land space there is very big. So it's doing a great job, and this should be applauded. We hope to see it finish. How many years is it going to? I think 2 years, or how many years is it going to?
Let me double check. I abandoned it halfway through, so it shouldn't take that long anyway if they have the money. But
they have the money, yeah. This is dollars here. They pump money there and they'll be able to finish it. So,
and the other thing that I like about this Sanwo Olu is that he always makes sure he perfects the financing first. So he would have gotten the money in place first. Yeah.
Yeah. And, it's going to be a tourist place too. A tourist attraction. People will come from abroad, or maybe some of us, when we travel, we say, well, let's go and see the film city. Let's go there. Well, it's commendable.
A bit like that Warner Brothers sort of thing, that there's part theme park and part.
It's a commendable effort, and we want to see them doing some great things. And this is going to be a place of monument. We don't even have any. I don't know where there's a place of monument in what do you call it? Our National Theater used to be, but now just go there. I was passing through the Gomu the other day when I traveled, and I was looking and I see all those weeds grown up. Grasses and all those grass all over the corner and stuff like that. I say, what the heck? All the parking lot that was very clean before, you see all this weed almost covered it. I say, what is this mess? It's an eyesore. Yeah. They better pull it down or do something there. Yes, Adewale.
It's also not a monument. How many pickpocket, how many wristwatches and wallet has been snatched from that market? It's also not a monument. After all, there's a modern park that was built by the Sanwo Olu and his predecessor. So also there's a monument.
Also the bus.
Yes, also the bus stop should be a tourist attraction where people will go and narrate so many stories and history. That
no. Let me tell you this, Adewale. You see, the problem with our people is that, number one, our people doesn't show discipline sometimes. Then the people in authority does not, effect their responsibility well, so that these places we call a places of monument, people can really see it as a place of monument. Why am I saying that our people are not showing discipline? That you see all those people selling nata, and all these people selling petty hawkers, you see them, they're not supposed to be hanging around there. And along the rail track, look at the governor when the other day he started talking in English and he changed it to Yoruba, because let me even talk to them in the language they understand. You guys will leave this place. You don't leave, they will start arresting you people from next tomorrow. So government should be able to do their job for people to know that government doesn't want this. Government does it. This is where you can stay. Don't stay around here. Government officials should be able to do their job well and make that place, more reputable and a place of monument, as because that guy, that Osho did something, is a wonderful place as well. So, but we Nigerians, people in authority, when they build a very fantastic structure like that, the maintenance and then the aftercare, doesn't matter to them. Once they build it, everybody jump up, take picture, and we are all laughing. We see it on TV. Before you know it, if they return it to another thing, So, but on this one, I hope that I believe it's going to be a PPP project. One man.
It doesn't say that it
Yes, it
is.
is. Yes,
Is
it
it?
is.
Are you
Is
aware of
it?
it? Are you aware of it, Oriola?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can look it up online as well. It's
Yeah,
a
exactly.
studio actually, but I think it's a studio just like you have like the Sony studio in LA, the Hollywood, and you have I think you have the Universal studio as well. It just is a studio, and I think that they're gonna also make like a tourist center as well. But it's majority is more like a studio where people can, the actors can go there and shoot movies. Instead of them going into the bush and creating their own scene, their own stuff, like
It
that
will
place will
vastly
be the
improve
place to
the quality.
use.
It's quality that sometimes when you see Nigerian movies on Netflix, it is always completely different from the locally produced one. So it is that bridge in quality now that this place is looking to insulate.
Right.
On
And
that
I pray
concept,
that this would not be, it would be us. It won't be like we were hiring foreigners to be like the producers and all the cameras. I'm praying that those people that put the money into it will put the right amount of money and make sure that the people that will be in charge will be us, not like foreign person. Like, let the people get the skills, let us get the skills and be in charge of that city. So that's what I'm praying for. But usually Nigerians are not always like that. But I'm praying for that.
No, filmmaking and film making, particularly Nigerian, are very good. Though. They have
No,
the
have
best
you seen all
in the whole of.
your Amazon movies, your Netflix movies? The producers, they're not Nigerians. They're from either South Africa or some from the West.
There are a lot
So
of them.
that's not true.
Oriola, before you start throwing everybody under the bus, listen.
No.
The concept itself is original, Nigerian-made concept of the movie. Now, when they hire producer or director, sometimes some of the equipment that they brought, because it requires an expert to handle those cameras. I mean, I don't know if you watched the interview of the guy that made the this new movie that just came out, the Calabar guy. What is all my
Yeah,
remind me of
I
that movie?
saw. Yeah, I
Is
saw.
it the Black Book or something
Yeah,
like
the
that?
Black
Yeah.
Gold. They had to make use of, bringing in expert also to assist them, but it was the production, the post production actually was spearheaded by Nigerian. The set was made by Nigerian. The guy that died, Pat Nebo, a very prominent set producer, and most of the time they usually look out for go out there for an expert. Another thing is that the standard of the movie had to meet the standard set by the platform. Netflix want something that is more original that they can showcase on their platform, and you
Yeah,
can see that concept have
listen
changed
to me. I'm
drastically.
not saying. Listen to me. I'm
No, you're
not
talking
saying
about
that.
they have to bring in
I'm saying
producer.
that the time that we're building this, we should invest in the human resources, like the people that we have. So when it comes to the time that we are producing more movies, we will have our home people doing it. I'm not saying that they shouldn't go for the
The
best.
Jagun Jagun
I'm just saying
movie
we should
was
invest in
produced by
ourselves as
Nigeria.
well.
The Jagun Jagun movie was produced by Nigeria,
Yeah,
directed by
but
Nigeria.
the people in charge, if you look at the most of the cameras, some of the people that did the cameras and stuff,
The
they're not
production.
Nigerians. The
I
producers,
just
they're
I just
Nigerian.
told you some of these cameras are imported or leased. They lease these cameras because they have to meet the standard of Netflix.
Yeah,
So
but
some of
now
them
we're
already
creating
signed
Yeah,
up.
our
but
own.
there's no argument taking place here now. What Oriola is suggesting is that because often instances the back end of all of these movies is usually white people, often instances Italians. But he's saying that with this film city now, they should train Nigerians as well in all of those skills so that as much as possible everything should be wholly Nigerian.
This one man, most of the movies has been handled by Nigeria, whether production or post-production, editing has been handled by Nigeria. But some of the cameras that they use, because now it's becoming more competitive that everyone wants to have an edge, above others. So some of the cameras that they have, probably maybe they don't have enough time to hire Nigerians to be trained, or they believe that it's more cheaper to bring in an expert that will operate the camera at a time frame for that production and then go. Now, the bigger issue is not even about the operating of camera, is the post-production. That is where they have, they needed a more creative mind. Because even though if you shoot multi-million dollars movie and you don't have the best of the creative post-production expert that could handle the editing and joining, your movie may come out as a flop. So that's why they are still utilizing that expertise outside. But vis-a-vis the production, the producer and everything is the backbone of any movie. And if the producer is not forthcoming, even the expert that is being brought to operate the camera will just be waste of energy, waste of resources and all that. But good job to Lagos State though. But 100 million is still a small chicken change. That's what I would call it. Because if you look at that industry, it's a multi-billion-dollar industry. But you see, Nigerians are skeptical of investing in that field. If you've noticed, I don't know if you've watched it.
That labor is cheap in Nigeria.
It's not even about the labor; it's about the acceptability.
Do you think Nigerians are the ones going to build that place? And do you think
I just
all
told
the
you Pat
material
Neighbor
needed?
build the set. Hold on. I just told you Pat Neighbor build the set of Black Book. We have the best of the best when it comes to creative man in Nigeria. But some of the equipment that will be imported to set up the studios, perhaps they will need an expertise of those, the country that are importing those equipment.
Wait. Do you know that movie majority was actually green set? It wasn't majority is a green set.
What is the percentage of the white people use for the production of that Black Book? What is the percentage?
I don't know. I wasn't there, and I didn't. I didn't read a lot about it. I'm just saying, you yourself just told us that.
Kunle Afolayan. There's no argument, but I would just want to make some clarity that our people have been doing the best they could. As a matter of fact, the number of white people being brought in to assist are very, very minimal. Kunle Afolayan, he actually went to New York film school. It was trained by the best in Nigeria anyway. I'm talking about.
Wait, that doesn't matter, man. I see this argument of
with you.
Just because you go to school abroad,
you were saying what you were saying about.
I don't like those arguments. I'm saying have the experience, and we need it so it can be us instead of us just shipping.
We've been doing it. We have been doing it.
We're not doing it. If we're doing
how many Nigerian movies have you been watching?
Well, I've watched enough, but I know we have not been doing so much because I see all the interviews and they always say
talk about how many
they
movies
get
they've watched.
the brains from somewhere else.
How many have you watched behind the scene of every of this production and see how many white
you
people
yourself
are
just said that the editing and the green, if they use the green room and all of that, that's what really matters when it comes to movies. Those technology, the skills. Most of us don't have those skills. I'm saying that part of what they should be doing now is invest in those. So we don't need to go hire people to do it for us.
How do you know we don't have that skills?
What?
That shows you've not been watching Nigerian movies. What are you talking about?
For green rooms,
if you watch that guy's
we
interview,
have the experience, the technology behind green room.
If you watch the Ifeanyi, this guy that made
the Black Book, the guy.
That was a Netflix movie now. That was. Oh, hold on.
I watched that movie, and the only reason
it was
why
a Netflix movie now. So, do you know what Oriola is saying when he's saying the green room technology?
Yeah.
Do you know?
What is special about green room?
Let me explain. You see a lot of these movies that you see that they show all of these fantastical things. What they actually have is just some green large sheet. The actor acts their role just against the backdrop of that.
I know that woman.
But that technology is not there in Nigeria. Is what
who told you that it's not there? Wait,
even
when
the
I'm
last
listening,
movie, the Black Book.
Do you know the
See, the
Jagun
Black
Jagun
Book.
movie was
Listen,
also some of
the Black
hold
Book.
on,
They used
Jagun
brain
Jagun,
room,
hold on,
and the guy also
hold on,
told us.
Loriola. Jagun
The
Jagun
guy
was
told us. The guy told us that for that, like if you look at the beginning of the movie where it looks like they're in, I'm not sure the part, but in large market in Nigeria, and they were asking him that, oh, where do you have all those people around and stuff? He said no, that they use the green room technology, that they had to, that those things, it looks like a real, but it wasn't real. So that's telling you that they use, and he didn't have those, they don't have those technology in Nigeria. He has people, he has to get those things for that movie to be for that part to be done. That's what I'm saying. Like those
one man.
things, if we invest in ourselves, learn it, we buy those technology. That's what we need.
One
Even
man.
the Black Book was number one. Do you know that there's more movies? There's about 2 or 3 movies named Black Book. That's why I think it went number one all over, because people were just thinking, oh, is this similar to the movie that I've seen before? I think that's the reason why.
No, audience know the kind of movie they are set
no,
to
that's
watch.
not true.
No confusion. Listen, there's no 100%. Hold on, one man.
Okay, go on.
Okay. There's no 100% an indigenous production movie. Never. Even our musician in the past, they will record a music in Nigeria. Suddenly I didn't like. We take the music to London or United States or anywhere for production, mixing, and all that. They've been doing it from time immemorial. The same thing with movies. What we've seen happen in Nigeria, and if you look at the production set, 80% of it is usually Nigerians. Now, where they usually require or seek for expertise is, the production, operating of cameras and all that. But lately, we'll be having our Nigerians people doing it, handling it, because some of the cameras are not being used, in Nigeria before, and you don't expect to have millions worth of camera being operated carelessly by Nigerians. So you need some. As a matter, sometimes the company that will lend you those cameras will also, provide the operator. So that's why they do it.
Okay, let me give you an example real quick. So look at the movies that Nigeria made like 10 or 20 years ago. Go to YouTube and watch them. They look like crap. But if you look at the Western movies that was made, like, do you remember the movies from the 80s, 70s, and you still can watch them. They look like new. But when you look at the movie that Nigeria just made like 5-10 years ago, watch them on YouTube today, you'll be like, what? They don't look clear. Those technology. See, I'm not saying that we don't have people that is doing stuff. I'm just saying that we should invest more in those technology, invest more in the human resources people that will be in charge of those. That even if we have to get some expertise from abroad, it will just be like 0.1 or 0.00 something. It won't be like majority of who that can make our movie better will be from abroad. I just want us to be in charge of a lot of things. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that we're not doing anything. I just want us to be in charge, like majority of it. Just like the train in Lagos now. It is built by China, but I want to see when they build the brown and the black, the people that will be in the forefront should be people like me, people that look exactly like me. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying, oh, what we are doing is bad, or no, I'm not blaming. No blame game here. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm just saying that I would like us in the future, and sooner or later, that we should be at the forefront of those things. Not being behind or people telling us they want to teach us. That's where I'm going with this movie thing. I want us to be at the forefront, invest in the human resources, invest in the technology. That's my point.
Okay, I think one man want to say something.
No, I just want to add that that space, you see all those Jagun, King of Boys, and all of these Netflix Nigerian movies. All the editing, all the perfection of it is done within that Netflix technology. So it's not anything Nigerian. And if you really want to know where the Nigerian movie industry is, you go and watch all these Igbo movies, Yoruba movies, and all of those movies. anytime they attempt special effects on those movies, it's always rudimentary, it always looks amateurish, and it always looks silly. So this is what this film studio is looking to address. But back to Ajane Koko.
Yes, well, I believe movies are growing, they are developing, and they continue to improve. But so they have proved to the world that yes, they have arrived. So the building of this movie industry movie city, that will further encourage them to do better, because we are seeing government that the foresight, a vision that very futuristic, investing in this industry. This is going to be will serve as a big revenue industry.
We're struggling to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that this industry will be a big revenue generating avenue for the government of Lagos State. This is an investment that will never die. And I'm happy that private sector are investing in this. So that tells me that, yes, private sector's money are at stake and they would like to manage it better and, to the best of interests of that industry. So Nigeria, Lagos State is a state of excellence, and they are doing great things. So this is commendable. We should commend Sanwo Olu. It's an investment that Lagos State will never regret investing in this sector. It's going to be a big industry that will portray Nigeria as well as a movie making industry. So a movie making nation rather. So let me leave it there. One more.
All right, brilliant. Ajale Koko, let me take you to this space, more familiar grounds. A patriotic statement. Shehu Sani reacts as Labour Party tells reps to reject Tinubu's 160 million naira SUVs. So is that narrative? We've been circling around this particular storyline for quite a few sessions now. So now, who was poking at that space? Was it even Thomas that was poking at that space that this is an opportunity now for the Labour Party that tell us that they're bastions of piety to show us how clean they are now? So
it was Thomas. Well, Thomas that was saying it like yesterday. It was yesterday.
So it looks as though they listened to him and they are now saying they have to reject it. But what do you think the chances are?
One man.
Yeah, right.
That
yeah, right.
Where is a brand new Lamborghini? But no, keep it.
Even a baby born today, when you put honey in the mouth, you will lick it.
One man, wonders shall never end.
Yes.
This is another Gbajue. This is a Gbajue people, a Gbajue party. How can a man, the chairman of a party, who engages in forging paper, forging document, that did not participate, forging document for a candidate of the party, a person that did not participate in the primary, and submitted it as the candidate of the party. He forged a letter from the person that participated that he withdrew, thereby nominating another person as the candidate of the party, forged stamp, forged everything, took money from these people that are representing the party, and now telling them, oh, they want 60 million that government is giving them for official car to return the money. Where will that happen? It's just, you know, it's just seeking for media attention, grandstanding, nothing more, nothing less. Look, if he had wanted, if he's really serious, if this guy I really want to show that he's serious about what he is saying, what he should have done is to call them for press to call all the senators and the rep to gather together with him and some other leaders in front of the media, of the press, and then release that statement, and each one of their representatives will say it, will look at the camera and say to all Nigerians that we are not participating in this corruption. We are not going to be part of these thieves that are taking 160 million naira for future vehicle when Nigerians are languishing in poverty, when Nigerians are languishing in economic depression. This is what you should have done. Call all of them, and collectively, everybody issue a strong statement to the store. I mean, before the media house, let media engage with them in question and answer session, and let Nigerians know that this is a party that told us before being elected into, before some of them are elected into Senate, and so that they really want to fight for the Nigerian people interest. They really want to manage the Nigerian resources well. Let them. That is what he should have done. Not only him making statement, we are not ready, we are not for this. It's just grandstanding. It's just bad way. And we want to wait for those senators and reps that are going to benefit from this money to come and release statement that they are returned. That is what, now he has said something. Let us wait and see if some of these senators that he is calling on to not to take that money, or say that he's calling on them to throw away the money. Let us hear from them if they're going to say something, I mean, abide by his call. Let us see. That is what I want to see. I want to see the response of those senators and those House of Rep member, you know, before we know what we are going to say next to them. But at the moment, I think it's just graduate. But Senator Sani, that is, you know, praising him for making that statement, is just, I mean,
I think it's been sarcastic anyway. You know what Shehu Sani is like? Who promised us that he was going to come, and then he turned back at the door.
Well, you don't know. He might show up another day, one day.
Maybe I'll reach out to him tomorrow again.
Yeah, you can reach out to him. So Senator Sani is just trying, I mean, for him to even, you know, make that statement among, you know, all the chairmen of other party. I mean, it just praising him that at least he tried. Where is Ganduje, the chairman of APC? Where is that one of PDP? They are not making. Where is the chairman of SDP? They are not making any statement. At least SDP, even Labour, if at all it is bad here, but at least he says something to portray their party that, oh, we are different from other party. We are not in support of this 160 million. At least he tried. But to us, who will not fall to that bad ideology? No, he should have called all of them together and let everybody make a specific statement to the media that, look, they are not taking this money. This is a fraud. We are not in the Senate to do this. And then Nigeria can take them serious that, yes, this is a party that are really ready to serve Nigerian people. So let me leave it there, woman.
All right. There's something you were saying earlier that put me in mind of a clip that I saw earlier today. So I've gone to fetch it just so I can show you. So Ajale Koko, let me remove Juju's super chat. Thank you, Juju. So let me play it and then I'll play about just a minute or so of it, and then you can give me your reaction.
Hello everyone, this is Anna.
Ready, after everything. Look at them. First corner. Let me look at it. And they just cleared the way.
This was what Sanwo Olu was warning them just the last time, wasn't it? When I say Nigerians are not suited to do good things, Nigerians are barbarians, and you just have to leave them.
Petrol tanker will fall. We will be taking plastic to scoop it. And 2 years, 3 years back, we've had information. We saw on TV how people were burnt. Yet, if it happens tomorrow again, people will go. Be scooping petrol from tanker that is falling on its side. Ayawiri.
Yeah, but where's the institution that should be monitoring that should be taking care of that? Because I believe the police is the institution where they see people there, they say nothing. So we can't really blame
actually need
the governor has been there to warn them.
Do you need an institution to tell you not to turn the real track into them? You need.
Yes.
Is that driving,
not to kill yourself?
Do you have that institution in America?
Yes, we do. If I'm driving
to tell you not to
let me explain. So if I'm driving, let's say in the school area, you're supposed to drive 20 miles per hour, and you're driving like 30, and the police sees you, you get ticket for that. If you're driving,
this is different.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. That's why we have institution. They should do their job. Why would the governor need to come down and tell them what the institution that we hired, the Nigerian people pay for, they're not doing their job, and you're blaming people? They should find those people, take them, find them. If they find them today, they find them tomorrow. The next third day, they won't go back. Why are we like?
I agree.
Are they dumb, deaf, or blind?
Can they see? No, that's people. We break laws. That's why we have those institutions in place. We break laws. I do it. You do it.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
We do it. Why are we blaming people for everything when we have institutions in place? They're not doing their job.
Government should do their job. They should be able to have their officials on the ground that will not let them, be doing all these things. And whoever that is found putting all this nonsense on the ground, they should arrest him and go and fine him like 5,000 naira or 50,000 naira. He will never go back there again. So, but I agree with you in totality. It's just, but the people too. Oh man, taking risk is not good. I don't know. So, but
I don't think you need any institution to be telling you not to sell goods on a rail track.
Not to kill yourself.
Look at the speed at which that train was coming. Do you need anybody to tell you what the consequences of a collision with that will be?
One man, have you ever break traffic law?
I have never factored any known law ever in my life.
Okay, I've broken traffic law and I get fined. I get fined for it.
There should be barrier there that will prevent them from even crossing onto that rail track. There should be a barrier that will not allow them, that will prevent them from getting onto that rail track. So that government...
There are countries with tram that competes on the road with cars. When the tram is coming, I don't see these people crossing the tram or jumping the tram. Why are we different?
We are lawless people now. We are too lawless. We are lawless.
There's traffic light there that tells you it's coming. Red light, green light. Whenever you see a green light or a red light, everybody stop. And if you mistakenly decide that, that time I want to break the law and just drive past, if the camera caught you or anybody standing around the pedestrian, they can just call. They can call the police on you. That's what I'm saying. Like these things, we have institutions in place. We can't just be blaming everybody when people are not doing their job. With the people you hire, they're not doing their job. If they're doing their job, they see people misbehaving and they think they're above the law. Then police grab all of them, jail them, pay 5,000, fine them. The next day they do the same thing, fine them again. By the time they waste like 20,000 naira, they won't go back there again. It's institution, they're in place. We pay them to do these things. All they do is collect bribe. They're not doing the job that they're meant to do. And now we're blaming people. People will always break the law. We will always break the law. That's the thing of us. We will.
Yeah, you are right. So, what is it that you wanted me to speak upon? One man tell us.
No, sorry, mute Aramini, but Thomas is not around, so we might well maybe we give it another hour.
What are you asking me to talk on?
No, the Nigerian agency withdraws case against Senator Ifeanyi Ubah days after defecting from defecting to ruling APC. So yes, I think Emeka and Baba have spoken on this.
Yeah, they've spoken more on that. Yeah, let me speak on another thing. Which one is the last one? There's another one that the 160 million. Is it 160 million? What's that?
Oh, no, you've spoken on that. That was the senator's
money. Okay. There's another interesting one there.
There's the President Tinubu dragged to ECOWAS over alleged certificate forgery, and then there is the naira hitting 980.
Okay, yeah. Let me.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Let me bring that one up. Yeah.
President Tinubu, those one are just wasting their time.
Yes.
You want to sue the chairman of West Africa.
Yes, so that he can then constitute a panel to probe himself.
Yeah, so chairman that is whose country feed other country, give them aids and support them financially and everything. Those ones are not serious. They are just dancing pandongo around the marketplace. They are dancers. So that's another way of entertaining people. So let me forget about that. But let's talk about this naira at the rate of 900. Well, Ekene said that it has dropped down to 970, 990. I mean 795 or 784. He said. Well, what I know is that as long as this currency continue to devalue, the more it devalue, the more Nigerian people get poorer. It doesn't matter which, I mean, what's your status financially in the country. It doesn't matter which status you belong financially. The more it loses value, the more you are getting poorer. And the consequence of that is that, number one, people purchasing power will be drastically reduced, battered seriously, and cost of even servicing our debt, cost of servicing our debt will we pay more. We have to pay more to service our debt because our currency devalues every day. So we're going to be paying more. It's not going to, we are not going to benefit anything as long as the economic impact it's going to be on the negative side on everything for us in that country. And it's going to, this going to look very, very scary for investors, because once your currency is not stable, how would the investor plan if they bring in their money? What guarantee them that their money can grow? Their investment rather can grow? No. Because the money, the more it devalues, it continues to devalue, they're going to be losing money as well. So, but if you can get it stable, then you can plan, you can, know how you're going to place your investment, and on the way forward, you know what you want to do. But the way it is now, with unstable value of our naira, it's going to be very, very scary for investors. And Nigerian people, we have to pay more for anything whatsoever that they want to buy. They have to pay more. Purchasing power will be crushed. Government will have to pay more to service debt. It's of no benefit for anybody. It's of no benefit for the country, no benefit for the people in the country as well. And what we are going to see, it will affect a lot of industries that depend on imported raw material for production. So we're going to see a lot of industry that might even close down. Maybe small-scale industry or stuff like that. Even bigger one, they'll be badly affected, because when they import stuff, their raw material, which is on the high side because of the devaluation of our currency, then the finished product will be so high, and they might not be able to have, buyers as they used to, because people purchasing power has been crushed. So, and when people don't buy product, it's going to affect the operation of the industry. So you might see a lot of companies close down because there is no hope for them in the future. They cannot plan and they cannot operate, in that harsh economic environment. There's no way you can operate and be successful. Every business is after making profit, but where your profit will be taken away by, you know, a cost of production, then what is the point? Then you better leave. And what that's going to give us is going to give us what? Poor GDP result. Poor GDP result. That is what we are going to have. And it's not good. It's not good for the economy because one man, the government has to intervene at the point. You know, I've been saying this. You guys said you must leave it alone to find this ground. You don't have anything backing that naira. You don't have nothing. You don't have any productivity backing it at all. So it's going to be flattened. They will crush it. And as long as we have what we call this parallel markets in place, we cannot get our economic right until when it is crushed. I keep saying this thing. Governments must crush this parallel market. They must not be in place. Every monetary transaction has to go through the banking system. That is what will make our banking industry get more money into it. And when they have more money, they'll be able to run the economy very well. They'll be able to finance the economy very well. They will have all these people that have this dollar trading on the street, exchanging. It should be illegal. It should never be it should be illegal. Government should pronounce it as illegal, and whoever is caught, either is trying to exchange or he is the one exchanging, they should be jailed. It is economic saboteur. It's an economic sabotage. The conduct of exchanging money is an economic sabotage, and people that are doing that, the economic saboteur, they should be dealt with decisively, and people will learn to take their money to bank. Imagine the money we have outside the bank is more than what we have in the bank. Yes, sir.
Is it advisable that if a federal government is going to either allow the financial institutions to absorb this periodic change or completely scrap it? Do you think it's politically advised, at least at the first time of Tinubu, knowing fully where the majority of the operators in this field are Northerners? Do you think it's advisable?
No, it should crush them. It should look. The economy is not doing good under him. This is the time for him to take a decisive decision to save Nigeria. If he fails, he will fail politically too. Look, if we get it right, forget about those something northern, don't forget about that. Because the people in the north will feel the presence of government in their life as well. Why should some people have so much dollars than the country? It's a total madness. No country can allow that to happen. These people have so much dollar in their hand, more than what Nigerian state have. It should not be tolerated. That means they are running economy on their own, and their own exchange rate is more attractive, is better than the government one. Why do you think people will go? They make more money. These people make millions of dollars every day, more than Nigerian state. And you said Nigeria to allow them because of election, or you want to crush them. It should crush them, so that everybody will know that it's serious, and let people see we want Nigeria economy, we want to get it back. We want to take it away from the hand of those saboteur, financial saboteur, economic saboteur, and we want it to function in the right way that will benefit all Nigerian people. You look, if they don't do that, they can't get it right. Look, we have lived before Babangida started this bureau de change. There wasn't this problem. Yet we have black market where people can, but it is not. You just see it just only in where this play in is it not? What's the name of this hotel near by Martin Street and Broadway? I can't remember this name of it. Is it? I can't remember the in the whole of Lagos. That's the only place where you can go, and if you have some that you just want to, it's just little something. I can't remember the name of that hotel. Maybe
where is that?
In Martin by Broad Street, and I can't remember the name of that hotel. Is it? It's
in Lagos Island, right?
Yeah, in Lagos Island. I can't remember. That was the only place. You can't see it anywhere. That is the only place you can stay. You pay illegally. You want to do illegal this thing. Yes. And everybody are always square. You are looking. You don't know whether police want to. So whether it is a policeman that is even pretending you want to exchange something, and they will grab you and throw you into their this thing. Yes. So until when Babangida started this bureau de change, that is when the game changed completely. And before you know it, it's spreading like a windfire. One administration after administration, the currency started losing value to where we are today. In 1983, that Buhari took over government, Nigerian naira is 1 naira to $1, and 2 naira to £1 in 1983. How far is that? I think that is like 30. Is it not 30 years ago? 30 years ago. 83, 93, 20. Yeah, that was 30 years ago. Within 30 years, from 1 to 1, now 1,000 to 1. That is ridiculous. We cannot continue. We cannot continue like that. So the Tinubu administration must do something about this. They have to defend it. They have to find a way to defend that naira so that they can. They have to They have to stabilize it so that investors and even foreign investors and local investors can, invest their money appropriately in an industry where they want to invest in, and then contribute effectively to the economic growth of the country. Otherwise, all those promissory notes that he got from India when he traveled, that they say they are bringing 16 billion, nobody will bring his money. Nobody will bring his money to Nigeria the way it is. If Naira continue to fall like that, nobody will bring their money into that. Nobody will bring their investment into that country. It's not going to happen. And government should start to look inward. How all the industry within the economy, where the sector, all the sectors within the economy where they can invest and, support home production, home economic activity as well. That is another way out. So they have to they have to declare parallel market illegal, scrap, bureau de change, let everything go through the bank. That is when Nigeria Nigerian will have the control of our economy. Otherwise, these people are the one that will control the economy. Your financial, monetary market or monetary system, they'll be controlling it, and your bank will continue to suffer, and the economy will continue to suffer. Let me leave it there, one more. Thank you.
All right, brilliant, excellent. Well put, Ajale Koko. So, well put. So, Ajale Koko, let's go on to Dewale, who is busy chasing babes in the comment section. So, Dewale, take a moment away from chasing babes and speak to us.
You know my consistency very well, isn't it?
Look at that.
Something must kill a man now.
Look at that.
I don't know whether everyone is real or Ed is real, but something.
One man, no, what based one man.
One man is an enabler. He's an enabler. Mean that I've done my
video.
I've FBI the profile. I've seen the person.
I want to this man.
I want to say, and I think this is Sherma of Kulata, right?
No, this is not Sherma. This is Juju from Kaizo's channel.
I thought Kulata was already in Osun State. I don't know why Baba is still not sleeping by this time.
No, yeah, I think this image is a beacon to people like Kulata. You heard
about Sherma, you woke up like, what did you talk again?
You know?
About Kulata. Anyway, I'll be in and out of the session today, but that's good. What is even the main topic, self?
I started it off as a speak easy sort of session, because I was just speaking to Emeka before we came on that, look, there's nothing in the news. What are we going to talk about? He said, just open the thing up and then we just chat.
Except that Tinubu is still waking up in Aso Rock, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Tinubu will wake up in Aso Rock for 8 years. We know that. We know that. And then they will hand over to Kashe Shetima, who will change the duvet.
One thing is this. I hope one day, even the
let me thank Adeyemi Badejo. Yes, it's Bristol Hotel. Yeah,
Bristol Hotel. Okay.
Yeah, Bristol Hotel.
I didn't see it now. Where did you get that? Is it?
It's in the chat. He put that in the chat. Yeah, it's Bristol Hotel. I'll just do the chat now. Adeyemi Badejo. Yes.
All right.
Your Bristol. Okay. That was the only place that you can exchange money illegally, and you'll be watching, because you don't know. Because that time, police are among them. They're looking for people to arrest that are engaging in that. So you have to be very careful, and once you get it done, then you can just go. Just only there in the whole of Lagos, in the whole of the West that I know. I don't know other places where they exchange money. But since Babangida brought all this corrupt IMF nonsense and Bureau de change, that was when our currency started to die.
Our Facebook guy, that day, he follows us regularly on Facebook. Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, yeah.
That was when we started this.
Ajale Koko, you're breaking.
Can you hear
me? Internet
they have to kill that parallel market.
See, it does. They don't really have to kill it if they can regulate it. Regulation, that's what CBN is.
No, there is no regulation. Where do you see regulation in America? Where can you change money other than your bank?
No, that's it is. Well, apart from the fact that the Constitution,
can you change your money other than the bank in US?
No, zero. But
okay, so you think they are mad? Why can't they have
let us be practical. We have a peculiar environment. We are not America, America have infrastructure that can help them to facilitate that. In
No. We used to do it in the bank too.
But wait, but as at the time you were talking about, the banking started spreading in the 90s.
It's the corrupt look. Babangida, that guy was the Babala corruption. So it's like Babangida created an institutionalized corrupt system. That is what he did. And since then, Nigerians, he understood.
Would you agree with me that there are some program or policies that were emanated in the 90s that have become obsolete, that is not applicable now, that need to be discarded, or retooled or rejigged, so to say, so that it could fit into this new millennium way of doing things?
Not a matter of millennium. Look, what does not work good for you?
Because when the change was introduced, there were no banks, there were no banking structures, especially in those rural areas. Right?
No. It's not because of banking structure.
No, you said that you should have utilized a banking system in Nigeria to, do the exchange and all that. And I was saying that
rural areas don't do anything exchange. They don't do any exchange rate. It's only
who says Nigeria is bigger than Lagos or Abuja now.
Look. What I'm saying, even back then, as at the time that Babangida introduced this thing, we used to have bank branches in many rural areas in Nigeria. We used to have bank branches. You go to some interior part in Ondo and some others, you will see some banks there. We don't have those banks now. We used to have banks in many rural areas in Nigeria. If you travel all the western states, you see banks there. Look, it created them to open an avenue for corruption, thinking that he will be there forever. How can I buy this?
Sorry, I just saw something on the Twitter. Rufai of Sleep TV posted something just now. He said it is abhorrent to use someone's health condition to play politics. May God forgive us all. So people are now.
Is it that Mr. Ibu Space that is speaking to?
I want to believe so. So people are now saying, are you experiencing an epiphany? Did you use the you guys?
Is that not what they used against Tinubu
all the way politics during campaign? The other one said, was it not used against Tinubu during the election? And that's how they posted the video clips of when you remember that woman
and they shake
the woman that looks like a panhandler, the one that said Tinubu couldn't leave a cup of tea. They used that video clips to portray their attack against it. I can't help but started laughing. The past has a way of catching up with people anyway. So Babajide, go ahead, please.
No, I used the floor for you, but what I was is that
okay. By the way, that's true. It is my turn, isn't it?
Yeah, it is your turn now. Yeah, it's your turn.
That Rufai Oseni is on limited time. His time is nearly up.
No,
I think it's acting nasty now. It's acting too nasty. I mean,
you see the way he mocked Senator Habot. All of them mocked that young man today on their show, as if he has been stripped of power and he's powerless, and they were just.
He was saying, "Go to court, go to." The guy looks weird. It's a weird-looking little man, isn't he?
Well, that is how you know people that.
I thought they only put good-looking people on television, not in Nigeria.
We need to find a wife. We need to find a wife.
We want to find. Well, will you encourage any female to marry somebody?
Maybe it's a family of Bobrisky. Who knows?
And there's an element of Bobrisky to him. Just visually.
But yeah, Adewale, ìjọ kan tó bá jáde láti inú closet 11 months.
When you wear skirt, we will now begin to, okay, there you go. I saw not there. We've been thinking about it. Maybe, maybe not. You see, short people, it is right.
I think it's very unfair for them to put it, because the way they sit them in that space, I think it's very unfair for them to put him next to Oje Okwe, who is a stunningly beautiful woman, and then you look to your left, and then you see this gimp next to her, like you see a gimp.
I won't comment on their physical look, but the thing is that what I found really deplorable is the fact that I'm yet to understand that show, whether it's actually a journalistic show or a syndicated show, or I don't know what I would term it, because in America we have opinionated shows where people are there to scheme and
it's a news review show, isn't it?
And if it is a news review show, that means it has to be authentic. It has to be strictly professional. It doesn't have to deviate and becoming more like a tabloid sort of show. To some extent, sometimes maybe I'm the one reading it that way. It has not really showed that it was more of a news show to me. When you are injecting your opinion, and I like the angle sometimes Abati come across, because he's trying to table everything up. But of course, at the end of it all, he's still going to buttress his point by injecting those self-biased opinion into it and all that, and trying to play together so that it won't look like Agbaya at the end of the day. But if it is strictly news, like a channel that would know this is a staple for news.
The only journalist on a rise is Ruben Abati. The rest of them are just
I mean, they all have to give credit to others.
It's Rufai and Ayo. They're the best.
They are not journalists. It is you can talk from now
because
to
they're obedient, Sabi.
Even woman, let me say this.
I remember that make that show. That show is one of the best show in Nigerian television.
Yeah, I know Ekinero and Likes will say that it's the best show because it speaks to their narrative. Woman, let me say this. Even on this show, I listen to people a lot on this show. Some of our contributors that feature regularly on this show. Some people just like to listen to their own voice. They don't care what they're saying. They hardly think before they say things from their mouth. This may not sound really, really, nice, but that is what I feel. That's what I perceive. And on Arise TV too, they say things the way they feel it, but not necessarily think through it. And that is exactly what I'm saying from them. A journalist will think deeply before they ask questions. And the question that they will ask will be germane to the crux of the matter or the main topic, not just dancing around and trying to make that person sound dumb or that person sound clueless. They mocked Minister of Women Affairs on their show yesterday. They mocked They mocked Senator Abo today, and I see that as, if you don't have anything against, I've not seen them mocking anybody from obedience angle. Never. It has never happened.
It's aggressively partisan. That
of course, except somebody is naive or can't see through their nose. I can see through, even on the TVC before the likes of this guy that looks like head look like mine. What is his name? Otitoju. Before he was kind of like dancing around, but now he's even fully blown open. I could see this partisanship. I can see where he's.
Babatunde has always been partisan.
Initially, it was kind of like soft pedaling, like starting to sound like the kind of old journalist that we used to know. But nowadays, he's not different from the likes of Rufai. I mean, they sit down on that round table and start discussing other people, but not really discussing the issue. I've seen them mocking others as well. That is how low our journalists that we hold in high esteem could go. But I'm not saying, hey, you stay where your bread is buttered. That's fine with me. But please, at least be professional and let's come across as unbiased sometimes. Try to balance things. So anyway, the likes of Rufai can only find.
It's always interesting watching their dynamics on that Rice TV.
They have just one studio. Have you noticed they only have one room in the Lagos Island? One room where there's only one camera. One room.
How have you established that?
Look at it. Okay, If you look at the background, that's how you know. How can the background
No,
look the
that's
same?
That's a green screen. That's what Auriola was
That's
talking
not green
about.
screen.
Oh, that's a green screen.
No, go to Rufai's Twitter page now and try to look through some of the videos and picture that they took in the studio. You will see that it's not green screen. It's a real screen. It's a live feed screen, actually. It's a live screen, actually. Not green screen at all. They only have one dingy room that they use for studio in Lagos Island. The same thing with Abuja.
Adewale. Mr. Adewale.
Go ahead, can I go ahead?
No, I don't want to send. I want to ask the APC supporters this morning. I want to understand the economic policy of this government. I want anybody
You will soon find out.
Eh?
You will soon find out.
I'm not finding out anything.
You know why we can't? I can't answer you because, of course, now it seems I'm supporting Tinubu. You know why I cannot answer you that, Ekene? Here is a president that has not furnished the National Assembly of any budgeting plan. So what he has on the ground is what he's working with. Now, maybe next year, when he tabled his own economic plan, we'll see where he's going to pump money into and where he's going to focus and develop it. What we have now is a recurrent issue that he's trying to salvage. Number one, we have an economy that is draining, just like a basket. People like you cannot import. You can't do business. And if you try, it's going to be at a cost. And guess who will bear that cost? Your customer. So he's trying to at least salvage what is on ground. What is it trying to do? Diverting money, because the money that would have been spent on subsidy, that would have gone to the private pocket, is going to be used for something else.
But with the removal of subsidy, I will not supposed to have enough money to cushion this.
You've forgotten that
even when there is subsidy, things are still, because the way dollar is rising, dollar is rising in this government, I don't even understand. It's almost every hour.
It's going to be
like dollar, as I'm talking to you, dollar is 1,200 though.
Of course, it's going to be fluctuating. Now, have you forgotten that we have debt on ground already? How are we going to service those debts? So the money that has been realized from that's supposed to have gone for subsidy in the past, part of it is the one that went to the state for palliatives. 1. 2, you have to service your debt as well, right? So all this has to be taken care of. So it's just like someone who has been jobless for a very long time, and here you are, you found a little job. Now all the debt that you have on ground, won't you pay it off, or you're going to start building houses and buying cars immediately? At least you have to.
Are they not buying the cars?
No. I'm just using that as an analogy. I'm not just saying that. Of course,
are they not buying the cars?
Listen. You see, like I said, when you have a new parliament, okay, democracy costs money. It's not a joke, except if you want to start applying strict policies that would kind of like limit or reduce expenses when it comes to overhead costs for taking care of our lawmakers. Even in America, they monetize things, but what they've done is perhaps even at the government, lower government or state government level, they've partnered with some vendors that will supply, let's say, office materials and also subsidize the transportation. Current president of America, when he was a senator, he was taking train to his hometown every day. He has to be home. His wife was also a college professor teaching. It was when his husband becomes president, that she stopped teaching. I'm talking about the First Lady of America. Even when her husband was the vice president, he was still teaching at a community college. So what I'm saying is that they've monetized in such a way that those things has been, standardized in such a way that even the money that's supposed to have used to buy a car, because sometimes when you have a new members of parliament, I call them parliament, but lawmakers, they are entitled to some, what do you call it? Something like this expenses that we're talking about. But you see,
but Adewale, you see, let me help you. Let me sell it because I don't have much battery. I don't have much battery. I come here because of this thing. The country is almost down. I couldn't come in early because we don't have light, so I don't have much battery. So you see, as far as this government or any other government continue to live above, as they are living above our income in this government. Anybody that is arguing here that cutting costs of the government, all those things are not the issue to our problem is deceiving himself. Economy doesn't require too much program organizing, all this and all that. Economy is all about practical. It even happen in your own personal life. There is no way you live above your income and expect to survive. Nigeria is living above their income. It will not survive in that manner. The servicing of our governors, of our senators, of our president, or the allowances, all that and all that, is very, very way high compared to other countries. Even this vehicle they are talking about, nobody is saying that you will not buy them vehicles. But what happened to the local production where you can get it more cheaper, you save the dollar, all that and all that? That is the question. And I thank God that the Labour Party chairman, Julius Abule, has come out to make the position of the Labour Party known, that any senator from the Labour Party that collect that vehicle should, or want to collect it, should think twice.
It's playing to the gallery. See, let me tell you this.
There is nothing playing to the gallery.
You see those members of House of Representatives, National Assembly, they will not return that car.
Even if they don't return it, the Labour Party has made their position known. The chairman of the party has made their position, and we are monitoring them.
The money that was given to them when Akpabio was saying things, money has been.
But it's a meaningless statement if it's not action. Now, what do you mean? Even if they don't return it, the Labour Party has made this position known.
The point is this: the Labour Party, in general, have their own policy. It's to rebuild the nation. So whenever we see things wrong, we speak it out. It's left for the lawmakers to react. Sorry, if they don't want to react, we are waiting for them.
But it's not in the hand of the chairman to impose it on them. It's supposed to be
the chairman will not impose it.
Hold on, let Foley come in. Foley.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what we're talking about. All of us are actually talking about Labour Party. I think this thing is not about party. It's about who is Labour Party bringing to the system that matters. I'm not seeing any chairman forcing anybody that really wants to do something good not to collect that car. They should be the one that will stand on their own feet at that house before they even share the money, before they even buy the car. At least by now, we're supposed to be hearing their voices speaking against the system. But most of them, when they were calling Labour Party, they are not actually calling Labour Party to come and develop the country. They were coming because they actually see an opportunity, a loophole, where they think they can channel their own agenda to become somebody and begin to do the same thing that the same people were all condemning doing. So they are not actually there for us. And this is why we will always come here and tell people that until the real people that really want to develop this country come together and push these people out. These people are just jokers. I don't know. When we are talking about this thing in January, in February, is it not February? May, we told these people when this subsidy was removed that Nigerians are the one driving this economy. We are the one driving the economy. We are the one going out to do things. But today, none of us is going out anymore. Because if you go out, you can't make it. You cannot even get what you are spending. So people are just calm. They are not active. They are not doing anything they're supposed to be doing. That's why you see our dollar rising every day. Because we are the one driving the economy. And the system is not even allowing us to do that. And people don't know all these things. They think when anybody is bringing a policy, we tell them this policy, I'm not here to castigate any government, but I'm only telling you guys what we've discussed here in the past. That this thing will destroy us more. This man made dollar at 600 naira. Today is at 1,122. As I'm talking to you, I just checked. So what are we doing? Who are we deceiving? And the thing is getting more tough. And some people are sharing cash, and nobody is there to tell them that this is not what we're bargaining. And you are telling me that it's one chairman of the Labour Party that will now instruct them to come. That means they are not even the man of their own thoughts. If somebody is the one forcing them to do this, so they are not even the man of their own thoughts. That means we make a mistake by giving them that chance. So next time when people are talking about how to rebuild their country, you should know where to put your channel your energy to, so that you can see people that can actually do what you want them to do. Thank you. Are you the mind?
Folly, you stay in Nigeria, Abi? Yeah.
Nigeria. Yes, in Nigeria.
So what's the solution to this? I continue to say, what is the solution to this problem? I'm not saying that everybody in the Labour, I know that most of them will not reject it.
Again,
but it's good that
before fully answer that question, okay?
Yeah.
Let me say this: you can only live a fake life for a while. You see how the reason why the dollar was at a steady state before Tinubu took over was because government was subsidizing it. Government has no business subsidizing dollar. All they could do is to ensure that at least those that are necessary to have access to it, have access to it. But you see, when the government was subsidizing it so that the dollar would be stable, people thought, well, what kind of magic were they doing? It wasn't a rocket science. You were taking money from Peter to Paul just to make it look okay. We're going to look good in the public, but at the end of the day, you're still broke. But you see, when you let it go, and you now see where you can come in, but let it flow for this for a while, let it breathe by itself. And that is the effect we are now getting now, that is fluctuating because they're already broken. Okay? So the government can't continue to, pump money into it that way. No. First and foremost, they are going to have, a regulatory measure in place. I believe so. But what I actually found curious is the fact that you remember recently that government decided to lift the embargo on certain commodities that are supposed not allowed to be, imported into Nigeria. You all remember that, right? My argument was that of what importance is this when you are trying to at least boost the local production of all this material, and yet here you are saying you are free now to, but they realize that they are trying to create that open, free market for this, so that at least people can source for their own dollar at anywhere they found or they see.
But it's not even working now because
because the reason why it's not working is this: we still have people, especially those what do you call them? BDC people or black market, because that is where even in the bank they don't have the dollar. You as an importer, if you are into chemical importation and all that, you don't. Bank will tell you they don't have enough to give to you. And the funniest thing is that the money is not even in the financial sector; it's in the house of these people outside banking, holding it with the hope that will speculate that the price will go up so that they can sell.
Adewale, you see, the problem is this. Yeah, there is one thing we used to say in Igbo. We say, "Ononeli ribego." So, that's the mother started eating. It's already eating. They are committed to eating. So it's very difficult to remove that mouth from eating. You understand what I mean? So the system is already, everybody in that system is already eating what they're not supposed to start eating at the first time. And it's becoming too difficult now to say, man, you guys need to stop. This is killing our economy. Wherever, in anywhere, because I can understand even in this issue of him, this removing of these embargoes. When I asked one of our brother that used to work in that Cotonou border, he said yes, they are opening, but they are still collecting that money they used to collect there.
I think people are not actually paying attention to what was happening even way before the election when Buhari was there. You remember when the federal government now decided to, or the National Assembly decided to go start sourcing money from means or ways and means or something like that, and printing more money. That was when I knew that we are dead broke. We are just trying to party it and make it look good. And economists have said it several times, even on televisions and every avenue that you can find, that the hard way ahead, if government make do with this subsidy removal, number one, and also coupled with hyperinflation that we have on ground, or let's say inflation, not hyper as at that time, and with the low production that we have, that is going to be super hard. And then we said that anyone that takes over the government is not going to find it easy at all, because tough days are ahead of that, whoever it is.
But everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
So, but there's no magic one.
But the campaign says, I will hit the ground running from day one.
I understand that the vehicle thing is more of insensitive because it's been publicized. But you see, the National Assembly, well, they have the power because they control their own enumerations and packages and all that. They control that. Nobody control it with them. But you see, the only thing people are blaming them for, because it's like seeing a rich man and say, oh, you are beefing this big man because he's rich. That's it. Is that they are insensitive to the plight of Nigerians simply because Nigerians are going through hardship, and here they are sharing almost 160 million to buy a luxurious car. That is just it.
And their purpose is to go and represent the Nigeria. That's their purpose.
Yeah, I get that. I get that quite right. But you see, governance is beyond that. You know, when you have
governance. What governance is all about is to defend your people, to make sure people are living fine. That's the governance.
Correct.
Nothing more again.
But you also know, see, when you have a standing rule about every time, and that is why they said these are democracies is super expensive, because every time someone takes over in a public office, we expect to start afresh with them. There's no reuse or recycling of anything, materials and all that, which is a shame. I mean, they are throwing, is it not the same Nigeria that a governor was going and taking vehicles with him, taking official vehicles to the point that the incoming administration has to go and retrieve those vehicles? That is the mindset of people representing us. So it's because it has become tradition that whenever somebody, even the cook, the cleaner, would not mind taking computer, taking car, driving car home from government house, because we don't have policy in place that will guide against those. And even the incoming administration will say, you know what, they don't want this, they want a brand new, as if it's like more.
But I'm still wondering why we always here to defend the atrocity of these people, because there is nothing in the governor house that you are talking about that they have a record, a file for. So if I'm a governor and I'm coming in with good acts, and I got there and I asked for, I think my priority is to ask for all those things in place before I came. And if I didn't find any one of them, I should be able to question or query anybody in that position to bring them back. We are talking about leadership here. We are not saying that these people, you know, anybody want to fraud anybody around them. But it's you as a leader that you will not allow that to happen. So we're talking about this thing here. We're talking about leadership failure.
But fully, when if you are elected as a governor, right?
Okay.
Your resumption day, you're not going to start asking about where is the furniture, where is computer. Your age, people that go ahead.
Adewale, you're a fine gentleman like Adewale. Let's leave these people. You see, there is nothing good to talk about them. There is nothing good to talk about them. I've come to conclusion that Nigeria is not working. It's a fact. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let the brilliant youth of this country come together and know how to fight and remove these people.
Why that would be?
I know are the brilliant people we are talking about. These same people, these same brilliant people.
Even this time, Atiwale have to be among. But I don't know why I don't know what he's doing. He's not, instead of him to be charging our morale, he's giving these people some backbone.
No, because I understand what it takes to be in a.
No, Adewale, there is you cannot tell me you understand. If you understand, it means that you want these people to continue to impoverish the poor masses of. Adewale, let me tell you.
Had any public office before, right? You and I have never been in a public office.
And it's not a rocket science.
It's not. Adewale, I'm ready. You see, see, let me tell you.
Well,
we are ready to fight. We are ready to fight the right fight too. I'm not talking about destroying the country. I'm ready to fight the right fight.
You remember? You guys
understand what I mean?
When they were going on recess before they came back for. I mean, shortly after the confirmation of the ministry,
where they were sharing their money.
And but you see, and he said it at on live television. Well, it was a hot mic then, that prayers will be deposited in your bank account. But you see, after that time, when he said that, at National Assembly, there is a way they part of their pay, they usually do that, and they have the way of structuring it. But the first part that he made was that he made it while they were still on live. And it was so insensitive because Nigerians felt, why would they be sharing money where they are going hungry? But they themselves, there's a structure, there's a way that it's not as if they just wake up and say, today we are going to be sharing 2 million. No. And I bet you today, none of those senators have returned that money because it was part of their, emolument or whatever. It was part of it. But when you're in the private sector, there's a way they structure your salary. They'll pay. I don't know if you guys have worked in the banking before. They will even pay you up to the tie that you wear. It is where they monetize everything. So they structure it. Even before, health, medical used to be monetized, whereby you make withdrawal at the end of the year if you didn't go to hospital or another, but later they cancel it. But there's a way to structure it. So for somebody who say, well, they are paying you for your medical, how come they are giving you the monetizing it? Because it's been structured that way, So, and when it was made public, it was as if they just wake up and say, oh, this money is what they're going to spend. But let me tell you something. For every lawmakers that you see there, sitting in that chamber, when they go back to their constituency, I can guarantee you there are thousands of requests that will be waiting at their doorstep when they go back home. Every blessed day. Except if you don't haven't know anybody that is elected.
Adewale, are you telling us that you support?
Not that I support, I'm just analyzing some of the things that goes into this so that it will look as if, oh, these people are just behaving the way. I have somebody personally as a family member who was elected to the House of Assembly at the state level. He had to relocate practically to Ado-Ekiti because of the request that he was getting every blessed day.
Please, who is the person now?
Huh?
Who is the person?
Oh,
what's the name of the person?
No, I'm not going to put the person's name out there now.
Okay. Because I'm from Ado-Ekiti.
Oh, okay. It's the person is from Jero constituency. Let me just put it out.
Jero constituency. Okay, I should know.
It had to move because of what it was subjected to. It was as if, is it not just at the state level? What if it was to be National Assembly? That person would be requesting to buy a car. A local government chairman, I could remember very well, there was a project that was being brought forward in my hometown. And in that project, they were apportioning what do you call it? Certain things that each individual will undertake. So you, as a prominent son and daughters of the town, this is what they want you to help them. You choose among what give you options of what you can do. A local government chairman that happens to have come from that hometown, they gave him two options. And those two options were, I'll tell you, they were not easy options. But I look at this man, how much is this local government chairman's salary is, right? Compared to the humongous project that was handed over to him to
No,
undertake as a
Adewale,
steward,
Adewale.
right? No, I'm
I
just
actually
trying to give you an
no.
example.
All
That is
this thing
what.
you're talking about is a fact on ground here.
Okay.
We know the people put the prayer on them as well, but because they themselves are very greedy. Okay,
But that's the nature of our politics, though.
if I'm a politician today, I won't give you a damn. I can bet it with you.
You keep
But I will give you a message. I'll be giving you a message of hope. Okay. And if I give you that message of hope,
in today's politics,
and you find it once in me that okay, you elect me, I can bet with you, without giving you 5 naira, you will enjoy my being leading you. You will enjoy it. Okay.
But that's not the
But
reality of
when me myself, even when me myself were coming, and I'm borrowing money to do campaign, buying them bread, buying them sorts of things that will not even last for them. Okay. I'm encouraging them to continue asking me that. But when you prepare their mind for what the politics and democracy is all about, and it's not about all this money. Okay. From the beginning, they will know you with what you stand for. Okay. But because you yourself, you are not even yourself. You are just trying to deceive them, give them dirty pest. So when you get there, you go and make the biggest money. That's why you are enticing them from the beginning. Okay. And this is where we're supposed to have our conversation. This is where people like you need to set things. People in your community, you have to begin to be telling them that these people are just coming. They've turned these people to a DSTV subscription. They subscribe to them every 4 years.
They do know. They understand.
No. If I saying these people knows, we know that they should know, but they are not even aware of this. They have seen people go into politics as people who want to go and enrich themselves. So they are not seeing them as if they owe them any responsibility. It's only me and you that were here that we can actually speak for these people. And yet, unfortunately, we are not using our voices.
They don't know. And most of them don't know. And most of this is the reason why there are clean education in Nigeria. You think a lot of people don't understand what is going on. The only thing is things are very difficult. Things are very difficult.
Even at the grassroots, they do. They know. But I tell you this, even though they believe you have their interests at heart, they will still find a way to make that demand. I'm telling you this. But like you said, my brother, like you said, that if somebody make that change and deviate from the norms and just decided to follow that path, I can bet you that same people that voted for you will be the one that will say, you know what, this person is not coming back because of what they could not get from you. That is the politics we have in Nigeria. People talk about leadership,
and that is why we need people like you, okay, as an orator to change the narrative.
Yeah, we are calling on you. We are not talking about what is going on.
I want to live long.
This is a task.
We are calling on you to join this fight. That is what we are doing now.
The best way to live long is when you have a community or environment that is actually doing good. That's the best way to live long. If you say you want to live long,
we no longer want to talk about this government. What we need now, we don't want to talk about them again. What we need now is people like you to speak up. We want people like you to join this fight. Let's rescue this nation. We need your voice.
But I won't deceive myself.
I know Ajali Koko is ready to do the right cause, to find the right fight.
Sir, do you even know that this thing, if all of us here actually ready, we can actually save this country.
Forget about who is going to be there. Just let us.
We can save this country if we are ready.
Let's rescue this country. This country is going down.
I'm a realist. No, wait a minute. I'm a realist. Even in the private sector, this life generally is brutal. There's no easy way out to anything. I understand that people are in a hurry to make our society or our country better. But you see,
In a hurry again.
no. I mean, like it has to be changed now. That's why I call it. Maybe I didn't use the right term, but that's you understand the concept I'm trying to make. That people can't wait for it to be better. That's what I mean by being in a hurry.
Okay.
And there's no easy way or easy route to this that we are talking about. You see, except we are deceiving ourselves, and I don't think we are delusional about this.
I was going to go to Oriola, but I think it dropped. It was out of Oriola. Come back if you can, so we can hear from you. But carry on, Dewale.
Okay, except we want to, trying to make ourselves feel good and trying to dance around issues. There's no society that does not have its dark side. Even the modern democracy that we celebrate and look up to, they have their own dark side that will never.
But our own dark side is around 98%. That's the problem here.
It is even better that we are aware of the dark side than to be completely clueless about it.
Adewale, you see, let me tell you, you see, nobody is ready to. I'm not ready even to give advice to this government again to say this is what I'm saying to say let them do this. I'm not ready because they're not even ready to take the advice. The only opinion I have now, the only opinion I have in my mind is how are we going to organize patriotic youth to take this country. It's very you are talking this thing. Let me finish, Adewale. You are saying this thing because you are not in Nigeria. I wish you can just come.
Come on.
No, it's a fact. It's a fact. Come and walk on the street, even on the street of Lagos alone. Lagos and a well-developed state in Nigeria. Then you're not talking about Ade-Ekiti or Osun State, all those states.
Almost 20 years. I understand, even though I'm not living there right now. It's not as if
you don't understand it. Well, you don't understand it. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why you don't understand it. Even if you have, you at least if you can give them $50, $100, which is they can manage it. You understand? But what of people that don't have those privileges? So once you give them $100, $50, they might be a little bit okay. But there are a lot of family don't have that privilege, and the people still want to survive.
Has there ever been a time that Nigeria was ever better? I haven't lived a better time in Nigeria. Even though individually I was doing okay. But my environment, my immediate environment has always been about, up and down, everywhere, scatter. Never a time I've seen even everywhere doing good when I was in the country. So there's nothing you guys paint now that I haven't lived, I'm not expensive, or I would say that I'm not.
No, you are not. This one, you see this one now, you are not
expensive. It's not the same country.
But do you know where I think I'm a bit different? Do you know where I think I'm a bit different? Because me, inside my heart, I can picture a Nigerian that is actually good. Inside my heart. Even if I'm not getting it physically, in my heart, I can picture it. That this Nigeria can actually be good.
Is that not some form of escapism? Are you?
No. And that is why I'm trying to if my mind can actually picture this thing out, that means we can make it happen. And that's why you always see me here. Do you think it's easy for me to be using my data to come and listen to people here? It's part of no. Oga, leave these big man things alone, Joe. I'm not a big man. But I'm always having it that this country is actually great.
We're talking about using data. It's not that easy. Data not good though.
No, seriously.
We have listening.
You go to Nigeria, you see this guy.
Hold on. Let I think Foley is trying to get something across.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So wherever we're here, like people like Adewale and other people that used to, at least most of them, they are good in doing their research. But where they are shining their research is like the government cannot change. Things cannot change. We have to continue the way we are doing it. But my kind of thought is this. I have it in my brain that if we do the right thing today, these people cannot last for another 1 year. Yes. But because all of us, they are still using us as the tools to suit their own agenda. Like somebody defending the car now, somebody defending the way where they are stealing money.
Okay? And if that kind of person in the midst of these people as well, these people doesn't know what they are saying, and that kind of person bring that kind of thoughts in him to them, they will grab it. But if that people like Adewale can actually call those people and tell them this is what is going on, we are not saying all of them we actually accept what you are saying, but they will see 1, 2, 3 people among them that they will listen to you and go back home and rethink, what is he saying? Is he actually saying the right thing? Even Nigeria will tell you you are saying the right thing, but this thing is not possible. But why will you accept that somebody is saying the right thing and you are still saying it's not possible? That means you yourself, you don't really want something good by it. Okay? Like, everybody needs that role to play for this country to be better. And it's not about you setting on the fence. We have to like be in the midst of people that want to make this thing happen. If it take us years, we will continue doing it. They will get it right. Than for us to think that it's not possible, and we're all saying we can't do anything about it, and we are just sitting down without discussing it. I think we should discuss Nigeria. And if we are discussing Nigeria, we should discuss Nigeria in a way that we think we can get this thing right. Okay? This is why I felt so offended when I see the obedient movement who are passionate to get this thing right. But unfortunately for them, they allowed the election crowd to cover their face to even see the real thing that they need to do. I give this to them, they tried, but the person leading them is just like a sheep leading an army of lions. It will not lead them to any with any destination that will lead them to anything that will think. And this is what I'm telling obedient then, that this guy, I like what you guys are doing. You are doing what we need to be doing. But the person leading us cannot representing us to that far. And it's the pity that we make that mistake. So I don't know if we can still reverse ourselves back again and go to our draw table. What do we need in Nigeria? How can we get this thing done? By removing all these settlements, is my tribe, is my Yoruba person. No, I'm a Yoruba person. I'm a Yoruba. I'm supposed to be working. I'm supposed to be supporting Tinubu. But I'm not that kind of person. If I see anybody in the north that is speaking my mind, I'm with that person. But Obi is not speaking my mind. Obi will tell me Atiku is my mentor, Tinubu is my brother. We have no idea. All of us are the same thing, and you are still following that kind of person. This thing is annoying, and that's why we lost the opportunity we have.
Can I interject, please?
What are you doing? Why are you doing this time of the night, Joel? It's past your bedtime.
Actually, I came in earlier. I listened to you and Alexander before he left. Then I think it was you and Thomas. Then I headed to work. So I just came out. I said, let me know what is going on here, because I forgot to like the page, when I came in earlier. What's going on, man? What's going on?
The same most missing is this Nigeria safe. We are doing this Nigeria safe. That's
I wish one you carry on.
Okay, so
Wala, don't come.
I was listening to the last. I don't know who was the last person talking.
No, that was Folly, and I sort of what he says makes infinite sense.
It doesn't make any infinite sense.
Okay,
I'll tell you why.
He appeared not to be.
Yeah, because he's saying to me,
Solly is my man. Solly is my man. I mean, whenever I see
stop patronizing him now.
It's not Folly, it's Folly B.
Oh, Folly. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Oh, I thought it was Solly. I was saying hi. He doesn't talk about Solly.
No. Folly is already knocked out by Amsterdam Blend.
Okay. Folly. I was listening to you. You spoke well, but I think you have to take away the OB. How do I put it for you now? The OB fever. You have to wither it down.
You mean the hatred I have for OB?
Yeah, you have to wither it down, because you should. I mean, we can talk on issues. When you say OB is not pushing, OB is a sheep of lions and all that. That is not the question. We are talking, it's not Obi himself. Let me tell you, if Obi was as arrogant as this other politician, he would lose people. Let us be realistic. If we want to do something differently, then we have to start doing something differently. That is the point you were making. Then you see somebody doing something differently. Now you're saying that he's a sheep leading a pack of lions. What lions are you? What lions? Who was leading? Hold on now. Who was leading us before? Hold on now.
Can I answer that?
Let me hold on now. Okay. Go on. Then I will now.
Okay. Me and you. We are so passionate about this country. Okay. That if we have a leader today that can actually fix this country, we'll all be happy, right?
Yeah.
And I believe the reason why we are supporting Obi is because we believe Obi have that kind of mind to change the narrative.
Yeah.
I, as a person, I know Obi have the mind to be a good person. But what we need now, Obi cannot be a fighter. He can't even fight. Okay? Because
when you say fight, what do you mean by fight?
And what I mean by a fight is somebody who can look at these people and tell them that, okay, you fucked up. Okay?
No, we don't need that. We don't need that because see, let me tell you, brother.
And
go ahead.
Sir,
go ahead.
And that's why we continue allowing these people to be matching us. And that's why you support, you organize yourself, and when the election comes, they will still be turning your hand upside down. Okay? As long as you are not ready to even tell to their faces that these people, enough is enough. You cannot do this anymore. Okay, they will never have that fear of you. But if you are still thinking that you can patronize them to make them look good for you to get there, you are making a mistake.
Okay.
I will allow you
All
to
right.
talk.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I get your point. But this is the thing. You ought to understand the sentiments in Nigeria. I have heard you speak. You're not from the southeast. But whenever one man or whenever they are talking on this show, it's like all obedience are from the southeast, and a little percentage is from every other place. That is not the issue. The issue here is that Peter Obi has presented himself. If you want to change, if you want to be like the normal politicians that we have in Nigeria today, the people will look past you. The thing there is that when we look at this candidate individually, I told one man before the election, I said, one man, and I keep repeating it. I said, my problem is not Tinubu, but those that will be around him. And that is the thing. The Tinubu's cabinet is as good as dead. It is not by happenstance. You can see it right from the start. And see, let me tell you something. I was listening to somebody yesterday talking about trust. I think it was 2 days ago. I think it was Mike. Talking about trust. People hate trust. No. I'll go by what Obi said. People do not do what they are expected. They are do what they are inspected. So what you need is the right person there. You inspect the person. You don't just leave the person to just stay there and do whatever he likes. See, my brother, if we want to change Nigeria, we have to think differently. The time of fight is over. And that was the same mentality that made us to chase away Goodluck Jonathan. Because everybody was saying that he was weak. But then I was shouting, I said, look, leave this man alone. There is something going in Nigeria. One was the prevention of funds getting into the hands of people. Because Goodluck did not want to be confrontational. He didn't want to be confrontational. So what he started doing was preventing those funds from getting into the hands of people. Because it is cheaper to do so than going after those people. And look, one man, I was listening to the new EFCC chairman. I do not care again if he doesn't have 15 years experience. if he doesn't have 15 years experience or whatever. There were key things that he was saying if you are listening to him. That is the thing. We have to start thinking differently. We cannot be combatant all the time. If not, they will tell you something. If you're Yoruba and you're combatant, you say, oh, it's Yoruba nation, he's a terrorist. In Nigeria, being combatant now is like a risk. We all knew what the IPOB people were saying. At a time in Nigeria, every leader was talking about what NADECO was saying because it was the truth. But when NADECO started deviating, that was when the message got missing or got lost. That everybody started seeing the bad side of it, including me. I started seeing the bad side of it. But prior to that, everything that man was saying about Nigeria was true. But we hate the truth. How can you say that you need to change Nigeria and you have Tinubu at the helms of affairs with his baggages? You have to start from the top. So that when we start going down, any person that we see, in fact, let me even call, based on this statement, we have started calling on for the heads of those elected under Labour Party. What are you doing there? They give you Christmas rice to chop. They give you prayer. You collect prayer for your accounts. They ask you, you say you don't collect. That will not be why you. That is not what we voted for.
So they will go down. All of them will go down. We are not ready for all those things.
No. I mean, see, we are trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. But when the G thing came in, it happened. So these are the things that are available. And I knew that this statement was going to come out from the Labour Party. Because as obedient, we started coming for them. We have started going for them. And we must come for them. We cannot, because we had a plan. They say the majority will have their way, and the minority will have their say. This time we are not even having a say.
I do, Mr. Joel. All this vehicle that I buy, is it not a way of bribing them so that they will not speak against the government?
But what I'm just saying is that is irrelevant. What they are doing there now is irrelevant. Why did we vote you? We voted you so that things would be different. Now you go there and now you are part. You are not chameleon. No.
You are not getting what exactly what I'm saying. You are getting exactly what I'm saying.
Two things are going to happen, and we have started talking about it. The first thing is this. Sorry, let me just stand. I don't want to take much of your time. The first thing that's going to happen is that if this statement that came from Labour Party was a good one, and it came from the chairman, it's not some spokesperson or some surrogate that come out to defend certificate for forgery. No. The chairman came out to make these statements. So we are looking at Labour Party, we are studying them. The only person we have right now that everybody is looking at and say, okay, this is exemplary, it's only Governor Alex Oti. So if we already have so much headache dealing with Apapa and these other towns. So if Labour Party does not put their house in order, prior to 2027, we are going to float a new party. Then
we'll dismantle the party now. It's very easy now. Just dismantle it now.
No. We don't need to dismantle. No. They should stay with the Labour Party. They should keep their name. What we're just going to do is we are going to register a fresh party, then build it from ground up, so that we know whoever that we are putting in any position, the person will tell us, will be answerable to us. That former Nigeria is gone.
And that means we'll come back to what we are saying. That means we'll come back to what we're saying. Okay? In 2019, 2017, 2018, when we were looking for a party that can actually suit this agenda, okay, we didn't find any one of them. because we noticed that any meeting that we all go to, most of them are actually working for one politician and the other. And that's why we go ahead to register AAC as a party. And since that party came in, after 2019, they saw the effect of that party in their in the Nigerian democratic space. And they used the money as well to make sure that they destroy the party. Okay? And 2019...
And the same thing that's still doing today now, even on another party, Labour Party, even NMPP, are you still hearing of them today? They have used money to destroy even that NMPP.
Yes.
So
and what
these big parties, this APC, what they're doing is, whenever they see any party that wants to fight them, they will just pump in money, use it to buy people conscience in that party, and that party will just be down.
But fine, we will already escape that already. Immediately they figure out a traitor among us. They buy the traitor, but we did not give up. We take that traitor out. As I'm talking to you today, the traitor is begging for money on the street of Nigeria. We make sure that we take that party that he wants to use as a source of income for himself. We take it away from him. Today, the party is in our hands. Okay? And that is why 2023, we don't really do fine, because the guy was the one running the affair of the party for almost 4 years. So when anybody is asking us that we don't have anybody in the Senate, we agreed. But the party, that years, we are using that period to fight for our survival of that party. Survival of the party. For this thing that we are talking about today, like a chairman is telling somebody to do something, you never do it the way the person himself that have the mind of doing that thing going there.
No, the only thing there is good that the chairman has made his mind open, so that it's not good that you see, as a chairman of the party, you know the ideology of the party, and you keep when these things are coming up, you just keep mute. It's not good. But it's good that you come out as a chairman and make the position of the party known to the elected members of that party. So even if they go ahead to collect the vehicle, it's left for them. But what we know is that the ideology of the party, the chairman has made it known.
Do you know that even if they collect the vehicle, it's never our headache. But we want them to stand on that podium, saying what Nigerians want to the Senate. They can collect that vehicle. That vehicle is not my headache yet. But seeing them standing on their feet in that house, speaking the mind of Nigerians,
the mind of Nigerians.
That is my story. The vehicle is not my problem, but I want to see them standing firm and representing Nigerians that actually put the trust in them, like the new party is bringing
this new set of legislature. I think this will be the worst too. Nothing is happening there.
Let me just tell you this. Everybody that come to Nigerian political space now, they were actually coming there for money. They are not having your interest at heart. So don't make a mistake because your party produced somebody that person is coming to do your bidding. These guys, Nigerian politics has been bastardized. Nigerian politics has been destroyed to the level of, even if you don't have money, you can't be anything. You have to be a criminal who have embezzled a lot of money, or stealing a lot of money to enter Nigerian politics. We know all these problems. You know, whatever we stand and try to talk in Nigerian mock you that you want to do politics, you don't have money. But what you need to talk to them is this: why are you expecting me to go and look for money to come and deliver democracy for you? Why don't you see it as the day I venture my own capital to politics? That has turned to a business for me. Why can't you guys organize yourself on your own space? You know people in your community who can do good for you. Why can't you just bring them up and develop them? Let them have this kind of trust in you, and let them see you as the people behind them that is bringing them to power. Okay? But Nigerians are waiting for that criminal
who have stole a lot of money to come and share rice to them, come and pay them 4,000 naira before they vote for you. And after doing that, we'll be expecting miracle from these people. It will never happen. And do you know we have the edge over these people? But most of us here that was supposed to channel our energy towards total liberation of this country, we are missing it all. We are making that mistake by allowing the.
It's not. I don't think it's people that in. I think these are most abroad because they don't really understand what is happening. Because I don't. Anybody living in Nigeria, whether rich or poor, knows what is going on, and they are not even. I don't think nobody is supporting this government at this particular point in time.
Do you know if
even the people you say that they are Yorubas, that are from many of them I know is not supporting this government at this point in time. It's only the abroad, and those are abroad that they want to lecture a lot of people for them to know what to do and how to channel their energy.
Can I interject a little bit?
All right.
First and foremost, good morning to everybody on the platform, and those guys have been talking for at least for the last 30 minutes. Good morning, you have been doing a wonderful job. But first and foremost, one thing you guys did not realize, there's so many things you did not realize. To me, first and foremost, politics is about interest. And every Nigeria have opinion of who he or she want to be, who she want to choose as their leader. You might be saying you have the best idea, you want to go for total revolution, your party have the best sense of people. Remember, politics is dirty all over the world. And when you are playing politics, you are throwing everything you have in order to defeat your opponent. The way you are talking here today, you are looking at it in a simplistic manner, totally simplistic manner. Politics is way above that. If it's so easy that you are saying, okay, blah, 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 the car they want to buy, the person, Shehu Sonny, that is talking, he collected that kind of car 4 or 8 years ago when he was a senator. He didn't return it. Now he's talking. Everybody is hypocritical. For me, if you really want Nigeria to be a better place, you attack the policy of the government. You gather yourself together and you have to convince the majority of Nigerians to follow you. Maybe you don't know. A lot of Nigerians might not like the way the person you like talk or the way he carried himself. A lot of them might not like him. They might not see a leadership trait in him. You don't know that. And when we talk about as a country, the person might be your leader in your region, very popular. What about the rest of the country if they don't like him or they don't believe in him? It's a democracy. Majority wins. And this so-called vehicle you are talking about for a long time, this has been in existence for a long time. It's the Constitution. The president cannot just wake up and say, no, I'm not buying the vehicle. The legislature, they have their own budget. And they have been doing it for the last 12 years or more than that, buying vehicles, is because of they have been buying for them for 4 years, which they will use for 4 years. They are put into their constitution like that. Yesterday I talked about referendum. I do not talk about changing leaders. I talk about Nigerians coming together to demand for so many changes, like resource control, devolution of power, so many things like that. That is when you can get Nigerians to get along with you. But if you are still getting along that, okay, this is my political leader, it's a saint. Nobody's a saint when it comes to politics. So that's just my own piece for now. I will let you.
Yeah, Mr. Remy, I understand your idea. Your argument is very valid. But you must have a leader. We must have a leader that is ready to champion that cause.
Yes,
no,
yes.
I do not say you must have a leader, because once you have a leader that wants to champion that cause, you don't know whether it's also political. And he might use that is what happened to this NSA. They use them very well. And at the end of the day, it's used and done. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes if you as a leader, if you are like, okay, I don't care, I don't want to be a senator, I don't want to be a rep, I don't want to fight for a better Nigeria. forget political party now. So if you convince Nigeria, I am not going to take any political post.
You know what? You know what?
Then you are
You know
talking.
what? You know what? A lot of people have been doing this. Okay. But unfortunately for us,
Who are
anytime
those?
that
Can you give a name, please?
okay, like me now, you know, I'm a Sowore person, right?
So that is the problem now.
Do you know? No. I'm just wait.
I know you are a Sowore person. I just
okay.
want to.
And can I just wait now?
You will talk. I will just 1 second, just one statement.
Okay.
No matter what you say in this platform, a lot of people that are not Sowore person already categorize you as a Sowore person. So no matter what you say, it's going as you are saying it. They are not even listening to you. That is what I'm trying to continue.
Yeah. Okay. I understand you now. But do you know this thing this thing you are talking about? Sowore has been doing it for the past how many years, and it's not yielding to anything. You know, in the history of Nigeria, as people are trying to make Nigeria work, these same people know how to call in the system in the front to take it over again. Okay? And that is why we decide that instead of us doing the same thing, and these people always come back to come and take it over. Like before the democracy, Nigerians are tired. They need a new system in place. And that's why people stood up at that period to have a change of government. And unfortunately for us, these same people come together again. They call in the system. They take it over. They give us another person from the same ministry we are all running away from. This after 16 years of PDP, people are tired of PDP as well. They want to do something new. They are now looking for a way to survive. These same people again still corner the system again and take it over. Okay? You know, Nigerians always want this thing to get better. But if anytime there is remain a little period for us to get it over, these people jump in the front and they take over again and they continue leading. These are the problems we have been having. And this is why we are trying to have a clear leadership in the front. Okay? That as we are channeling all our energies towards the liberation of the country, we'll be looking up that leader, that okay, this is the person that we're all following. This is the person that carried the ideology. And I will now talk about what we just said. During 2023 election, okay, if you really want to do me a favor, go and look at all of them. Who is really eating the points of what Nigeria actually need at that particular period?
I'm sorry, I'm going to disappoint you. First and foremost, let me tell you something today.
Okay.
Sowore, when he was a publisher of Sahara Reporter, that time, a lot of people have respect for him.
Okay.
A lot of people have respect for him, but when he dabbled his head into politics, let me be frank with you. This is my own analysis of him. There was a lot of money raised all over the world, or maybe mostly in America, for his cause. Some of this money end up in his pocket. No matter what you defend. Let me finish. Let me finish. No matter how you say that, the money did not end up in his pocket, they are just castigating him or they are lying about him. When it involves matters of money and there's no transparency, I repeat again, no transparency, there will be element of doubt and there will be element of deceit in that. So now, like I said before, no matter what you say, you see Sowore as your leader, and you think Sowore is the kind of person.
Let me speak to what you just said now.
Can I just finish in 1 minute and then you can take back your time?
Okay.
And you see him as your leader. It might not necessarily be the person you have in mind in future, but when you look at Nigerian mindset, Nigerian people, they want people that have accomplished something. What have you accomplished in the public domain? We're not talking to you as a private something. Even if it's a private, what have you really
I think the problem we have here is this. When we are talking about somebody achieving something, I think everybody has his own goals in life. Okay. Since age of 19 years, Sowore has never left Nigerian space alone. is always standing there for Nigerians wherever Nigeria needs somebody to stand, and he has been doing that continuously for almost 3 years. So if you are asking about achievements on that aspect, I think he has done a very marvelous things in that space.
No,
he may not be in the position. He may not be in the government. Hey, do you even know why this guy? Do you even know why this guy? Do you even know why this guy established Sahara Reporter?
No,
and he name it. And he name it
to make money.
And he name it Citizens Report.
Just made money of it, and sometimes you know what?
Oh, and you think, hey, wait, sorry. And you think if Sowore want to make money from Sahara Reporter, you think he will be living the way he's living his life now?
Are you kidding yourself? You think it's not a rich man, it's a poor man, right?
Sowore is not a rich man. I can tell you that.
Really?
He's not a rich man. This guy is not a rich man. I can tell you. We are close to this guy. This guy is not a rich man. I can tell you.
So
100%.
Does they have a house in Lagos?
Sowore did not have house in Lagos. He only has house in Kiribo. Sowore only have house in Kiribo.
Well, you guys are talking as if being rich is a crime, it's a sin, it's a bad thing.
It's not a sin.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Want you to compare him as a poor man.
I just want to tell you what you guys are telling the people outside there who doesn't even know what Sowore is. I traveled to Sowore's village. Okay, I saw his house. I saw this guy's house. This guy did not even fence the house. I can tell you, this guy
The question to you before you go on.
Okay.
Please, I'll ask you some serious question.
Okay.
Where does Sowore live in Nigeria?
Sowore.
Yes.
Before when Sowore comes to Nigeria.
Now, where does he live?
Now, as I'm talking to you, day before yesterday, Sowore was staying inside hotel in Abuja as of yesterday because he has it.
No, carefully, calm down, please. How long has he been living in this hotel?
He just came back from Lagos to Abuja to come attend to the case he has here.
My question is that he has been living in Nigeria for the past 2, 3, or 4 years now, right?
Yes, he has house. He has house in what's it called? Apo here. Rented apartment. Rented apartment.
How much is he paying for rented apartment? And who is paying for it?
Who is paying for it? Are you expecting him not to be able to pay for his rent? Is that what you are thinking about? Is that what
all right.
Sorry. Are you expecting him not to be paying for his own rent when I can pay for my own rent in Africa?
So what kind of
all right. So sorry, give me 1 second. I'm going to have to shut it down. It's been going 7 hours. You can still stay and carry the conversation on in the back room, unless Mike wants to take it on, which I suspect it probably doesn't want to. So let me shut it off. Let me shut it down, and then we take the conversation to the back room. But let me acknowledge the super chatters. That's Aiko Giame, who comes in with the first super chat. So well done.
I can take it on for another 10 minutes and then.
All right. Okay. Take it on. Let me just do the acknowledgements, and then I'll bail out, and then you just carry on. So that's Ike again. Thank you, Ike. And then Ayo, of course, who usually rattles it off, and that's Ayo rattling it off. So thank you, Ayo. When it's not on the screen, he joins us a conversation via Super Chat. That's Kulata. Ayo still not satisfied. Still has some bullet left. Fires off another volley. So that's Ayo right there. And then Prince Daddy, who was both on screen and in the super spaces. So that's Prince. Prince does it twice. So that's Prince right there. Ayo comes back to match Aiko Germe's first super chat. So that's Ayo, and Juju comes in to acknowledge her presence as well. So thank you to all of those. Keep them coming. So the session carries on under the able guidance of Mike. Mike, over to you. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you, everyone.
All right. So you just said something the other time. You said people contribute money for him, right? And there is no account for it. Wait, you say something. Let me clear that. Let me clear the aspect of accountability. As I'm talking to you, if you click on Sowore 2019 campaign expenditures, okay, the way these guys spend the money is boldly analyzed and nobody with receipts on that app, on that site. Okay, the reason why Lowland tried to corner Sowore, telling Nigerians that the guy did not account for the money, is because Lowland was giving out money for the office rent in Abuja, and the rent is 1.5 million, and this guy collects 4 million, and immediately the party noticed that about him. That is why they stopped allowing him to go to where the money is. Okay, so this is why this guy initially they think AAC is actually
Are you
a party.
saying Leonard is like a Mayfield too?
Yeah, they actually think this party is actually meant for normal pan-Nigerian parties. So the way Nigerian parties is being run, that's why all of them actually came in the first place. But because Sowore did not allow them to drive what they want to drive with that party by negotiating with the politicians, collecting money from politicians, that's why all of them now decide to take the party away from Sowore. So if anybody is telling you that Sowore did not do account, go to 2019 Sowore campaign. It's written there. This 2023 election again, Sowore has already did the analysis of how the money is being spent. Sowore is the person that will never release his party money for anything that is not value to the party, that will not give anything to the party. Sowore will not spend money on food.
Let me tell you why I agree with you. Definitely,
Yes.
Sowore definitely did not come into politics to make money, and the guy is not a corrupt guy. And it ain't just like contrary to what Remy was saying and many other people. Yeah, I know the guy. He's not someone that's interested in coming here to come and make money. If he wants to make money, he would have stayed in America and do his thing and just make money through Sahara and all that. But I don't think he came into that politics to come and be doing things to, make money. So I agree with you on that. So when people come up with that, oh, you stole money, I don't like hearing that. Let's talk about the other flaws that he has. The other flaws he has is just the way he's playing his politics. It just doesn't make too much sense. I have to agree on that. I mean, I would like the guy to. I mean, he's a very competent guy to be a president, but the way he plays his politics is very. I mean, you can't play politics like that, man. You can't be. I mean, siding with terrorists in courts. I mean, what the heck? You can't be. I mean, someone that's an ethnic bigot, you are siding with him, or because you want his people's vote. I mean, that's where the guy threw me off. And he can't be going around insulting Oni of Ife. I mean, disrespecting Oni of Ife. You can't do that,
No.
So he
No.
does some things that just doesn't make sense. Well, I like the guy. I like him.
I think the era of Oni, okay, before they left the palace that day, okay, if really watch that video, Oni actually know what this guy is trying to point out. Okay, I will not lie to you. Sowore is one of the most respected guys that I've known. Sowore will never look down on anybody, even if you are, no matter what you are, your level. Sowore will never look down on you. So if him reacting the way he reacts on his palace, after giving out his own explanation about it, Oni allude to it that no, he is actually getting him wrong. When you give me 1 o'clock, 12, Sowore believed at least as a king, before at least by maybe I have to be there by 11, and by 1 you should be coming out to see me, because you already give me that appointment to come. So whatever you want to do at that particular period, you're supposed to give me that my own hours that you are the one that said I should come at so time, and I make an hour before that time that you even gave me, and I'm expecting you to use that an hour to prepare for whatever you want to prepare for. We are talking about leadership here. If you are really a leader of a society, you should show by that example. Okay, that's why what happened.
Why is he the chairman and presidential candidate of the party?
And I will now tell you that one. 3 months before the election in 2019, we register our party. Okay. After we registered the party, he was the chairman on INEC on the certificate when they were registering the party. So we've not gone for our what's it called? I don't know.
Honestly, all the other question, if I won't even be answering these people. Like, it's irrelevant. We all know Sowore is not a corrupt person, so there's no point of trying to dig and
So
dig.
we've
It
not
doesn't
gone
make
for our,
sense.
what's it called?
No, you
So
can't
when
say
the election finished,
you can't say he's not a corrupt person.
He is not a corrupt person. It's
Let's
very
say
when
obvious.
the election, well, let me explain. He has
hold
a
on.
question. Let me
There is
explain
certain
to him.
process. If I say something that is not working,
Let me explain
the
now. It's what you
process.
don't. Let me
Hold on,
explain. I
hold
can
on. I
explain
just
to
want to
you.
talk to Mike. No, you continue your
Okay.
stuff. I just want to address because Mike
Okay.
just came in and was like, "Hey, he's not corrupt." No, you can't just say that, right?
Okay.
I have not said that he is, but I'm just asking the
It's, I
question
think one of the
that
loophole.
why.
That's one of the loophole you think that is corrupt, right? But let me explain it.
No.
Let me
I
explain.
didn't say that. That action leads to corruption.
No, that is what you are saying now is a sign of someone being greedy, right? For him to hold the two positions.
So
No. Let me
Yes,
tell you
I
what I mean.
understand.
Let me tell you what I mean. Why it's not even. It won't even make sense to start digging, trying to see, because his motive we all see for him to come from America, come all the way here. You can't tell me that his motive is to create political party and use it to make money. You can't tell me that. Come on now.
No,
I mean,
and at times, I think we need to, when anybody asks questions, I think what we need to do is to explain, and I can answer that question. So 3 months before the election in 2019, we registered the party. So we are unable to have our Congress, to have our chairman. Then he was a chairman, and the party nominated him as a presidential candidate. After the election, he has his family in America. A month after, he traveled back to America to see his family. And the day Sowore entered America, the Lonard people went to court. And Sowore screenshot all his passport and everything, arrival date, everything, that he's not in the country now. His lawyer has to go to court. Before we know, they've done their kangaroo this thing in the court. They say they suspend him for being the chairman for 6 months. Okay? And we use that period to fight for almost 4 years, as in 3 years, solid 3 years, to get the party back. And at that particular period, he was still the chairman of the party. Okay, when they were doing the court case and everything. Okay, but the Lonard version have done their own this thing. They've created their own platform. They have their own chairman in all the states. They already have their structure on ground against the initial plan of the party. So 6 days to INEC final date to submit our candidate's name. That was when we win the election back. We win the party back in the court. So you cannot tell us that we should have used that period that we're supposed to be using to do our own collation of names, people that want to send to INEC. We'll be using it to do our, our Congress again, because we want to change our chairman. Okay? This is exactly what happened in that period. Sowore has never for once ready to even be the chairman of the party. The party itself were the ones, Baba, if we really want this thing to work, let's finish this election. We are planning to have our robust, outing for Congress, so that we can have a full house in order. We'll have a house in order. We'll put our people in places that we're supposed to put them. But don't forget that this is Nigeria. Whatever you want to do, anything good, people want to sabotage you. They want to make sure that what you are trying to do is not seen to everybody. So they will not see the good of what you are doing. To me, I'm not supporting Sowore here. I only see Sowore as a person who is actually speaking my mind. That is why I'm giving him that support I'm giving to him. I'm seeing him as somebody who has the same thing I'm feeling. But me, I don't have the platform for me to tell it to people. But him, he has a platform and he's leading for us. That's why we are supporting him. We are not even supporting him personally. That is his own thing. This guy is not even ready to even benefit from all this struggle. He's not that kind of person. I always sit with him. I listen to this guy, whatever he's saying, and this guy is so selfless. But people who doesn't know this guy think that he's arrogant. Is this the only thing that got Sowore bitter is when Sowore see things not going the way it's supposed to go in this kind of environment that we find ourselves. We have the best place to live, but some people are making it look like we are in hell already. And this thing, if you really have conscience of your own, no matter how the position you have, you have to get angry with the system. So Sowore is not this thing that people project outside there. This guy, before you can know Sowore, take your time to know who this guy is. During the election, Sowore give us the solution of how we are going to attend to Nigeria's problem. But people don't listen. I can't lie to you. If by now we give all the support we give to all these movements then to Sowore, even if we don't have this election, if we don't win the election, by now we will know we have a structure in place that can tackle anything that we need to tackle in Nigeria. But we miss the opportunity we have by allowing the same people to take over our struggle. They take over the struggle from us.
I don't think
All
it's
of
the
us
same
know
people
this.
that's been ruling. I mean, it's been different people now.
Is that
I don't
what?
know why Nigeria keeps saying, "Oh, the same people, the same people." We've been changing people now. We've been changing leaders.
We're changing it about the same people, the same system, bringing them.
In what
The same
sense?
system. Okay. Are you telling me Tinubu is not part of the system or the established system?
It was the established system.
Are you telling me Obi is not? Are you telling me Atiku is not?
Yeah.
Are you telling me all of these people are not part of the system?
What is you have to define the system you're talking about? You can't just say a system. I don't know. Define it.
Mike, you remember Oshiomhole, right? When he was
Okay.
at the helm of NUC. You remember, Mike?
Oshiomhole.
Yeah, we remember.
Yeah.
We remember.
You know the way it was portrayed then, as if he was a nemesis on the federal government, the way he was tormenting the federal government. Who knew that this guy would turn around to be one of the?
So it was on a different system. It was on a different. He wasn't on the system then.
Yeah, but you know, as
Okay, so now why is he telling me that it's the same people? So it's a different person. Exactly. So it was different people back then. Now it's a different
yeah,
people.
you know,
No,
and now he's a
Oshiomhole is in his own time. He's just a negotiator. Yes,
What
he
I'm trying to
negotiates
tell you
between
is
the.
that we keep
He just
saying,
he
"Oh,
just
these
stand.
people."
He only stand between the. He only stand between the people and the government to negotiate. He's
Say it
not.
again.
He's not an activist. He only stand within the people and government to negotiate. He has never been a
Yeah, but let's not
government.
make it about Oshiomhole.
He has
To answer that question,
I'm
though,
just
man, the system
comparing.
you're talking about, can you
Just
define it?
comparing. You know,
you know what? In any environment, even in every family, when things are not working, okay, you need to look at the way you are doing things. Okay, the cause of that thing that is not the reason why that thing is not working, and look for a solution. If it will warrant you changing the game or changing the player to get it done, like a football match, you have a team that is not winning. Is not winning match for you. Okay, you're supposed to look inward. What can we do to this to get the ball rolling so that we can be able to win match? So it's like you have to change if it warrants you changing the coach or changing the player, you have to do something like such.
So would you agree with me that we have to change the way the people think?
Definitely, 100%.
Okay, so largely the problem is more of the society, the mindset of people in society.
We know
Because
all
the reason
this.
why the reason why I had to challenge you with that, the same people you keep saying, as if it's just one group of people,
But
right?
do you know?
And they are just separate from the hold on. Like they're just separate from the rest of the population. And I tend to disagree because we've been changing leaders and they are coming from the population. So if the population keep producing the same kind of people, then that means the population has a problem. We have to change something about the population, the mindset of the people.
And what I would say is this: check our election process. Check the number of people that even vote during the election. They are nothing. They are nothing to write about.
So what are you saying is wrong with the electoral process?
The election, this system has made people to lose interest in voting.
The system, in what sense?
The system, when people have the agitation of like, I want to go to polling unit to go and cast my vote, and you get there, somebody come out with cane to come and flog you, and police is there looking at them doing nothing. Next time you won't be encouraged.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So if they take away the cane, the whatever
Yes.
it is that goes on the
If they
electoral.
take, let me tell you,
Wait, hold on,
if
hold
an
on.
election, if an election wants to do them, if they take away the cane, they take
But
away
let me
the
land
money.
now. Let me ask you a question first. Hold on.
Okay.
They take away the problem you are talking about with the electoral process, take it out of the way. Do you think the
Okay.
people will vote change differently?
Yeah, because people of decent mind will come out and vote when the
Okay.
election is no more.
Wait.
It's
Okay, this last
it's no more
election,
do or die.
if they take away the king, take away all that. So the people will
Order.
not. So who would have won that election?
Which election?
The last one. If they take away the king, the toggery, all that stuff you talk about, who would have won that election?
Yes, that's a very good question.
If they take away the cane and they take away the money and everything, we'll be able to have a robust campaign for people.
So that is why I said you are looking at it in a simplistic way. If you don't understand politics, you have to go back. Maybe you have to do your own research, or your group have to do their own research and understand politics first.
Is it
All over
Nigerian
the world.
politics, or is it
No,
Nigerian
not
politics?
an example, anywhere in the world. Do you
Politics
think
is the same all
Okay.
over the world, man. Trust me.
the America you are talking about that you say is the best, or India, they have super delegates when they are choosing their leader, their presidential candidate. They have the people they call super delegates. Who do you think the super delegates are? Do you think they are just ordinary human beings? Because they wield a lot of power. I don't know why I'm tracking. Is it from my side? I can hear an echo.
Somebody is walking.
Okay. So as I'm trying to say, so politics is a game of interest. If Sowore really wants to become Nigerian president, I will name what he has to change. The way he talks is not professional enough. The way you think you can handle your hobby or the way you behave to the traditional society is totally off and off. To most Nigerians, they see him as a little thug. Even those ones that are elite, they see him as a thug. The way he carry himself, the way he would just want to foment trouble unnecessarily. I call it trouble unnecessarily. Because what transpires in America does not necessarily mean it should be the same way they should do it in
In Nigeria, exactly.
Politics is
That's the problem I
local.
have with him too. He just
Politics
bring
is
American
local.
mentality, bring
You
it
cannot
straight.
just come and you think because who are you in America? There are so many super doctors, lawyers, accomplished people all over Nigerians in America. A lot of them that you are even talking about, some of them came back home from America to become governor. Fayemi used to stay in America. Abiano used to stay in America. So many of them stay in UK, stay in America, and maybe stay in other part of the world and came back. You want to rule a country, and you are telling the way you talk, the way you carry yourself. To me, it does not attract people to you at all. It doesn't. You just think that even if they just put everything like Mike asked you that question, it will not still get the vote because majority of Nigeria does not believe in him. They will look at your record. Have you ever been a councillor? Zero. Have you ever been a governor? Zero. Have you ever been tested in the political water of Nigeria to hold a position? Zero. And then you want to jump from point zero and then
You see what Sowore should have been doing, right? After that first, at least after that first one, he should have do what Soludo is doing. Go and do a governorship for one term somewhere. You understand? Like he should be partnering with Akeredolu in Ondo State right now to be the governor of Ondo. You understand? Collect Ondo State, perform there. You're still young. You just do one term there at least. Give a good performance there.
And you think with the way Nigeria politics is being structured, if Sowore cannot even collect, he
nothing
cannot
is
even
given
collect
to
chairman.
you on a platter for
Wait. Let's hear what he said.
He cannot even win chairman election in Ondo.
And he
The
wants
way
to be
the election
president.
is,
So
the
if he
way the
can't win
something is
chairman
being
in Ondo, then I think he can win presidency.
the way this thing is being structured. I'm just telling you. Let me be sincere with
So
you. Before
you
you can be
are making you're strengthening our points because we are
wait.
telling you.
No, I'm stressing your point because I just want to know the area that we were coming from. Okay, the area we are coming from is election in Nigerians is not what we all think that it is. It has
We get
become
it. We know
another
that.
thing
I mean,
entirely.
we know you have to camp. You have to play very intense politics. But what we are telling you,
Even in the council of a thing you are talking about, in my street, I have a boy. At the age of 16 years, this guy has been organizing youth platform in
But
my
you're talking out
environment.
of point now. But what we are telling you is
No, I just want to portray our point here. Okay, this guy at the age of 16 years has been organizing. They make him youth president. This guy he did everything excellent. But I will not shock you when the time for councillorship came. This guy is in APC. Knows the people the elders in that community knows that this guy is competent, he means well, and people like him. But yet, they pick a woman as a woman, one of the women in the
But who is the guy? Who's the guy? What's his name?
His name is Benga.
So are you going to compare with Sowore that we all know that has the... Come on now, are you kidding me? Are you going to compare with Sowore that has a reporter that everybody already knows? You're talking about one Benga that nobody knows, and you're saying...
I'm just telling you how dirty this space is.
It's not about being dirty. The guy's not... No. The guy's not popular. He hasn't built... Well, listen. That's not the way it works. It's not the game being dirty. You have to...
We are talking about
Wait. Hold on, my brother, man. Listen now. Try and listen a little more. The way politics works, right? First of all, you have to build a name. People have to know that, okay, this guy here, we know him for this, we know him for that. You have to be popular. Be that relevant person. And then you get into it and then you start playing. You can't compare a Benga somewhere, right? Because he's running around doing something. But you can't compare with your established reporter that's known nationwide. You understand? It's known. That's the name Sowore has made is big enough to go on the level of governorship or somewhere within a state. You understand? Because wait, listen. If you are someone, bro, listen to me now. If you are somebody that has built a company or done something, a company known nationwide or worldwide or something like that, you are powerful enough to go within a state and say, listen, I'm a son of this state. I made this state proud. So the state people can say, oh, you are our son, you've made the whole world knows you. So now you already built that relevance to challenge any governor within that state. It's kind of like the Osun State, the Adeleke's family.
Yes.
Exactly. So he's not like a big politician. If Adeleke would have said want to run for presidency, they will say, we haven't built that level. But within his Osun State, the Adeleke family is a big name, you understand? Or they have a university there, you understand? So within that state, he can play, he can flex. So that's what we are saying, that Sowore can also flex.
For Adeleke to win Osun, do you know
Adeleke? But don't shift to another point, man. Let's just stick to the point we're trying to make.
No, we are saying something here. Before
we'll be all night. We just jump in from one point to another point.
Adeleke spent a lot of billions to become that governor in Ondo State.
Not necessarily.
With his popularity, with his family name, they still need to spend that money.
We get that. We get all that. Spending money and things. Well, calm down now. Chill out. Yeah, that's not the argument. We get that. You still have to do some extra. But we are saying that the first thing, before you can be relevant, is you have to build a name first. You have to have a name. You understand? So a name as maybe a family name or a name that you are known for having a company or something like that. If you want to get into politics, that level is you start with a state. People like let's say Emefiele, if he wants to go into politics right now, he has to go and take over his state first. Because that's the place he can easily take. Because he can go to Delta and say, wait. He can go to Delta and say, I am Tony Elumelu. I'm a guy that own company. He can flex within the states. But on a national, saying he wants to run for presidency, he has to go against names like Tinubu and all. That's the most he's going to do is win his state. But for him to start winning, because presidency is more like nationwide.
Even a state that you want to win, that you have almost 34 or 33 governors that want to gather money together to come and fight you there in that same state.
Yeah, you can. But the point we are saying is it's easier to win the battle in a state than in a country. That's the point we are making. I'm not saying it's easy anyway.
I'm also putting it to you.
We're not telling you that it's easy. It's a cakewalk in a state. What we are telling you is it's easier to win in a state than in a country. That's what we are saying. So let's keep it simple.
To win. You know what? Okay. I'm listening.
We are not doing. We are doing strongman arguments here. We are not. Nobody's arguing with you that it's easy to just win a state. No one is saying that. What we are telling you that you have a better chance in a state than than nationwide. That's what we are trying to say.
No.
At least people want
Okay, let me come in.
Okay, I just want to quickly come in. First and foremost, politics is about spending money. If you don't have money, don't go near it. People will not just follow you by what.
And why are you complaining when criminals take over the space then?
Now, nobody compare about criminal ticket. That is your own opinion. My own opinion about life is simple.
Is the only criminal that have money? That's another question.
My own opinion is that in politics, you must have some starting of money. And if you don't have, maybe if you are good and popular enough, your backers or your supporters, they can donate money for you. If they can, they donate money for you, and then you have the resources. Because it's not a child's play. You are going to do a lot of campaign. You are going to travel a lot of so many places. You are going to meet a lot of people. You are going to stay in a hotel. So who is going to foot all these bills? So if you don't have the money, if you don't have it personally, then your supporters should be able to provide the money for you. For people like Sowore, I continue to say, Nigeria, they want to see your accomplishment. Oh, who is Sowore? You are talking, they know him. Who knows him? More than half of the population of Nigeria, they don't know him because a lot of people don't go to Sahara Reporter. Not everybody.
Even with the Sahara Reporter, some people don't even know. If not because of him coming out 2018 for that election, nobody know. People don't even know him.
Just at the end of the day, he got 50,000 votes. It's a hype. We can hype anybody. And when you hype everybody, it's just in the space of that internet or people that are elite or educated a little bit. A lot of people in the countryside.
What me and you should be discussing? What me and you should be discussing here is why is he running for election?
I don't need to discuss because I know he will never win. So I don't bother.
Can I come in, please? Can I come in, please?
Okay.
Can I come in, please?
Okay.
Mr. Foley.
Yeah, well done, sir.
So much for the Sowore, Sowore, should I call it a goalless travel? But I made a statement which was, in line with that aligns with what Mike said earlier, and it was clear because the chief supporter of Sowore on this program is Babaja.
Yeah.
And I told Babaja that can Sowore, veer for a local government, House of Rep, governorship, Senate? Can he go for those positions so that he can show us what he can do? Now, you might not like Obi, but the reason why we followed Obi is because he has shown us what he can do while he was in power. So Sowore needs that CV. He needs that on his CV. He needs that accomplishment on his CV. Because in politics, if you don't have money and you don't have clouds, right? And your father does not have money and you don't have any godfather, what are you doing there? You need money. So if you don't have money, then you go for a smaller political space, like the state. Go there. It will be easier for you to sell yourself in a state. You have the social media with you. You're very vocal, even though sometimes his vocalism is so senseless, very confrontational. I don't know how it's Sowore, even governorship, I say governorship, local government chairman will be, because of the way he talks. He comes off as someone that is so brash. But not taking away some of the things that he says, which we know is the truth that happens in our country. But the thing is there, I might understand him, you might, but the next person on the street might not. And many people do not understand him, and together with the fact that most people don't know him. So start with the state, show us what you can do there. Then when you now come out for presidency, if you're talking about what you did, people will be like, oh, we know what you did. And if by the grace of God, you have someone that's another, or maybe some other party won the election after you, and nothing was found on you, you see, that is how you grow. But the way Sowore went with it, I mean, from America to presidency, Abba, no be so. You don't have money. Even the delegates don't even go for presidencies, and they have the name, they have the money. You know, so sometimes you set up on the white pitches.
What we don't really see here is this: Nigerians have a problem. Okay, and we that we're here, we are not desperate to become. To me, I personally, I'm not desperate, and I'm sure Sowore is not desperate. But our system need a body that can challenge the system. I can put it to you. These people that we're all talking about, they have the power, they have the energy to make Nigeria better. If they can see Nigerians' voices, pushing them, comforting them, they will do the needful within their 4 years. These people in the government.
Fully, here's the deal, man. The fundamental problem in Nigeria, there's no, if you're going to bring the best leader in the world, he's not going to solve it.
Yeah.
He's not going to solve it.
Well, please let me land. Let me land.
I don't think so, Mike. I don't think so, Mike.
What we are trying to do here is to make sure we have that people of the country have their voices. Let's have our voices first. And I think that's the project that Sowore is actually trying to have. Okay? It's not the presidency per se, but our voices can change the narrative of this country within 4 years. If we really have our voices together as a citizen. If our dignity has been given back to us as people of the country that owns the country, that elect anybody to that position to go and lead us, before they make any decision, they will look at us and respect us. And I think that is where we are coming from.
Fully.
Sorry,
yes.
Fully. Let me say this real quick, right?
Okay.
The only thing that the politician listens to is how he gets re-elected.
Yeah.
Now, anything that stops a politician from getting re-elected, that is how you send fears to the next person coming in to perform.
Yes.
Now, what we try to do with the obedient crew was trying to give power back to the people.
Okay.
Because we know if, as the governor, you were put in there by a godfather, when you go in there, you're going to be loyal to the godfather. If the people put you there, you're going to be loyal to the people. The process through which we elect these people is the problem. That is why I disagree with Mike.
Okay, can I put in my own?
Wait. Are you saying Obi didn't have a godfather?
Mike that is supported by Danjuma and the rest.
Are you saying Obi didn't have a godfather?
No. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Let me say something. The major backbone of Obi in this election wasn't the OBJs. It was the people.
No. I'm talking about when he came to became governorship.
Governorship.
Yeah.
Governorship. He had no godfather. That was
I mean, come on, man. It was Atiku that brought him now. I mean, come on now.
No. Come. Hold on now. Can I tell you guys? You know, sometimes Remy, the problem with you is this: you talk more than you listen. And I don't know how you pass your classes. Can you just listen? There's a reason why you have 2 ears and 1 mouth.
You are funny.
Listen more.
When people talk,
are you in a market? Are you a woman? No, I'm a woman. How for you? Calm down. Somebody is talking. What the hell? And you're a medical doctor?
I'm not
Haba.
a medical doctor. I'm not
Oh,
Simba. You are getting off.
sorry. Okay, thank God you are not. Thank God you are not.
I am not Simba. So don't.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
So
I
you
cannot
see
even
now,
spot the
you are
difference.
taking it too personal.
Let's go back. Let's go back to our
I
conversation,
cannot
please.
spot
We
the
are here
difference.
to discuss that.
Remy,
Okay?
whenever we are talking about issues, allow one person to talk, then you now talk so that people will enjoy the discussion. You will come
allow
and
you
say,
to talk. Okay, go ahead. Say whatever you want to say.
what? And if I ask you your
Okay,
support, you tell me
continue. It's enough. Continue.
if I ask you your supporting that, you tell me it's Tinubu.
I mean,
Tinubu is an
continue.
for that. That's the person you're supporting. And
Can
now
you
you're making
continue?
you want to make sense. You cannot defend Tinubu and make sense. So let's be realistic. So my brother, what I was trying to say is just simple. If we can gauge or control the method or the ways through which these people get into power, they'll be answerable to us. It's just that simple. In a workplace, the reason why we fear our bosses, if you have one, is because you know that he has the wherewithal
Okay,
to
can
hire
I
and
respond
fire.
now?
And I finish now. Hey, Chineke nna me, eh.
Oh my
Nna na wow. Hold on
Okay,
now, buddy.
continue.
Hold on.
When you are.
Hold on. You understand what I'm saying? Sorry, Remy, if I came so harsh, I beg. I mean, let's just have a discussion. You know, I enjoy listening to you sometimes. So let's just have a conversation. So, fully, you get where I'm coming from. The problem in Nigeria is this: during the time of Obi, go and listen to how Obi came into power. It was ABC Wosu. After NGJ was kidnapped, and all those things went on because he was still in court. Before he came into the state, Ojukwu didn't know who Obi was. It was ABC Wosu, a medical doctor, former Minister of Health. Somebody called him and said that this guy, give this guy a try, that we have tried this guy. Look, we have looked at this guy. The guy looked at him and said,
So that guy is his godfather.
Hold on now. Listen now.
You see how the godfather.
Hold on now. Let me say something. You see, people will recommend you. People are free to do it, but how assertive those people are is the problem. When you had a godfather, the Ubahs, you need to come to them and see what these guys were doing. In fact, anyway, you guys saw the one that happened where they kidnapped the governor, a sitting governor, and made him to tamper with his blood that he has resigned. That is the height. Then before Ngige was Mbadunuju. Who was Mbadunuju's godfather? Emekofo. In fact, let me tell you guys something. This one, nobody told me. I saw this one in my eye. Do you know that if Emekofo is coming with his convoy, and the governor is coming with his convoy, the governor will turn back? That is to tell you what I'm talking about. The issue of godfatherism in Nigerian politics, hit us so hard. In fact, if not the gains we have enjoyed in Anambra State today was because of Ngige fought the cabal. But when he fought the cabal, he now knew that the only thing he has is to work for the people, because those cabal were looking at the accounts now. They were threatening him that he was going to go to jail, that he was embezzling money. And he was looking at himself and he was like, I know I'm not embezzling any money. So what did he do? Ngige channeled everything to the people. People were like, did we have this kind of money? Just like the same thing that's happening in other states. Ojuzo Kalu was the governor in 1999. When he was leaving, he gave it to his Secretary of State, Chief of Staff, who was in prison and won the election. He won the election for the prison. That is the other Oji. Then when that one was leaving, he started having problem with Ojuzo Kalu. Now gave it to Ibazu. Go to Abia State, you will see that you will be like, is this a place that hosts Taba? That is the issue. How those people look at Oti. Oti knew that there was no way he could have won that election from a Labour Party. So if he wants to be there, he knows he has to perform. And so far, we are grateful for what he has been able to do. So let us control the way these people get into power. That is the way I'm at variance with Mike. Thank you.
Whoever I listen to you now would think that all those people you mentioned as if they never had one godfather one way or the other when they were in power. You've forgotten that 2003 wasn't that far from 1999. Every one of them came at the background of who as their godfather. So you're now saying that Obi doesn't have a godfather. What you see? I don't. Well,
Obi did not have a godfather.
He just told us
That
his
is my point.
godfather.
I mean, if you know one, hold on, my brother. Not even Obasanjo then, because Obasanjo was even in opposition.
Yeah.
He wasn't even good times with Obasanjo.
Yeah, right.
So my point is this.
So we just came in to have guy, right?
I just
No,
told
the
you. I just
godfather
told
does
you.
not mean that it has to be with
I just told
Nigeria
you how
power.
he came into
Yeah,
power.
godfather can start from your state, can actually be from your state, where you have been, where you are trying to come from. So it can be somebody in that state that has that power that actually tell people, okay, vote for this boy. So that's godfather.
Through 1999.
ABC Nwosu only had the power to garner support for him to be nominated.
That's godfather.
That's you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Target. But now there are levels to this godfatherism.
Okay.
Are you going to compare someone like? Who is the vicious one that we know?
Sanwo Olu.
No. You remember Adedibo of Oyo State?
Yes.
Are you going to compare an Adedibo to someone like even ABC Nwosu? You can compare Adedibo because look, let me tell you, if we have let the Obas, especially Chris Oba, he'll be another Adedibo because he told the governor Kumkum, I'm going to nominate.
The elections in Anambra at that time was so the elections in Anambra at the time you were mentioning 2007 or so was so terrible that there's no way anyone would get to that government house without riding the back of any godfather.
See, my brother. See, you are right, but this is where I'm coming from. Anambra that time, if you understood Anambra that time, everybody said they were going to follow Abga. So the politics was played on who emerges as Abga's governorship candidate. So that was what the game was. It was the problem wasn't on whether the electorate was going to vote. No, the electorate were going to vote already because Ojukwu has said, vote this party. This is my party. So people were going to vote the party. So the politics was only played, on who becomes the candidate. So it wasn't that much. So now if you can imagine someone like Adedibu that can control who votes in local government that he does not even live in. Adedibu that came out on television and told the guy, who was interviewing him? He said, if the governor is reviewing, he said what?
You can't understand.
Okay. I didn't understand, but no, this one is spoken in English.
He said, that is tomorrow that is going to remove Ladoja. And is this where he's going to sit down to remove Ladoja? And that's exactly what happened.
No. The one that he said, right, that he spoke in English was that he was I think it was Channels Television, one of those guys were interviewing him. He said that if Ladoja receives, say, 4 billion, is it okay for him, for Ladoja, to give him at least 10 billion or something? Everybody was like screaming, like, what is this guy talking about? Like, that was how crude it was there. And this kind of people, we had them in different jobs.
And that's the foundation. And that's the foundation of Nigerian politics.
Politics, especially that's 1999. So we started on a crude note.
No, it has always been before 1999.
So that's the foundation of Nigerian politics, and that is why we are not getting it.
Have you ever
and that's why
asked Obi? Have you ever
and that's why I'm not getting it.
how
I'm not
much
getting it
Obi
right.
paid to
No,
secure
Obi pay handsomely to even be the Labour Party chairman, party candidate. Heavily. He paid. Don't let's deceive ourselves. Obi also used his money to penetrate that system as well.
Can I respond, please? Now.
Yes.
Now, first and foremost, politics played in the 70s and 80s and 90s are different from the politics we are playing now.
Yeah, sure.
Every country go through a lot of phase. But when you are talking about old politicians in Nigeria, we talk about people that have held positions since 1999 to date.
Yes.
Whether you are a councillor or governor, Obi, Tinubu, Atiku are all in the same class.
They are in the same class.
They have held position before. Atiku was voted as a governor before Obasanjo picked him to be a vice president. If not, he would have been a governor of Adamawa State. So all of them have a godfather. Tinubu godfather was Yar'Adua before. Atiku also Yar'Adua. Obi Yar'Adua was Ojukwu. And in this last dispensation, the godfather of Obi was Obasanjo. And the rest of Obasanjo clique. All of them have godfather. And all of them have money. Obi paid whooping 40 million for PDP presidential blah, 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 blah. But he knows they are not going to pick him. He gave them the 40 million cash, just like that. So what I'm trying to say is that in politics, if you don't have money, you should have people that can donate for you. And if you don't have people that will donate for you, then your godfather will step in. And they will
and that's a,
and
that's
when
a,
you are, even this, your so-called Sowore, if Sowore really want to rule Nigeria, he has to learn how to play the game.
no, we are not ruling Nigeria. We want to lead Nigeria.
No, you can't tell me that. You can't say that. Please, let's be objective here.
We don't want to rule Nigeria. We want to lead Nigeria.
Listen. You don't want to
it's just semantics. It's just semantics.
Twice. So what are you doing? Are you wasting your time? Yeah.
I said, try to listen to me. We are not ruling. We are leading.
Remy, it's just semantics. It's just
you want to lead Nigeria.
Yes, lead.
You can succeed in maybe other African country where the people are suffering.
You know what, my friend? You know there are so many NGO, civil society organizations all around the world, even including Nigeria. If you want to chatter through that course, you will not contest any election. People will know you that's what you want. Look at Femi Falana, even Gani Fayemi. They were like looking for the betterment of the people, but immediately they stepped their shoes on politics. They were born heavily.
And why? Why are we like that? Why do we allow our people to be born?
That's life. It's not about we. It's just life.
Not about we.
Even in America,
and it's not healthy. It's not healthy for our life.
Politics is never healthy. Even in the United States,
even in the
Republican Party. Wait, hold on. Within Republican Party, Democrat, they have to battle each other within that party to fight for who will be the nominee. They have to battle.
We cannot keep comparing ourselves with America. At least
I'm not comparing us. I'm just saying politics. I'm not saying we are comparing.
I mean, even our politics.
Politics anywhere in the world. Trust me, they have to go against each other. They have to.
It's not even near. No, Mike, I understand where you're coming from when you talk about finances and all that.
It's not just. I didn't mention finance. I'm just saying, like politicians have to, even within the same party, have to battle each other for the top.
I know now, but what I'm just saying is this. Our politics is still archaic. Our politics is still backward. That's the thing. It's not that they don't play politics here. They play politics here.
No, I think it's more the people that are backward, not the politics. The people are backward.
No, it's not people.
I don't know. I don't like it when
that have the resources. They have the resources of the country that is manipulating the people. These people have the resources to manipulate anything that about election in Nigeria. They have the money to manipulate anything. So even if you are trying to be different, they will manipulate anything you are bringing, and you won't see the results. This is where we are. They have the resources, and the resources is not like they are businessmen and they make their money through business. They make the money through us as well, and they are using it to fight us back.
Oh
Remy, let me ask you something. You said that the politics that was played before was different. It's different from the one they play today. Was it better then?
It's better
now.
Okay, can I respond to you?
No, I'm asking Remy.
Yeah, I want to respond to you. The policy they played before was bitter. It was struggle and struggle. And if I can't have my way, I will have to have my way anyhow. But the policy we play today is more refined, a little bit better.
Which one? Which one?
I will tell you why we have it. I will tell you why. Just relax yourself.
Okay.
Look at this last dispensation. We have a lot of people who naturally from governorship to just go to the Senate, just a piece of cake. It's so easy. This particular dispensation, a lot of them lost. And then we have new set of leaders, even from the so-called Labour Party. Labour Party has been in existence even before Obi went there. The best they have is the governorship of Ondo State, Mimiko. But nowadays, today, they have about 19 senators, and I get they have over 30 House of Rep from this same called Labour Party. If the ruling party really want to play the game like the old politics, they won't get CC, they won't get nobody. They will rig them and everyone will not fall.
So they were crude. That's what you're saying. They were more.
No. What I'm trying to tell you, they are not crude. What I'm trying to tell you is that at least there is a level of moderation. Your party still get vote and you still get elected representative, even up to governorship in.
No. You should not get my question.
It's still fair. It might not be totally fair, 100%. But
Remy, what I'm asking you, Remy, what I'm saying is that so it was crude those days than now. That's what I'm asking you. Like it was.
I did not say crude. I said it was. I did not say crude. When you say crude, that means too backward or too old a cake. I did not mean that. I mean it was terrible, bitter compared to today.
Remy, Remy, do you know this is the election, the lowest turnout in the history of Nigeria, the lowest turnout.
The reason why it was lowest turnout, I will tell you why.
Okay.
Because I will be factual with you.
It's because of the beavers.
Yeah, I will be factual with you. The beavers play a big role. And secondly, the approach before the election let a lot of Nigeria lose hope. Can you believe a month or 2 weeks or 3 weeks to the election, there was naira scarcity? People were battling with their businesses. If you are the
many
one,
factors,
I don't want to just let them do the election and go away. Things were not right.
Also, Remy, people were also expecting the elections to be very violent. So there were so many anticipations.
And then a lot of people deliberately stay away because they see it as a tribal election. And to be frank, it came out as a tribal election.
People were expecting a lot of violence, so a lot of them just stay away from it.
It came out as a tribal election. Everybody votes for their men. Only that some people voted more. So everybody voted for their men. And in some pocket of 1 or 2 or 3 states, or let's say not less than 8 states, then we see that rivalry between the 3 people. That's
Remy.
all. Yeah.
Baba Remy.
I'm not Baba Remy, just call me Remy.
That's the reason why I called the name.
This guy, be careful.
Why I called Baba Remy. Okay, Mike, let me tell you both of you. The beavers was the issue, was the thing. Those days, there will be violence. And you know that there's violence in this particular place, they will still produce results. Do you understand what I'm saying? So that beavers.
No, I don't get it.
Those, I mean, like let me just take you back to just like 2007, elections, because I know that one I participated fully. There were areas in Imo State. I was in Imo State in that particular election that we knew there was no election that took place. The material didn't even land there, but the result was declared.
Because there was no beavers.
You say?
Because there was no beavers.
That's what I'm saying. There was no beavers now.
But why did you say beavers is the problem?
No. I said the main thing in this election that reduced the numbers. That's what I was saying. Was beavers.
We all agree now because people couldn't vote twice, and some people couldn't. You have to be a registered voter. And
so that era, because Mike, those days too, right? When it's time for election, people from Nigeria that day of election, they'll start trooping in. They'll just walk in and come.
They are still voting. They are still voting. They are still voting.
After that, in 2003, Obasanjo won by 18 million.
They are still voting. They are still voting. These people are still voting. The J people are still voting because they already have their card with them.
No. But this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Before, right? Before, with the beavers, there's a time for registration, accreditation, I say accreditation, for registration, right? Most people did not take advantage of, and most people wouldn't. But if it was like, hey, election is on or come, just come in, election, come and take 5,000 or something, come and vote. They know there's nothing to check them, they will come in and vote. So you can see that most of those areas that produced those results before, they did not. And in 2027, it will be even worse. Because we are hoping to tighten up the electoral process. It's going to be even
But do
worse.
you agree with me that the election is being rigged even now? The Nigeria election is rigged even now.
The election is being rigged.
About.
Yes.
Because I don't know why Nigerian government can actually create a kind of standby registration. As you are clocking your 18 years, go and you should be able to have your card without stress. So people will have their card, INEC will not give it them. They will not give it to them. They will leave their job to go and queue up at the INEC office, and nothing will happen.
We saw that.
The areas that the election is being rigged. It's not only that day that people rig the election. When you frustrate people not to have their card, you already rigged the election. These are the things that is happening. We are here. We know what is happening here. Like me now, the card has been using since 2009. Is what I'm still using. I never change it. Because I don't feel any reason why I should change. Is it 2009? Is it not 20? Is it 2007? Or I know I didn't vote in 2009 because I voted, but they're not actually using card, right? I didn't know that I can't even get
you
back
said
to
1999, not 2009.
1999. Yeah, 1999, yeah. 1999. I voted, I think I voted, but I don't know if you use card in that period. What we're saying here is this. I don't know why INEC cannot, if I can go to bank and have my ATM card immediately. I don't know why I can't have my voter's card immediately in the INEC office. They can make this thing happen. But because they know that the day people actually voted, people are ready to vote, and the number of people are more than what they can buy, they will fail out. That's why they are actually discouraging people not to come out and vote. These people are rigging election in so many ways. They use talk, they use money, they use so many ways. They rig this election anyhow. And until Nigerians actually try to have the voice, the voice here is what we're talking about. Nigeria needs to have the voice to tell them, okay, we want INEC to do this before the election, and we want government to provide this for the INEC so that we can have a robust election in Nigeria.
That is what we expected from a Labour Party representative, and they went there and they're sleeping.
They will not, because they are not programmed. Because they are not programmed to do that. They don't believe in that. It's you that are deceiving yourself by thinking that they will go there and do that. It has to be intention. It has to be people that have the intention of doing it, going there to go and do that. Not anybody, not someone that just wants to go and enrich himself. These people feel that Nigeria politics is where you go and make money. And don't make a mistake by thinking that your movement got them there, that they will not come and do the bidding. No, they will not. You need people who is really ready for the revolution we are talking about. Revolution is not about you strutting out the streets. Revolution is about you, wherever you find yourself, be a voices for people. Let your voices be on behalf of people, not for yourself. Don't just go to
what is
anywhere
the voice for the people now? It's not one voice. I mean, it's not the same. I mean, I don't know why people always say the voice for the people. Like, the people are not on the same page. I mean, there's no way you can have a voice for the people. It's impossible.
No, in a society where poverty is rampant, the way Nigeria is being programmed, you hardly see people's voice. These people are even blaming. At times you don't blame them. When someone is hungry, you can throw anything at him. He will definitely pick it up. The reason why me and you are here discussing is because we can still afford to do some things. But those guys, there are people today that don't even know what they will eat. And that kind of person you now told him that come and use a fingerprint to just put a ink on a paper.
to collect 5,000. You think he won't collect it?
So
With
what
joy.
is your point? What is your point? I mean, you said
I'm just telling you.
you said you
What
voice
the
for the
damage,
people, and I'm trying to understand
the
how.
damage, the damage of these politicians on the damage is too deep. And for us to get this thing right, we have to be intentional about it. We
No,
have to be intentional
to get
about
it
it.
right, you have to change people. That's it, and that's why people keep changing.
People's
Keep
mind
changing
and
leaders. We've been changing leaders now. It's not like it's one person that's been ruling us forever. We've been changing them.
the process in which we change our leader is not the way other countries change their leaders.
Is it not voting? What other process can we do?
The vote that you buy, that you pay money for, is that vote? You call that vote?
Well,
vote that you pay somebody to come and vote, you call it vote?
Whether they pay to come and vote or not, you're an adult. You go out to vote.
Vote should be something somebody you
So how
convince
do you
me.
change that? How do you change that?
How do we change the buying of
You
the
can't
vote?
change that. You can't change that. If the only thing you can do is change the people. You can't change the.
And that is why I'm using all the platform I have to make sure I talk to people.
Exactly. So why you keep saying we need to change the system? Which system are we changing? Is it people you have to go and change?
People is part of the system as well.
No, people are not. People are not part of the system. The system is different from the people.
I hear you, Mr.
Nigeria
Mike.
already have what it takes for them. We already have democracy. We have it. It's just up to the people. And all the problem we have is just the people. It's time for the people to build their country. They are not willing to build their country. They are not willing to even elect the best.
But Mr.
They're
Mike,
not ready to be
but
productive. So
you
your problem,
need
the problem of Nigeria is the Nigerians. So you
but
can
you need to
see
be
all them. And when Nigeria always talk about let's change, I'll just laugh.
you need to be
Change
part of
the.
it. You need to be
You can
part of
change.
the
You can
change.
change everything all day. You can change it from monarchy to democracy to this and that. You can go all around circle. If you don't change the people, you will remain the same.
That is why we need you to join us to lead the campaign for a better Nigeria.
So a better Nigerians, not better Nigeria.
Yes, for a
Nigeria
better
is good.
Nigeria.
It's just Nigerians. That's the problem. I
For
think
a
we need to
better
stop saying
Nigeria.
better Nigeria. We need to the campaign we should be pushing is a campaign for better Nigerians, not better Nigeria.
But do you even know
We are
Nigerians?
wasting our time.
Nigerians have even make it difficult for you to be a good person in this space.
You see, if they call me like, hey, we need to I need to create a campaign to create change. I will call the campaign for better Nigerians, not better Nigeria.
Yes. Anyhow we put it, what we need is to campaign for a better Nigerians, for us to see Nigeria of our dream.
The country can only go as far as the people. You understand? It can only go as far as the people.
That's why people like you is needed.
When you look at any advanced country in the world, look at America. Point at any great thing of America. I can point. It comes from the people. Any innovation, it's the people. Anything great about America is you find out that nothing was invented or created by politicians. It was invented by the people.
Yeah, we know. You know, like you now, you can actually look at your environment where you come from, call some guys there, arrange a conference with them, talk to them, and I'm sure all of them may not even see what you are saying, but at least we'll pick 2 or 3 of them out of the crowd that can actually see what we're talking about here. And by the time the 3 were convinced that we need to change the narrative, they will continue spreading the message. And before we know, the message will continue growing. So, but if all of us is now saying that it's Nigeria, and you that you have the platform, you have the voices, you have the materials to play your own role, to change the narrative, you are not doing it. Yet, that means you are not helping the country. All of us should see it as a project to see a country that we can be proud of. And it's not going to be a thing of we can actually get it in a platform of code. It's something we have to like dig in for, search for, and make sure we get it. And I think that's why we're here. Not for money, not for fame, not for popularity, but just for a better environment for ourselves and for our people at large.
I think, Mike, you've hit the nails on the head. The people need to change. The mindset need to change, not the government. I'm even surprised that Nigerians always quick to blame the federal government. What is the state government doing? They have enormous power. They control virtually everything in Nigeria.
The
And
problem
yet,
is even from them. The problem is even from
yeah,
them.
how do you see people criticizing their governor instead of just be hailing? I think
Because
I
if you
heard it from
try it,
Ekene
if they are,
this night.
if you try
Oh,
it,
it was
do you know it's
Joel.
easy? Do you know it's easy for you to criticize the federal government and the state government?
I mean,
Because the state government will just point at you. You see their boys, they will just come in one day, come and flog the hell out of your life.
it's just the way it is. It's just the way.
They have the power. You cannot even talk, you can, like, if you are in your state and you are trying to give them prole, one day they will just come to your house and burn you down. They have the materials.
They
So people
always
are
quick
scared
to
of them.
point to the federal government, and people see Nigerians
You
are
can see
wicked, my
you
brother.
have Tinubu, to nobody see you because your state is far from where Tinubu is. But attacking your state government, their voices on the street, in the garage, they were the street boys, all these guys smoking around. They'll just call them so person in your area, go and deal with him. Before
When
you know,
Tinubu gave governors adding to their monthly allocation for the sake of palliative purposes, how many people ask questions? How many people receive that palliative from the federal, I mean, state government now? How many people? You can count them by the fingers. So,
the only
and
place I
people are
think
not.
that thing actually be given to them proper is not somewhere in the north. Is it not Nasarawa or somewhere around that north? I think those guys, when they were carrying their bag of rice, like, but in our place, they will give the whole community one bag of let's say half bag of rice for as a palliative in the
Maybe
south. In
not
the south,
now, but I can assure you that in the future, in the nearest future, if Tinubu is allowed to do some things, he will succeed. The reason why I know that is that I look at the state where he left in 2007. It may not be perfect, but if you ever wonder, since he left the office and those who have been in charge of the affair of Lagos State, none of them you can point to and say this is a mediocre. They've all strived, they've all tried their best to ensure that they build on the back of
the
what
structure.
the structure their mentors lay down. And any deviation from that is being met with severe punishment. I think what is his name? Akin can attest to that. But none of the Lagos State governors since Fashola era, you can point on and say this person didn't do any good job. Because Lagos State is like an open market. You cannot hide. And the neighboring state governors are not, capitalizing on that by also trying to shine as well.
You know,
Because
Ogun State is supposed to be capitalizing on that Lagos
even
progress.
that is the closest state to that, the Lagos State. And yet we've had a mediocre who see himself as the lord of the man and not see. Honestly, I don't see reason why Ogun State should not have that film. What is it called? The new one that Sanwo Olu just inaugurated yesterday. What is it called? The Film City. I don't see reason why Ogun State cannot snap and let that happen. Even the Dangote refinery, because that would have congested Lagos State to the point that even this new railway system that Lagos State is trying to build, they should have just, maybe gone in collaboration with Lagos State, extend it to all the way to Ogun State or even Oyo State. Now we have rail line going to Oyo State, but in Ogun State, where people will live and pay taxes in Ogun State and work in
And
Lagos,
do you know
just like
the
in
most
JC
of
and the North.
industries? Most of industries in Nigeria are in Ogun State.
That's true. That is true. And
And these people are just messing up with that environment.
I see no reason why Ogun State cannot be
No
like
good
Lagos
road,
State.
nothing.
I see no reason why Ogun State cannot be like Lagos State. But the point is that we have people governors that are not really, they asked the governor of current, is it Cross River State, that I think he's a pastor, right? I'm not so sure. I think he's a pastor who says, I'm yet to see him declaring happy hours time off, because anytime I visit Nigeria, I'm going to Cross River Straight to go and have a good time. That happy hour, we must enjoy it together. He said
That one that is buying beer.
Oh no, yeah, just like Obi did, and put more state money in beer, and people will be. You see, honestly, to be honest, Tinubu left a legacy in Lagos State that it's just about building human capacity, not really necessarily financial stuff. And that's why I'm so optimistic that it's going to do well. But to do that, it's going to need, it's going to be distraction free. But you see, I know politics even at the state level is not that easy to talk about national level. Maybe after the court, we'll be able to, see the direction that is going to be taking the country. And it seems that, well, being an old guy, people want a new breed, but we need integration of both the old and the new. The mindset that people need to have now is to change that mindset of government has to hand them, peanut or something for them to be able to survive. We've discouraged entrepreneurship too much in that country, that everybody graduated from school wanted to go and do a white collar job. It's not going to happen anywhere. We have to find
even when you are trying to be entrepreneurial, even if you are trying to be an entrepreneur, the system is not really encouraging you.
You graduate from school and you want government to hire you. In America, when you graduate from university, do you go to the government to hire you?
Not government
They're
to
not going to
hire.
look for a company.
It doesn't happen.
To be sincere with you, Nigerians are trying. When it comes to, they are trying to do something. Nigerians are trying to do something. But the system is
they are trying, but I'm not trying to do the
Nigerians are trying.
Nigerians
Serious.
Look at the
Nigerians are
houses
trying.
that they
No, they're
These
not
guys
trying.
are trying. Seriously.
Look
The
at the
opportunity you guys the opportunity that are given to guys outside the country, if they give it to our boys here will be an Edrado.
Like, what's the opportunity? What? Like what?
Brother,
Like what?
there's no opportunity anywhere. See, what happened is this: you will still pay your fair share. You will pay that taxes. Whether you, I was chatting with Ola.
Bro, if I'm making money from a system, to pay tax won't be my problem.
Ask entrepreneurs in America.
If I have my shop running, if I have my, as a barbing salon, just for you to take clip and barb in Nigeria, do you know you need money to establish it?
Where in the world don't you need money to establish anything?
Also here in America, but you see,
yeah.
I mean, when Nigerians talk sometimes, man, like
no. What I mean by
money,
what I mean by money is this: you pay your shop rent is mandatory. But if
of course, where in the world is your shop rent not mandatory?
If light is constant, you don't need generator, and that can actually make it easy for you to start
Hold on, give me a second. Wait, in America, you still have to pay for your light bill, which is way more expensive than what you even
pay for your light bill from the money you are making. But now here we have not made money yet.
My light bill
goes. Wait. Hold on. Diwali, just give me a second. Did you just say in America you only pay your light bill from the money you're making, as if you have free light bill until you make money? Is that what you're saying?
No. You have your light, Abi, but you are using the light to make the money. But here,
you pay for the light. No. You don't start in America with free light. The moment you pay, you listen, when you want to, in America, when you want to gather electricity, you call an electricity company to give you electricity, and they start paying. They don't give you free light.
I use prepaid in my house, and I know what you're talking about. I load on my prepaid, but I can buy 2,000 naira to make money, and before I finish that 2,000 naira, I can make another money again to buy another one. It's possible. But now I was forced to go and get generator first.
Listen. Anywhere in the world, of course. Okay, let me give you an example. Wait, hold on. Give me a wait. Let me tell you something. In America, if you want to start a business, government give you so much condition. First, you have to get insurance, right? Like for example, I own a business. My insurance every month is almost close to $1,000 a month. Now, if I don't make profit, I still have to pay that insurance money every month. You have to. There are so many regulations. But in Africa, we don't have so much regulations. I'm sorry to say this. There are more regulations in advanced countries when you want to run business. You have to have that insurance. Do so many fees. You have to renew your license. You have to pay tax. You have to. I mean, so much. So it's not that.
I'll be
It's not that. It's not
I'll
like
be
it's so easy like that. And in
I'll
fact,
be
in
I'll
Africa,
be
it's even brother, in Nigeria, in Africa, it's even more easier because it's really no government coming to give you so much rules and stuff like that. You can just do things and make it on your own, and sometimes you don't have to pay tax in Nigeria. They're not coming after you. In America,
Mike, to add
Hello.
to just what you just said. Sorry, Folly. Mike, to just add to what you just said. Here in Europe, even if you are working, they are also removing money for unemployment benefit for those people who decide not to work because of one reason or the other, or they refuse not to. They deliberately they don't want to work. They will remove it from your salary. And
yeah,
the tax you pay, the more you make more money, the more
it
you make
frustrates
more
me
money,
now.
the more they tax you more.
The more they tax you, like the way they are
And if you
taxing.
now have a company, oh my God, there are so many bills you have to pay. But
The
when
moment
I
you
look
start
at
making money in this
when I
advanced
look
country,
at
they are coming for you.
when I look at everything, the complaint about Nigeria is that first we have mismanaged our resources. We have a lot of corruption. Fine, corruption is everywhere, but our own is in another level. The Nigerian people themselves, I'm sorry to say this, sorry, they are getting used to all this free something. Now they do. Now, no choice. We just have to face the reality. If we want our country to be like other developed advanced nations, are we ready to sacrifice to pay the price? Even if the government, like for example, in Nigeria, at least Lagos State is a very good example. Whether you are telling me, they have more money, they're supposed to do more than that. In most of the countries I've been to, it is the federal government that handle their transportation, like the rail system built by Lagos State alone. So they are trying in that state. If all Nigerians can emulate 50% of what Lagos is doing, everybody will not be going to Lagos State. It's only in Lagos State that you are nobody and you can become somebody. So when you talk about abroad, you think it's easy for people that live here? Ask all of them. Most people do 2 or 3 jobs so that they can be able to pay this. They don't even have time to enjoy the
And
money.
government will still tax all that money make from that job.
And you know Nigerians are ready to do the Nigerians are ready to do 5 jobs if
That
it's
is a lie.
available.
That is a lie. Nigerian people are docile. I'm
How
Nigerian too.
why are you
It's when
saying
I
why are you
go
They
saying
to
want to
this?
do
abroad.
5 office job. That's what they want to do.
It's when
No,
I get
that
to
is
abroad
because
that
what
I
If
they
see
you
that
call
that's what
Nigerians,
is
let's go and sweep the
available.
gutter. Let's go and do gutter sweeping. They won't do it.
they won't do
How
it.
much are they paying them? How much are they paying them?
This is
Exactly.
not about
How
how
much
much
do you
are
think
they
they're paying?
paying.
Do you know that the money here they pay?
The gutter
Wait.
sweeping they are talking about, they pay them 10,000 in a month.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know the minimum wage in
Yes.
America? You can't
Can you
survive off
wish
it.
can you
Wait
wish
now.
anybody? Oh yes.
Do you know in America the minimum wage they pay here? You can't survive off that minimum wage. That's why Remy say you have to go and get 2 jobs, 2, 3 jobs to survive, because the minimum wage money is not enough to pay your bills. Average
I
rent.
wish I wish I can get 3 jobs here. By now I won't be on my bed.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You are asking how much do they pay? If they pay you
And do you
10,000
know
to
and
sweep
do you know
gutters,
by doing that the system will be progressive. The system will be things will be moving.
So that is why I
Because
bring
where you
about
are
that.
going to go and work that day, you are
And your
actually making
shower,
money. You are generating income.
you and your shower, if we want
Leave
that kind of
Sowore alone here. We are not talking about
okay,
Sowore. You
let me
just
just
start.
talk about
Leave
you.
Sowore alone.
Let's talk about ourselves. If we Nigerians, this is what we really want, then we are not saying remove the president or remove the governor. We can come together as Nigeria that the 2 houses are just too big. We must reduce it. Let's go for referendum. We want devolution of power. Let's go for referendum. But you must have one thing in mind. Nigeria comprises of several ethnic groups with several interests. You cannot tell not. You can. The problem we have that when you have been talking, I was just laughing because you are talking about. I'm just saying like a Yoruba man is.
When they are saying revolution, I'm like, who follow you? You see,
no. So
you start a revolution from southwest. You take those Kanuri boys in the north to follow
Mike,
you.
listen. After 4 years of Tinubu, then you want to give it to another Saturn so that one can rule for 8 years. They are not stupid also now. So they just wait. Okay, after 8 years, then we come back to our northern part again. That is the only way that country can have peace for now. Maybe in the next 50 years, we don't care about whether north or south anymore. But for now, that is
and that next 50 years, the problem will still be there.
No, the problem will not be there. You are wrong.
It will still be there.
What we should do as our people.
This is how our fathers stand. This is how our fathers, our parents. This is what they used to say then. And we are here today discussing the same thing.
Listen to my own opinion. My own opinion is this.
Same to you.
The current expedition of both state and federal government